All right, here we go. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon here, and welcome back to each and one of you. Of course, if this is your first time watching this over on YouTube, remember to come over to the live stream, twitch.tv/Aquilon, because it is always better when it's live, without fail. All right, we have a busy day today. I mean busy. There's a lot of shit that we're gonna have to get through, a lot of shit that we're gonna have to cover. It is just gonna be stupidly busy, to say the very least. But I'm ready for it. I am fucking ready. Let's just quickly see something here. Magister, how you doing? Lunari, how you doing? Sorry, I'm just quickly checking out something here that might be... should be fine. Alright. When does the hardcore battle start? I think it's 11 o'clock tonight for me. It's like... I think... 3 p.m. for Central America or something like that. Lucky, how you doing, brother? Watching you and Asmon. How you doing, Lucky? Nico Spider, how you doing? Super Cider, how you doing? Arcarian, how you doing, bro? I'm doing well. I mean, it's a good day to fucking, it's a good day to be alive. It's a good day to be alive. Captain Big Blunt, how you doing, brother? This is going to be the waiting room. We're going to be waiting patiently for Asmongold and Ian to start talking. I think before that, we're going to be treated with Mr. GM, meeting with Helinka. So there's another interview to look forward to there. I think Mr. GM will probably ask more questions around PvE and actual class design compared to, Bajira's interview, which was far more PvP focused. So I'm hoping that Mr. GM asks some actual class questions rather than just more PvP shit. Mark that off the list of things I never thought I would see. Well, it all depends, like, how long are they going to talk for? Because according to Asmongold, it's going to be a rather short interview. And that bothers me. I'm not overjoyed by that statement. Because what? Is Ian only allowing Asmongold like half an hour to ask as many questions as he possibly could ask, and then that's it? Because that's not really what I'm signing up for here. Like, I want a proper fucking interview, you know? Actually, I would like a proper podcast with Ian Azikostas and Asmongold. Tell him Boob Slider, we riot. Let's start with the things that's more important before we start asking for sliders. Asmon got somebody from Blizzard because they did not like him. I think they still don't like him. It's not a case of lucky that they didn't like him and now they like him again. I genuinely think they still do not like Asmongold. Not even for a minute. But this is sort of a Hail Mary. You know, this is Blizzard sort of going, look, we need to get the player base back on our side. We need to get all those people that is watching Asmongold currently that, isn't playing well. We need to get them back. And the best way for us to get them back is by actually talking to them. Now, Alex, my editor, actually has a different opinion here. Alex believes that this is actually most likely due to Mike Ybarra. Because Mike Ybarra is a gamer. I've never really been to any of his streams, but my editor loves watching his streams. And apparently he's like proper gamer bro. You know, he's there, he's giving people shit, he's calling people out. He's not the CEO of Blizzard whenever he streams. I love Freaky. How you doing, brother? Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. And I think he may be behind this. He may have been the guy that walked up to Ian and said, listen, you guys will have to stop acting like businessmen. You're not businessmen. You're game developers. We're not businessmen here. You have to get down to their level. You have to talk to the gamers where they are. And where they are is on Asmongold's fucking stream. So if you guys don't want to talk to Asmongold, you're basically cutting off a massive chunk of your player base. talk some Saints into him. Saints would be a bit of a stretch. We'll see. We'll see if they actually wake up. I don't know if Asmon will actually ask him that. I would have actually. Like, my first question to him would have been, so, Ian, why now? You guys hate me over at Blizzard. I've seen the tweets. I've seen how you guys speak about me. So why now? What's changed? And then see Ian be on the fucking hot seat, you know? Like, fucking shit, bro. What am I supposed to say about this? I don't have any questions in half an hour, 2 or 3. You know what? I would be okay with even just 2 or 3 questions. If it is questions where Asmongold asks a question, Ian answers the question, and Asmongold responds to Ian answering the question and goes, wait a second, what do you mean with this, this, or this? Like, when you say this, what does it mean? So if it's actually like not just, here's your question, thank you for the answer, here's your question, thank you for the answer, here's your question, thank you for the answer, that'd be great as far as I'm concerned. I think it's in like 5 hours, Shamanita. Black Metal Slapper, how you doing, brother? Be too hard on the first try though, but I expect he's going to be harder than the others. It's not about being hard. Like, it's not about being harder on people or being even... Look, here's the thing. Let's imagine tomorrow, Steve Denuser reached out and said, hey, Akalon, want to talk to you. You've been one of my biggest critics, and I think we need to schedule an interview and have a discussion. I'd be like, okay, cool. He'd come on, and I wouldn't be, like, aggressive or attacking or anything. I would ask legitimate questions. You know? I would ask him legitimate questions. The only difference is I wouldn't let him off with easy answers. So if I ask him, all right, Steve, explain Zuval to me. Explain your rationale behind Zuval, because before we can even talk about your Dragonflight expansion, we need to understand what the hell you guys did during Shadowlands. Because you gave us a villain that makes 0 sense if you don't read the book, right? So without the novel, your villain makes no sense. Your villain has no charisma, no reason to hate or love him. In fact, most of us just sort of agree with him. Let's burn the whole thing fucking down. So explain that to me. And then once he's explained that to me, I'll be like, okay, now that we know this, maybe now you can answer my actual questions about Dragonflight. Because if he can make me understand what went wrong with Shadowlands, and I understand what he says, and I go, yeah, okay, that makes sense, then I have trust that they're actually going to do a good story in Dragonflight. So, Steve, tell me, do you eat pineapple on pizza? Oh, wrong answer. Dark Professor, how you doing, brother? Very happy to have you here. Thanks for the first time chat, man. Welcome. When is it? It's in 5 hours. We still have a ways to go, but we do have some stuff that we're going to be doing in the interim to keep busy until we finally get the moment most of us have been waiting for. Like, I have genuinely been waiting for this moment for such a long time. The big interview, you know. Super Cider, I wouldn't bet on it. Like, with the day being as busy as it is, I would be surprised if we do play Final Fantasy today. It's a full fucking day of interviews and shit. You know, there's just news that broke not long ago that the Activision Blizzard deal with Microsoft might fall through, might not actually go. So we're going to have to cover that. There's a lot that we have to cover today. Nico, yes. Final Fantasy 14 definitely tomorrow. Blackmail and Slapper will deal with that, but you guys know how it is. We first hang out for a bit, wait for everyone to arrive, and then when all of the viewers are here, we jump into the important stories. If I jump into that story right now, in 10 minutes from now, someone comes in and says, oh my god, what's this Microsoft deal about? It's like, oh, dude, it's been covered. You should have been here 10 minutes ago. Bro, I was busy. I only just fucking got here. So I usually want to give people a little bit of time, just like an hour, you know, before we get into the hard-hitting stuff. I hope this deal will happen. That's the best that can happen for us players. I agree with you there. I'm off tomorrow for once, so if you do any dungeons, I might be able to help for once. When is the next Stormblood dungeon? It's been ages since I've last done dungeon. We'll see. I'm not interested in WoW. All right, Super Cider. That's fine. Sadly, there's nothing else I can do. I'll probably see you tomorrow then, whenever we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We just left for our trial. So we just left for our trial, where you have to kill or collect some kind of mount thing or whatever the fuck that is, and then you join the Zayla in their war or whatever. Steve N7, how you doing, brother? The next dungeon is? Okay, so it's just around the corner. All right, then we'll probably do some dungeons. We'll probably do some dungeons then in the next... Yeah, tomorrow, actually, we'll do some dungeons. I still don't quite know, like, how far along are we in the Stormblood MSQ then? Based on where I am now. When do we get to Stormblood patch content? Because everyone tells me it's the patch content. Yes, we're at the steps already. We're busy with the trial right now for the steps. Two-thirds, three-fourths. Alright, so basically a little bit to go still. Early Stormblood, very much. Leveling through it right now on an alt. So far, I've been enjoying Stormblood. I've not had much issue with Stormblood so far. Patch starts soon after you complete the quest with the expansion name. Alright, I've not done that yet. Because you're about 60% through the Doma part of main Stormblood story. Yeah, I still haven't started the... Like, we started the Alamigo part. And then immediately left for Doma. Please tell me, like, I'm going back to Alamigo to save them too. Or is Alamigo sort of like this patch content thing? Or am I dealing with Alamigo in the patch content? Lizard, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Dude, today is like a big day for gamers. We're getting a bunch of Dragonflight interviews. We're getting Ian interviewing or being interviewed by Asmon. So today is a good day to be alive, actually. I look forward to watch you play Shadowbringer. Well, we're not... I don't think we're that far from Shadowbringers. Especially if we keep playing the way that we've been playing. We should get to Shadowbringers probably within the next 2 weeks or so. Maybe a little bit longer, depending on, you know, how much shit we do at max level. For Stormblood max level, that is. Stormblood is having 2 main writers, in my opinion. So when does Ishikawa take over? At what point does Ishikawa start writing? Or does she not write at all in Stormblood? She did Azim steps. Alright. But she starts full-on writing in Shadowbringers. Ah, okay. This explains it. Azim's step felt a lot more, like, a lot better paced. Getting into Azim's step just immediately felt like the pacing was a lot better. The story flowed a lot better. So that sort of explains it. I think there is a co-writer, but still. Stormblood and Endwalker. Is Ishikawa also writing the next expansion? Or are they once again swapping to another writer for the next expansion? Actually, fuck that. That's not even my biggest question. My biggest question to the people that is in the know, why did it take Ishikawa to start writing for Final Fantasy? Why did it take so long? Did she only join the company around the like Stormblood era writing for Shadowbringers? Or was she always there? She was just never one of the main writers. and work up there. So she did the Crystal Tower. So she has actually, Jesus. So she has actually been there almost since the beginning. Okay. I wonder why it took them so long. Jura Crystal Tower, Rogue Questline, and Dark Knight. I wonder why it took them so long. Plus, it's a very big gamble to now move her off the lead writing role to give someone else a go, considering the success of Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Ishikawa has been on the writing team since 2.0. She wrote Roll Quest. She was named lead for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. I wasn't with you the whole stream. That's fine, King Julian. I fell asleep in the middle of your stream, Mako. Doesn't usually happen, but it happened last night. Dude, hey. If you fell asleep and didn't get more drunk, that's a good thing. Probably as a quest designer. I heard that she decided to give others a chance to younger writers. Yeah, but you don't swap out your quarterback in like the third quarter, right? When you're still basically tied. This is not when you swap out your quarterback. This is where you keep your quarterback so that you can get well ahead and then you can swap out your quarterback in the fourth quarter. But this just feels like Final Fantasy is not yet like at the top. It's still working its way to the top. I don't know if they should right now like swap out Ishikawa for a different writer that could be good but could also not be good, right? Arcanox, but how do we know that FF14 has multiple OP quarterbacks? Because, so the ARR story we already spoke about suffered a lot from like pacing and stuff like that. The Heavensward story was absolutely on fucking point. But then the Stormblood story I find amazing, but not because the story necessarily is amazing, but I love the world building elements behind it. I do find the pacing issues a little bit frustrating at times. So you can sometimes get a bit bogged down in a lot like unnecessary bullshit before the story actually goes on again. So Stormblood feels weird. And then people tell me Shadowbringers and Endwalker is going to blow my socks off. So now you know why it's a split in opinion. Same thing with Koji. He's not the head translator guy, but still puts some input. We'll have this conversation after Shadowbringers. What do you mean I'm weird, Seven Raymond? What did I do that's so weird right now? Arcanox, what do you mean? Like, it doesn't help that we're going to have this conversation after Shadowbringers. Because Ishikawa wrote for Shadowbringers. So, if anything, my opinion is just going to become more, do not replace Ishikawa right now. I know what you mean. Took me a lot of time to go through Stormblood. Just because I say so. Love you, Saven. If you are not weird, what are you doing here? True. Yeah, like Stormblood, I can definitely, like I said multiple times already, I can see why a lot of people aren't enjoying Stormblood as much. I think a lot of people are looking at Stormblood the wrong way, which is why they're not enjoying it. But even then, I can still understand why they don't, not like a lot of people don't enjoy it as much. Are we having a Stormblood argument again? Just got here. Not really an argument, more just I'm a bit confused. From their perspective, they just finished the season with the conclusion of the Grand Saga, so this is the best time to start cultivating additional talent, especially if she remains as a supervisor. Yes, Stormblood suffers from the fact that two people wrote the two halves separately. My arm is asleep, pins and needles, feels tickly. Why is your arm asleep? Stormblood gets worse in hindsight since it's between Shadowbringers and Heavensward. Yeah, but again, I will bring people back every single time to, I don't think you can compare. I haven't played Shadowbringers yet, but I have played Heavensward, loved Heavensward, and I think you're a fucking moron if you compare Heavensward and Stormblood. Because in my opinion, Stormblood can only really be compared to ARR. Because Stormblood is doing the same job that ARR did. right? Mahalo Gaming, what do you mean so much for the answer? It's in 5 hours. 5 hours from now. I welded like a snake. And then I growl. I disagree. I think Stormblood gets better thanks to Shadowbringers Rainwalker. Stormblood is just the weakest of the expansions. Yeah, but like I said, Stormblood is doing... Morning, how you doing, brother? Stormblood is doing a lot of the heavy lifting that I think Shadowbringers and Endwalker relies upon. Much like what ARR did a lot of the heavy lifting for what Heavensward ultimately would become. Because if ARR did not focus on the world building element as much as it did, Heavensward wouldn't have worked. In Heavensward, they did barely no world building. Heavensward was, if anything, the conclusion of all the world building that took place during ARR. Of course, there's always going to be some elements of world building, but if you compare the sheer amount of world building in ARR versus the world building in Heavensward, it's very clear that Heavensward was sort of like the grand finale of everything that was already done in ARR. Stormblood is laying foundations for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Well, there you go. This is why I think a lot of people misunderstand a lot of people misjudge Stormblood because they try to compare it to something that it should not be compared to. It's like trying to compare a Formula 1 car to a rally car. You can't really do that, right? Because they're not actually trying to do the same thing. For the most part, it just squished between Heavensward and Shadowbringers, which invites comparisons. Yeah, I get why people are going to compare, but as someone that cares about story, I think it's stupid to compare the two. Two-board, what do you mean? Exactly 5 hours? Can't wait. Man, I'm more hyped for this interview than for Dragonflight. I'm with you there, Dark Mephisto. Two-board, what do you mean you think world building could be done much better? It depends on your plan. So if you have a plan for what you want things to do, yeah, world building in early Stormblood is boring. Yeah, but sometimes world building is going to be boring. Now, you have one of two options to deal with that sort of issue. Option number one is to just build through the boredom and hope that the consequence story actually carries. Option number two is put all that world building into a book. Those are your options. You don't really have... Because a lot of the time, world building will be boring. Because world building is exactly that. It's building the world. So you either have it fucking horrible, boring, and just make people go through it because they know it's going to get better at the end, or you put it in a fucking book and you don't bother with it in the game and you just put cool stuff in the game. A question that has nothing to do with anything you talked so far. What do you think about survival hunters in WoW? Sorry for spamming, but somehow I managed to write a comment when you get in conversation about FF, so I miss it. Movala, okay, I will discuss that in a minute. Spartan, I've not yet seen the sub. Are you on mobile? Because it can sometimes take a while on mobile. The last time it took some 10 minutes. I don't know why, but mobile can be stupidly slow. But anyways, thanks for the sub preemptively, and then I'll give you a shout out as soon as it comes through. Okay, Muavalo, I can't really speak about survival hunters in World of Warcraft because I don't play a survival hunter in World of Warcraft. I don't think I've ever played a survival hunter in World of Warcraft since the rework. For me, the fantasy of hunter is sort of being at the back and shooting with a bow and an arrow, or a gun at the very least. My fantasy is not to be in melee range and do melee things. Not that it can't be done amazingly well. Look at Raid Mage, for example. So there's definitely a space where they could have created something like the Raid Mage equivalent with the Survival Hunter. I don't know if that is the case. I have no idea. So for me, I can't really speak on Survival Hunters. Unless, of course, you're asking me about some kind of lore reason for Survival Hunters. We could probably talk about that, but then I don't understand your question. I don't disagree. It's just the execution falls flat. As you said, pacing. As for better, I think the first part should have actually been longer with us, and especially Lise, be more involved in being a leader in the resistance and both winning and losing before we go to Doma, where Gesetsu Hien largely steal the show. All right, so about this Lise thing in Stormblood. A lot of people hate Lise, right? I think in this chat, a lot of people dislike Lise. Can we get a show of hands? How many of you dislike Lise? Or really just don't care about Lise in Stormblood? The new social contract on WoW and on Wowhead? No, I haven't, Euro. But we can talk about it. All right, so it goes from people disliking her to people being indifferent about her to some people kind of being okay with her, and then at least some people love her. All right, so here's the problem that I see with people who dislike Lise. They're expecting something that, if we want to apply psychology to it, is literally impossible for Lise to achieve. So people really wanted this expansion, seemingly, to be about Lise. You know, we meet Lise literally at the beginning of Stormblood, and I realized that we've known Lise for a long time, but technically we meet Lise for the first time in Stormblood. Lise meets Lise for the first time in Stormblood. Prior to Lise becoming Lise, Lise was someone else. Lise pretended to be someone else. Not only that, but Lise allowed everyone around her to make all the hard decisions. And all she did, it's actually one of the reasons I loved, and spoilers for anyone that doesn't know, so put your fingers in your ears if you're not there yet. Prior to Lise becoming Lise, one of the reasons I loved Yida as much as I did was because Yida is this kind of just point me to where I have to shoot. Well, punch, effectively. Show me who I need to punch and I'll punch him. I don't want to think about it. I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to overthink it. Papalymo, you tell me who I need to punch and I will punch them. That's been Lisa's mentality. She's basically allowed everyone around her to make the decision so that she doesn't have to, because she was pretending to be her sister. Now we have Lise coming in. Expecting Lise to be a leader in the story, expecting Lise to take sort of the front role is impossible. Lise doesn't even know who the fuck she is. How is she supposed to be a leader? In fact, I think the writing of Lise is perhaps some of the best character writing I have ever seen. Without fail. Because she comes across as immature and naive. And she's hopeful about things that clearly you can't really be hopeful for. You know, she gets angry at the Alamegans that doesn't want to stand up and fight. Well, of course that's a little bit naive, because I understand the frustration. I feel frustration in the same way, but I don't blame them, because if you've been basically enslaved for 20 plus years, you're not going to fight anymore either. Right? So Lise is very much a child. She's emotionally stunted, because the last time Lise was ever really permitted to be herself was before her sister died, before she started to pretend to be her sister. And I don't think that growth is going to take place in a single expansion. I don't think by patch content Lise is going to become this just bastion of a character. I imagine Lise will only really become a cool character again, or herself. Shadowbringers, maybe Endwalker, I don't know. I don't know the story exactly, but it's sort of the equivalent. Do you guys remember Alphino? Sort of the first half of Heavensward. She literally decides for the pair to stay with the Resistance instead of going back to the Scions. Oh, or you're talking about one decision that she makes there. And it's a decision she makes because these are her people, right? And she wants to help her people. But that's one decision. Almost like 99% of her choices was still not hers. And what you're talking about is emotional stunts, right? So you've become emotionally stunted. You, the person, have stopped growing, and instead you've started growing as this other person that you are actually not. So, of course, it's going to take you time. But a good example of this is comparing it sort of to Alphino in the beginning of Heavensward. Alphino is quiet, like uncharacteristically quiet. Alphino doubts himself the whole time. Alphino doesn't speak. He sort of protrudes into himself. Is anyone else's video frozen? Spartan claims that the video is frozen. Is that happening for anyone else, or is it just Spartan? Now, Twitch does things. So, Lise is doing exactly what I want her to do. And it's kind of nice that they've brought along Alisei to now become almost like the new Alphino. So Alisei is doing a lot of the heavy lifting this time around, sort of holding Lise back, keeping Lise from just going full apeshit and just continuing to fight. Because what I'm almost getting from Lise is this sort of... She constantly dips back into who she was before, right? She constantly dips back into this, let's punch things. Rather than, you're no longer Yida. You no longer have to pretend to be Yida. Find out who you are. Like, discover yourself. But she is ARR Alfie, not Heavensward Start Alfie. No, but I didn't say that she is Heavensward Start Alphino. I said the example I'm using in terms of character progression is Alphino in the start of Heavensward. During ARR, Alphino is bold, and Alphino throws out all these ideas, and he believes in himself, and he's just going to do whatever it takes because he has the answers, right? But then everything fails. And suddenly in Heavensward, Alphino doubts himself. He's not sure what he's supposed to do. He feels awkward. He doesn't want to suggest anything because the last time he suggested anything, he almost destroyed the realm. Right? This is basically what Lise is going through as well. She now has to deal with life no longer behind a mask, but this is me. These are my choices. What am I going to do with it? And she's acting like a child because she's never grown up. She never had to. She had to pretend to be Yida, so Lise didn't have to grow up. But now Lise will have to grow up, so we're seeing Lise sort of going from kind of understanding what it means to be a grown-up to no clue, right? Just, oh my god, let's just go punch things. And then, again, you know, she has to be reined in and she sort of has to learn. So I kind of like the way they wrote Lise in that regard, because it reads true. I think this is how people in the real world would have acted if they went through the same things that Lise went through. So I don't... Yeah, maybe I just have a different feel for the character than a lot of people do. You know, because the fact that there are others who love Lise as well, or who like Lise's character as well, suggests that other people felt the same way. And that's fine, you know. Everyone's going to have different opinions about things that happen and about how the story plays out and what happens to the story. Everyone's going to have different opinions on that. Try not to spoil too much here, but I'd like to see your thoughts on if Lise's development was well-paced after you finish MSQ, because I agree that they set her up as a character that is ripe for growth, but I didn't think that potential was explored as well as they could. We'll have to wait and see. I'll give you my opinions once we get to the end of Stormblood. I enjoyed Lise as a character. Sarth, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. But no, I feel like I feel like Lise is about as misunderstood to the main story as Stormblood is misunderstood to the rest of the expansions in Final Fantasy 14. Did you know where you are up to in the MSQ? You close to doing your next dungeon? Yeah, I know that, King Julian. I already asked. I'm literally at the next dungeon, actually. So we'll probably do the next dungeon tomorrow. Xenos, we faced him twice. And the last time I actually put up somewhat of a fucking fight. Not necessarily the greatest fight, but somewhat of a fight. Alright, where is this, where's this social contract? Alright. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so Blizzard just released, at least it seems like this is in the latest patch 925, a new social contract has been data mined. Accept terms of behavior or exit game. The latest patch 925 build includes an interesting addition data mined within the global strings, indicating that players will be prompted to accept a social contract before playing the game. Not unlike the terms of service agreement, it appears to specify what types of behavior are not tolerated within the game, requiring them to either accept the terms or exit the game. The text begins with a greeting, welcoming the player to the World of Warcraft and remind them that the game is made up of real people playing the game, who may come from different backgrounds, cultures, before going on to a list of behaviors which will not be tolerated within the game. These terms include untolerated behavior, including harassment, threats, abusive and derogatory language, spamming, advertising and other disruptive behaviors, as well as hate speech or negative comments regarding other players' identity, including their race, gender or abilities. Based on the strings, the in-game prompt should look something like this. Before we even look into it, this is going to do absolutely jack shit. Vast majority of players isn't going to read this. They're literally just going to click OK and then keep playing. The way you enforce or sort of foster good behavior is by acting on bad behavior and by rewarding good behavior. That's how you instill a culture of good behavior into a game. You reward when you like what players are doing, and then you discard when you dislike what players, or you punish when you dislike what players are doing. This social construct bullshit's not going to do anything. No one's going to read. Who read just anyone in this chat? How many of you read the TOS? Bonnie, pretty much, yeah. Forian, you fucking did not read it, you bastard. No one reads shit like this. It's... Why would you? Why would you? No one reads it. So... There's no point in having this. It's already supposed to be in the terms of service, right? It's supposed to be in the terms of service. All that's needed is that you actually act on it. So when players call other players' names, you give them a timeout, or you ban them if it's an egregious enough offense. This is how you stop people from being dickheads. The problem in World of Warcraft has never been that they don't have rules. It's that they don't enforce their rules. That's been the issue. But okay, so let's see. Hail, traveler, and welcome to World of Warcraft. Azeroth is a living world full of people like you, other players with different backgrounds, cultures, experiences, and histories, who have all come together to play World of Warcraft. Every player deserves to have a world that they feel safe in, so please take a minute to read our social contract. While on Azeroth, do your best to connect with other players and make friends. Being courteous in group content can help you and your teammates have the best time possible. Sending a friendly hello message can help set up your group for success. Sure, why not? Play as a team with your fellow players. Whether in dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, arenas, or out questing in the world, do your best to support your team through your communication and behaviors so that you can all celebrate your success together. Right, toddlers, listen closely. Assist other players that you encounter in the world. Maybe they need some help defeating a tough monster, or maybe they could use a little healing. Help answer questions others have in chat channels, like general or trade. We were all newbies once. One person offering some help can go a long way. Dude, no one's gonna read this shit. This is cringe. Like, no one gives a fuck. People play the way that they want to play. It's up to you to put things in the game that makes people want to play with others. A great example of this is the Sprout system for Final Fantasy XIV. Whenever you join up into a dungeon or a duty roulette with a Sprout, you get extra rewards. So people want to play with the Sprouts. They want to help the Sprouts because there's extra rewards for them at the end of that. That is how you get people to actually be nice to others. By punishing people that isn't nice to others. And by letting others know when someone has been punished. In Final Fantasy, for example, if you report someone for something and action is taken, you are actually informed of the action that is taken. So Final Fantasy actually lets you know we've done X, Y, or Z to the person that you've just that you've reported. These are the consequences for their actions. So you know that there is consequences, which will then stop you from acting like a little bitch next time you're in content, or next time you're about to do something. We recognize that the internet is not always a safe haven. With that in mind, please note that the following behaviors are not accepted in Azeroth. Hate speech, including negative comments that target another player's identity, including aspects like race, gender, or ability. Harassment, threats, or abusive derogatory language and behaviors. Spamming, advertising, or other disruptive behaviors. If you harm your fellow adventurers with any of the above behaviors, you are subject to punishment up to and including suspension of your account. Alright. I really wish they would actually explain what, if anything, constitutes hate speech in their opinion. Because, like, there could be a lot of things that could be seen as hate speech by one, where another person wouldn't actually view it as hate speech. Again, all of this is already in the TOS, just FYI. Like, if you go read the TOS for World of Warcraft, this stuff is in there already. So you're basically signing up twice to say, yeah, I won't be a dickhead, and then you can just go on being a dickhead. So it's a big world out there with all sorts of people in it. So please try to be respectful and respectful to each other. And if you ever feel like somebody is acting against this code, please report those behaviors so that our team can look into it. Together, you can help us make the World of Warcraft a safe home, away from home for everyone. Everyone's just going to click accept. People are just going to hit accept and be done with it. Like, I'm not against any of this. In principle, these are good rules to have. I never understand why people want to make comments about someone else's looks or their gender or their whatever, right? I never understand those things. Like, why? What does it change? Can a fat person not be intelligent? Can a skinny person not be a fucking moron? Of course they can. So the way you look has never been something that I really focus on with people. I'm more interested in, like, what is the substance of your character rather than what you look like. So I don't necessarily mind any of these things. Of course, you shouldn't harass people and you shouldn't threat people and you shouldn't use abusive or derogatory language. But what exactly constitutes derogatory language? If I go out and I say, fuck you, is that derogatory? Could that be seen as abusive? Like, let's say you're a dick and you keep wiping the group. If I write, fuck you, am I now abusive towards you? Or am I, like, just expressing some level of frustration here? Drugan, it's not so much that. The thing is, none of this... This isn't going to do shit, is basically fuck it. Instead of trying to make this into anything that it isn't, short and long of this, all of this is not going to do jack shit to the negativity and the toxicity of World of Warcraft. Hands down, fucking guarantee it will not do anything. I will suck your dick if these words actually make the game better. no one's going to read them. People are simply going to hit accept and keep playing. There's probably going to be a fucking add-on that allows you to auto-accept and just skip. So no one gives a shit. The way you fix things is by acting on it. It's by ensuring that when someone breaks the rules that is already in your TOS, you punish them for it. That's how you fix it. Not with this. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll be very surprised if it does. Twitter keeps trying. Like, whenever you tweet out at someone, if you tweet something like, fuck you, you idiot, Twitter brings up a little page before you can tweet going, most people using Twitter don't tweet like this. Are you sure you want to tweet this? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. The guy is a fucking moron and I want to tell him that. Just tweet the fucking message. Like, it's about enforcement. It's not about like telling people how they should behave or whatever. You need to enforce the behaviors that you want to see. I don't know. What do you guys think? So, chat, do you guys think this is actually going to do anything? Think asshole are not included. In FF14, everyone know that they don't give a fuck and ban you. I see those ads. Doesn't bother me at all. It's probably not going to do anything at all. Fuck no. Nope. No, it's not going to do shit. No, it's PR after Bobby tickled too many. I think you're going to be giving out BJs. This is going to work for sure. All right, Lucky Penguin. And will you suck my dick when it doesn't work? Just going to look like a token PR move? That is what this is. This is not for the players. This is for the media. It's to show the media, look how much effort we're putting into making our game safer. This is not for the players. This has nothing to do with us. Oh, well, it is what it is. This is just so Blizzard can pat themselves on the back and show everyone how good and accepting they are as a company. Truth. Only if Blizzard enforces, but I don't know. I just ignore people who offend me and move on. The thing that bothers me, right? It's kind of sus how much Echo threats always involve dicks. Dude, dicks is one of the best things in the whole world. Why would I not include them in almost everything? I have a dick. It's great. You should try it. So here's the, I completely lost my train of thought. Fuck it. I might think of it later, but, it is what it is. Look how great we are. Everyone applauds now. Well, it's a leak. Let's see the final version. How's the final version going to change? You are the sucker. I am the sucky. Well, there you go, Wins. I like that. Not gonna lie, totally read your name as the Dicko option. Oh, shit. Shame on you, Moni. Fucking shame on you. All right, let's quickly see here. I want to go to Twitter, because that's where the next bit of our... the next bit of the stream is. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, there might be some bad news on the horizon. There might be some bad news on the horizon. $1 billion. Not only is that the biggest... Just fucking pause, Jesus. All right, so Wall Street is betting that Microsoft Activision deal will fail. Shares are trading 25% below Microsoft's offer and sliding. Investors fear legal challenge from FTC chair Lena Khan. All right, so why can I not click this off anyways? So they say here, even if Activision Blizzard shareholders approve the $69 billion sale to the Microsoft Corp on Thursday, Wall Street is betting that Biden antitrust enforcers could unravel one of the largest mergers in US history. Shares of the gaming juggernaut are trading 25% below Microsoft's $95 offer, indicating investors see risk the buyout won't close as planned. This risk premium is more than double that of Twitter Inc., following Elon Musk's offer, and higher than most of the announced but still pending deals tracked by Bloomberg. This is why I fucking hate antitrust bullshit. Because this is not Biden, Digimark. You can't say fuck Biden. This is like government agencies that have nothing to do, and so they start looking for work, and then they end up fucking things in the ass because that's what they do. This is so annoying because look, if the shareholders approve the sale and Microsoft is still happy to buy the company for $69 billion, then what's the fucking problem? Tough talk from President Joe Biden's antitrust enforcers is fueling investors' fear that the deal could be blocked or subject to delays even if it prevails, said Matt Perriott of New Street Research. Plus, the deal will also need approval by other governments, including the European Union and China. The merger, which is until June 2023 to close, would make Microsoft the world's number 3 gaming company and would give it ownership over 2 of the most recognizable gaming brands on the planet in Call of Duty and World of Warcraft. Microsoft would also gain control of Candy Crush developer King, which made $2.5 billion in revenue last year. Activision shareholders will vote Thursday and are expected to approve the deal, according to Betty Chan, a merger arbitrage specialist at Elevation LLC SoC Investment Group, an activist shareholder group with a small stake. Earlier this month encouraged shareholders to vote down the deal and Microsoft's offer of $95 a share. That group and other investors have spoken out against a potential golden parachute for embattled Activision Chief Executive Officer Bobby Kotick, who is expected to leave once the deal closes and will walk away with more than $375 million. It's a good thing to know that even the shareholders hate Bobby Kotick at this point. But anyways, we're gonna CEO forever. Dude, what happens to Activision Blizzard if this deal falls through? That's what bothers me. It pisses me off. But anyways, the deal will be reviewed by the Federal Trade Commission, which is led by Lena Khan, who has long advocated for a more forceful approach to reviewing deals, particularly by the biggest technology companies. Under her leadership, the agency has blocked Nvidia Corp's acquisition of ARM Limited, as well as Lockheed Martin Corp's deal for Aerojet Rocketdyne Holdings. She also resurrected the FTC's monopoly case against Meta Platforms Inc., which seeks to split off WhatsApp and Instagram. Dude, this lady is just like on a fucking tear. She's got the power, she's hungry for it, and she's basically gonna go after every single fucking company she can get her hands on. Like, so, can someone explain to me what could possibly be bad about Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard? We'll have to sell off individual companies? Maybe, but to who? But Microsoft would not be a monopoly after this purchase. There's still Ubisoft, there's still EA, there's Tencent, there's NetEase, there's a shit ton of other gaming companies out there. There's a crap ton of indie companies out there. You have Valve, which they're never going to sell Valve. So Microsoft isn't anywhere near a monopoly. And also, if you have a monopoly because you happen to have the best products on the market, is that really a bad thing? If people want to support it. The only downside I see is that we wouldn't have such amazing villains like the Jailer from being made. That is true. I think it would be better. I don't like it when Activision bought Blizzard back when. You know, May, so what? You think Activision Blizzard should just stay Activision Blizzard and not go to Microsoft? Consumers care when the lack of competition drives... Yes, but Meeks, the only way monopoly leads to a lack of competition is when monopoly and government merge. So when government starts blocking anyone else from actually being able to compete within the market. A normal company that just became a monopoly because their product is superior and cheaper, how are they going to block anyone else from coming in? They don't have the power. Remember, what power can they have? If I want to start a gaming company, I can still start a gaming company. They're not going to be able to block that. But once they have the government on their side, that's when monopolies become really fucking bad. I feel like this is one of those liberals trying to take on big business to get something in their resume to get elected, like the right in the US passing anti... Dude, I don't know how the fuck any of that relates to anti-LGBT laws or anything. Oh, you're saying the right is doing it to get elected. You think the left is doing this to get elected. Well, that would not... I would not, like, discount that. Politicians love to be elected. So whatever they can do to kind of go, oh, look at me, I took on all the biggest companies, will probably help them. No, just look at Intel. They had monopoly of CPU for 10 years. They didn't improve, just increased profits. Thorborg, what happened to Intel? Meeks, if you have natural monopoly, right? If you have a natural monopoly that is not protected by the government, control of the market is almost impossible because you can't stop new people from coming in. New people can absolutely come in if they fucking want to come in and if they want to provide a product. And unless your product becomes so, like, the only way you're going to be able to stop that is by keeping your product prices low and also making sure that your service is still the best in the business. Then you'll hold on to your monopoly and new companies will struggle to compete because you'll be able to be cheaper, but also be able to be better. But as soon as that starts slipping, let's say you start raising your prices and your services go down, new companies will start moving in, lowering their prices and giving better service, boom, your monopoly is going to go down the drain. The only time monopolies are actually bad is when they're merged with government. So when the government protects a company and no one else can really compete within the market because the government stops them. Jim, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. New people won't be able to compete because they won't have the resources. Zivak, in what fucking world? So you're saying in the gaming industry, new people wouldn't be able to make video games? Indie companies make video games all the time. And they do it really well. Like, what you're describing, you realize that no company has ever become a monopoly and remained a monopoly without the absolute help of the government. All the evidence is against what you guys are saying there. Because every other company competes within the market against other companies. Competition is constantly increasing, not decreasing. The only time competition decreases is whenever the government gets involved. Well, my government does it with energy. Like, that's why I said, when a monopoly is protected by the government, that becomes a whole different issue. And we can talk about that issue, but clearly Microsoft isn't protected here by the government. So anyways, fuck it. I'm not going to sit here and argue monopoly rules. Fears of a legal challenge are well-founded based on Khan's statements opposing growth via acquisitions by big tech platforms, said Jennifer Rhee, an antitrust analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. Plus, it's likely the FTC will have a Democratic majority by the time a decision has to be made, alleviating a stalemate that may have caused inaction on the Amazon MGM merger, Rhee said. All right, we'll see, I think. I really hope they don't block this. From a gamer perspective, Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard is a good thing. Every single one of the companies that Microsoft have acquired in the last 5 years have done better under Microsoft. They were given the opportunity to make the games great. They were given the ability to make the games great, and the time that they needed to make the games great. So from a gaming perspective, the FTC should shut the fuck up. This lady from the FTC, go fucking bother someone else. Like, go after anyone else. Like, go after the government and their fucking monopoly, right? Go attack the government. Stop attacking companies that are actually doing stuff that's a little bit better than what the hell. Because if you compare Activision Blizzard to Microsoft, the comparison is not even fair. Like, I would take Microsoft any day over Activision Blizzard and Bobby Kotick. I don't really have a problem with the Microsoft acquisition, but I can see the fear is based that. I'm sorry, I do not follow that logic. we can have that discussion if you want, but I can tell you now from an economic standpoint, who was it again? In the early, like late 1800s, early 1900s, I believe it was the Rockefellers. It may have been someone else that had a monopoly on oil, whale oil in the US. They had the monopoly. They controlled it. They couldn't hold on to the monopoly. As new players entered the market and as oil, an actual oil became a thing, they started to lose that monopoly. They didn't lose their fortune. They're still rich as fuck. But they started to lose that monopoly because the government at the time wasn't protecting the monopoly. So you can absolutely have that. You can have monopolies that it's natural. It's a natural monopoly because what you're doing is the best. And that doesn't mean that other people can't compete. It just means that if other people want to compete, they have to be really good at what they do. So yeah, there's Zivac, there's a lot more to that story than just that. Like, by the time they eventually let go of their business, it wasn't like they were letting go of a monopoly. It was literally, there was no monopoly really left by the time they gave up on it. So the FTC takes in a common period in which public objectors may submit objections. If the FTC pushes back, that means that support evidence isn't complete and or enough public objection. You see, Meeks, this is where you and I fundamentally disagree. My government has the same thing. Whenever they want to pass a law, they allow for people to object publicly. Whenever the whole public objects, they pass the law anyways. Because I do not believe that your government cares what you have to say. You might, and we'll talk again in about 10 years. But I don't think so. The time of the interview is in about 4 hours. Let's leave the economic discussion because I can already see there's a lot of ideological bends within this chat at the moment. People who view economics through ideology rather than through economics. And I think it's better if we just leave it here. I'm not about to engage in an economic ideological discussion. So I have time to nap? Yeah, you can absolutely nap if you want, Oreb. We are waiting, though, because in about 3 hours from now, I think it's 3 hours from now, we get Mr. GM. And he's going to be talking to Brian Linka. The true question is Nomad, Street Kid, or Corpo. Corpo Hacker all the way. I'm currently finishing my playthrough of Street Kid. When is the speak from Asmongold Ian? Missed the time. 4 hours. How you doing? EG, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have you heard about Overwatch 2 beta? It's such garbage. No, I've heard about the beta, but I haven't played it because I haven't been invited. But I will say what I said. Like, look, Patilin, how you doing? If you are excited for Overwatch 2, you're a moron. Because you're basically excited for Overwatch 1 with PvE missions. That's it. And it's not just me saying it. It's literally Josh Allen, who used to work for Blizzard, that is saying it. He's actually, he tweeted it out. Like, let me just give you guys this fucking tweet. It was so fucking, it was so on point. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold up. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Annual play, convinced. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Josh Allen tweets out, and he used to work for Blizzard. Convinced the people saying Overwatch 2 feels like a brand new game, just haven't played Overwatch in a while. Like, don't get me wrong, I like some of the changes and I'm looking forward to the PvE stuff a lot, but it doesn't feel substantially different to the Overwatch I played last night. Overwatch 2 is a fucking money grab. What Overwatch 2 should have been was a DLC to Overwatch 1 that simply includes PvE. And the fact that there are people lining up to pay $60 so that they can play the next Overwatch, when the next Overwatch is literally the old Overwatch just with PvE, is astounding to me. I'm not saying don't be excited about it. I'm not saying don't be excited about it. I kind of like the lore of Overwatch. I think the lore of Overwatch could be really cool. But when people pretend like this isn't just a very bad money grab from Activision Blizzard, that pisses me off. They updated Overwatch with stuff that we asked for since day one of Overwatch, stuff that for 6 years none of the devs ever gave a shit about implementing. PvE, more content lore, stuff that the community always wanted. Instead, we got recycle events and time-gated skins for 6 years. New game, slap a 2 on it, it will sell more. Pretty much. And all you really had to do, was just say, look, here's a DLC with all your PvE questions. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Overwatch is the most stunted game in the history of gaming ever. Like, when is the last time that they released new maps and new modes for Overwatch? The Overwatch 1, I mean. New champions. How often do you get new champions in Overwatch? Keriel, Overwatch 1's PvP is free as well. Overwatch is just PvE DLC with some new PvP maps. You pay for the PvE part. PvP, it says it's free if you own Overwatch 1. Yeah, but that's still, like, Overwatch 1 is still free and you can play, like, here's how you know that this is just a money grab. You can play with people that only own Overwatch 1. In other words, there wasn't any real major engine upgrades or engine changes. The characters aren't going to play fundamentally different as a result of this. So, from my perspective, why call it Overwatch 2? Why not just release your first ever DLC for Overwatch 1 and be done with it? We've gotten a few, but there are so... If you take League of Legends gets a new champion what? A new champion in League of Legends is added once every few months, I think. Once every few months, they get a new champion. The meta is overhauled in League of Legends effectively every month. The meta shifts and changes in small ways that gives new champions or all champions a way to be relevant again and stuff like that. So, Overwatch has no fucking excuse. They should absolutely be able to add a ton more champions to the game, new maps for people to play, new abilities for people to try out and have fun with. Why in the fuck would you go Overwatch 2 when Overwatch 2 really is just the PvE DLC for Overwatch 1? Like, someone help me make sense of this. Maybe I'm completely wrong. If you have information that proves that I'm completely wrong about Overwatch 2, I will listen. But right now, I see a bunch of people being really excited for Overwatch 2, and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, why? Why are you really excited for Overwatch 2? It's Overwatch fucking 1. Hey, what's changed? They needed something to announce, so this is it? Yeah, they were basically working on the DLC, and then they went, hey, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't released the game in a while. We'll just call this DLC Overwatch 2, and that will be a new game. BlizzCon 2018 was horrible. They had nothing. Sadly, Overwatch was just a shit show. People excited about it are just drinking the Kool-Aid. Maybe. I suppose people are just very hungry about Overwatch, so people are going into it. Yeah, but you should also... This is why I say consumers piss me off so much, dude. Sami, how you doing? But we have new map and Euro and skin. Yeah, you could have that like for free as well, right? For being excited. Well, it's a little dumb to be excited, Seven Raven, at the very least. Patch notes don't sell, BlizzCon tickets, announcements do. Consumers need to be able to stand up to shit like this. This is why the fucking world is in such a problem. It's such a state. Because consumers keep falling for this shit. Blizzard announces Overwatch DLC, but they call it Overwatch 2, and people will pre-order for $60 because, oh my god, we're getting PvE missions, but exactly the same game, and then turn right around and go, oh my god, we need communism because fuck capitalism. It's like, bro, you're literally to blame for the system being the way that it is. What are you talking about? If you didn't buy the fucking DLC that should have been a DLC but is called number 2, we wouldn't be in the problem that we are in now. But no, you want to swipe your fucking credit card and then you want to ask the government to save you from your own fucking stupidity. Because that's literally what it is. You're a moron, but then you want the government to stop you from being a moron because you want the government to tell Activision Blizzard, you can't do that. Stop releasing DLCs and calling it number 2. It's not a sequel, it's just a DLC. You could tell Activision Blizzard not to fucking do that, but you don't want to. You're too fucking weak-willed. You want to swipe your credit card and then get the government to fucking save you. How about you just save yourself and don't fall for the shit? Because I guarantee you, if no one buys Overwatch 2, Blizzard releases it tomorrow as a free fucking DLC. Done and dusted. You promised Overwatch League would be on Overwatch 2 now. Dude, the fact that they even removed the Overwatch League from Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 is basically the same as Overwatch 1. Like, none of this makes sense. Spartan, thank you, what's up, dude? Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Spartan, you should really go to the government and ask them to save you from throwing money away. You're literally supporting a toxic streamer. How dare you? I really appreciate the money, though. Thank you. Don't think pre-orders will be this year, though. Dragonflight is going to get pre-orders. That's the best example for dumb consumers. Well, you know, it is what it is. Everyone has to make their own decisions and has to make their own mistakes. I just wish that people would make mistakes and then live with their mistakes rather than make mistakes and then pretend like it's not, like, their fault. Monloy, I think a lot of the old guard for Blizzard left because they felt frustrated and limited in what they're allowed to do. Okay, I will kick out all the hobos and sock you if you will just calm down tits. Dude, I can't be calm about shit like this because I can see... I look at the mistakes that people make and I look at the state of our world's economy. And it's just, the people don't even realize that they are to blame. Like, the people don't even realize that it is their fault. It's not the government's fault. It's not the giant corporations' fault. It's your fault because you keep supporting the giant corporations and then complain that the giant corporations are giant corporations that is just taking all your money. Well, how about you stop buying from Amazon then? If you really cared, how about you stop supporting Amazon? Go to the local mom and pop store. Sure, it's a bit of a drive. It's going to take you 5 minutes extra, but you could go to them and you can buy the same product there and not support the fucking conglomerate. But no, I don't want to do that. I want to order off of Amazon and then immediately email my fucking representative and tell them how evil Amazon is. I don't want to see you have a heart attack. Dude, if I don't lose my shit every once in a while, that's how you have a heart attack. Not by getting your blood pressure up. Like, when I get this angry, it's like a release for me. They backed themselves into a corner with Overwatch 2, so separate Overwatch PvP, Overwatch 2 from PvE, Overwatch 2, so they can make the game for Overwatch League. Arthurs, how you doing, brother? In regards to WoW, they probably made just as many mistakes or more in 2004 at launch, but you could feel the burning passion coming from the Blizzard staff. Now it just feels like they have their balls in a vice by corporate stakeholders, and that's it. Arthurs, I'm going to disagree quite a bit with what you just said there. If anything, the recent interviews feel very different to what it used to be. Like, in the past, we would get interviews. Myself and Alex was literally just talking about it earlier today. In the past, interviews would sort of feel like you ask me a question, I already know what the answer is, and I just sort of read off the answer. You know, I just sort of answer whatever PR told me to answer. Whereas the most recent interviews felt more like you ask me a question and I actually have to think about the question that you just asked me. We're figuring out we are figuring out things for the channel points. I promise. It will come. It will come. We are trying to figure out what to do with the channel points. It's not yet, but we are trying. So just wait. I wonder when. Oh my god, I wish that the fucking Ian interview could just start sooner, bro. The reasoning, though, Akalon, they have to listen now. They don't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. Grand Nagas, but what do you want? Like, quick question. Why does everyone think that companies have to do things out of the goodness of their hearts? The interview was in 4 hours. No? 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. I think. Or 5 hours. One of the two. No, it's 4 hours. I think. I just think about medicine and get misty-eyed, that's all. No, okay, so genuine question. Lord, how you doing, brother? My genuine question is, why do so many people feel like companies have to do things out of the goodness of their heart? Yona, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. They have to listen has been touted for like 3 or 4 expansions. Hasn't exactly seen results. I want a communication like Yoshi P, actually listening and reacting. Yeah, but Grand Nagas, the thing is, a company or a person like Yoshi P is the exception, not the rule. Companies have no obligation to do anything out of the goodness of their hearts, which is why we have the free market. The free market says, if I don't like what you're doing, I don't support you. And through not supporting you, I force you to change your fucking ways. This is how it's supposed to be. Blizzard now listening, and people going, yeah, but they don't have a choice. They have to fucking listen. It's like, yeah, but that's exactly what it should be. Like, that's exactly how it should be. If you don't like what a company is doing, you punish them by not giving them your money, and then they change the way they do things because they want your money at the end of the day. You're asking, why is Yoshi P the exception, not the rule? Because he is. Because most people that go into business, like into corporate business, couldn't give 2 fucks about the consumer. They're in there because the almighty dollar is everything. The only thing they care about is the distance between them and their next dollar. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. So what you need to do in order to get power, and it's actually one of the most ingenious systems ever, because it gives the consumer so much power. If you increase the distance between them and their next dollar, they will do everything in their power to decrease that distance. And if decreasing that distance means they give you what you want, that is exactly what they're going to do. How long until the interview? 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. One of the two. It's 3 p.m. CST. I don't know what time that is in South Africa. Oh, 4 hours. There we go. Monday, thanks. It's 4 hours. Seems like someone asks that question every 10 minutes. Yeah, we should just add that. I can't really add it to the title because I'm going to have to update the title every 10 minutes then. What do you mean forcing them to do something is BS? It is 6 o'clock in the evening right now, Lord. Or it confuses me too. Don't worry about it. Would be cool if you had a countdown timer. Fuck you. You know what? You know what, Zivak? Fuck you, bro. Now you create work for me? Like, what the dude, I don't come into your place of business and give you extra work to do. Oh my god. I have to fucking Google this. I haven't done a countdown timer in forever. Alex, are you still here? Can you do a countdown? Can you do? Not can you, but can you do a countdown timer in Stream Elements? You should be able to, right? I'm quickly going to see if I can create a countdown timer for the stream. My overlays, new overlay. Nah, it's fine. Add a widget. All right, engagement, countdown. Thank you. That's all I cared about. Right there. It's fucking right there. All right, so it is going to be in 4 hours and... No, it's 3 hours and 50... Let's make it 50 minutes. No, we're going to have to do it on point here, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. Snowy Kane, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we have that. Is there a way for me to actually put some... Fuck me. Come on, man. Why wouldn't you allow me to... Oh, I could do this. I could absolutely... Yeah. Okay. Let's increase the size a little bit on this. Just a smidge. That should be fine. Actually, I don't want that bit of it. Yeah. Fuck. Man, I screwed that up. Okay, hold up. Okay, that's fine. Now we can grab the URL. Drop this into browser source. Is this gonna work? There we go. All right. Is that good enough? Is that good enough for you guys? She got analog, prop it up in the wall clock. I don't even own a wall clock, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't even, I can't remember the last time I owned a clock in my house. That is very helpful, thanks. Well, you're very welcome. It took so long. You guys owe me. Give me all your fucking money, bitch. I can't believe you guys made me look professional. I hate you all. Hold up, Alex. I have some videos that you need to... quick edit. Quick edit. Just very quickly. No, that's fine, Alex. I managed to do it myself, like, eventually. But fuck chat for making me do it. Jonesy. Oh, shit. Dude, I didn't actually mean that you had to give me money, but I do appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Give me some hearts in chat for Jonesy and the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. All right, where's the... What the fuck clips have I got here? A contract on WoW and WoW on WoW. He's to a cheat. Prior to... That I can do later. The game. Way you and... All right. Clips, Rush. WoW's new useless social contract. Oh, that sounds a bit negative, right? Bunch of fuckers, except Jonesy. Yeah, everyone loves Jonesy. The rest of you can go suck a dick. That's not a... That's a very hostile sort of title. I don't know if I like it. WoW's new useless social contract. That's too hostile. Krista's crew guy, I'm gonna kick you in the dick. I am gonna fucking kick you in the dick, bro. What is this? What is this? What is this? Did I do all this work for nothing? Chris says, how you doing, brother? Beast different? Yeah, I don't mind how I sound on recorded audio. I've never actually cared about it. I remember when I first went to university I studied drama and music. So, you know, we would sing quite often and then have to record ourselves singing and obviously listen back to it. In the beginning, that was really awkward, but eventually it didn't bother me. So nowadays I can listen to myself speak and it's perfectly fine. I don't mind the sound at all. But it does take some time to get used to it. How is it tiny? Is it really that tiny, Krister? I could probably make it bigger. How's that? Is that better? I mean, that's huge now. Or do you want it like this? This is the absolute worst way to do it, but... How's that? Like right here. Here we go. Professional stream, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like it's a little big. Feel like it's a little big. You can actually see the text just being a little out of focus as a result of it. So we'll just put it there. That should be big enough for people to see. Fuck all of you. All right, Alex, what do I call this video? No. I know. Does WoW really think this will change anything? That's clickbait as fuck, right? Like, the title is, does WoW really think this will change anything? That's quite clickbaity, no? Like, you'll read that and you'll be like, wait, what did WoW do? Oh my god, I have to watch this man. He's so interesting. Yeah, that works. And then we have that one. See Rush. Oh, this is gonna be so fucking clickbait. Breaking news. Microsoft ActiBliz Microsoft deal may fail. Oh, that's very clickbait. Holy shit. That is very clickbait. What's this video? Some of the changes, and I'm looking forward to the people. Oh, yeah. We'll do this as a fucking rush as well. But you can rush this for tomorrow. This last one, Alex. All right, there we go. Alex. So you can't remember? Okay, I'll do Rush Tom. So you know it's Rush tomorrow. Wait, who asked about hot girl and thumbnail is clickbait? We all know that Alex does the real work around here. Truth. I hate my recorded voice even more when my wife shoves it in my face, because sometimes I have to make some presentations and listening to her critique is painful. She teaches German and she's a perfectionist. She also is a vocalist. Hot girl holding a beer, sitting half nude on the beach in the background. I don't know if you could do a World of Warcraft thumbnail with that level of clickbait, though. I'm not sure if, like, a naked girl in the thumbnail is gonna really, you know, bring in the views, as it were. Evans, how you doing, brother? Lotus, how you doing? All right, Alex, I'm giving you these three. There we go. You can. I'll use Jaina and Anduin. You could, yeah, okay, go for it. I mean, make it as clickbait as you can, Alex. Let's see if we can even fool the people who watched it live to go, wait, what is he talking about here? I need to watch this. Make her breast oranges. Yeah, just to be safe, you know. We don't want to piss off the powers that be over a blizzard. That's the last thing we want, right? Gary, and the problem is there might actually be people who think that's true. Look, I'm not saying that Overwatch 2 isn't going to be a good game. It's probably going to be a lot of fun, and I think people that love the Overwatch lore is going to enjoy it. No questions asked. I just don't like the way they're going about it. That's the only thing that's pissing me off. Laura Bailey is kind of hot, wins. I would click a thumbnail with Laura Bailey on it. Do a thumbnail like that, strictly for social experimentation purposes. The problem, Sweeney, YouTube has very strict, very, very strict clickbait rules. Like, if you actively clickbait, you can lose your YouTube partnership and monetization. This is why it's so funny whenever people go, oh my god, fucking clickbait. And it's like, dude, if it was clickbait, I would no longer be on YouTube. Like, as long as the thumbnail and the title adhere in some way to the content of the video, it is not clickbait. Yeah, well, very strict if you're... Yeah, if you're a smaller content creator, they'll fucking nuke you. If you're a larger content creator, nothing will happen. But these are just rules be rules, you know? It is the price we pay. It is the price we pay. All right, let's see. What content suggestions do you guys have for me that I actually want to watch? Didn't they update their algorithm to suppress clickbait when they updated the guidelines? I mean, you can't really suppress clickbait because clickbait is going to... Clickbait is always going to find a way, you know? It is always going to find a way. Oh, here's an interesting video. I'm not sure how old this video is, actually. Oh, shit. It's literally from just the other day. All right, here we go. Fuck. Hold the phone. Can I copy this? Yeah. Can I paste it here? That's not gonna work. We'll have to make it smaller here. Because I think I know where I want to fit it in, but it has to be a little smaller for it to fit in there. Fuck no. Yeah, we'll do it here. Right there. That should be good. Okay. It's Vanilla WoW Designer explains why WoW is dying. So I wanna listen to this. Let's see.
Blizzard, in so many ways, and I almost want to say objectively so, have the worst product. There are better MMOs than World of Warcraft you could play. You know, for me, that's Final Fantasy. There are better ARPGs. You know, all of their games, there are better alternatives for them. But they still, you know, they're floating and they're doing well in a lot of ways. Why? Well, for a lot of us, it's because of the goodwill we've built up, the nostalgia we have for the games. And
yes, I will absolutely be uploading it to YouTube. You don't have to worry. You will be seeing the interview on YouTube right after.
the memories we have playing them, you know, and that's not necessarily rational. It's a feeling, but feelings cause decision-making purchases, you know, and so they're able to maintain a player base, and they're at least able, and this has been their strategy for a couple expansions now.
I feel like he definitely has a point. If we were to objectively look at WoW, okay, so I'm not asking you, like, try to remove your emotional connection to World of Warcraft. Simply look at World of Warcraft objectively. In what ways would you say World of Warcraft is better than the other top 5 MMOs out there? I really want to know what chat has to say about it. Combat system, okay. Gameplay, I'll give you gameplay. World of Warcraft's gameplay is top fucking notch. By far, I've said this before, I think World of Warcraft's gameplay is better than most single-player games. That's really the end of it. I can't really think of anything. The story is not accurate. It needs books. It's history, not from an emotional standpoint, just legacy-wise. To me, it's the lore world. Want to waste my time, not feel my time wasted. The combat, the base combat feeling feels smooth. Love the way that gameplay is and the way characters move. All right, so gameplay, character movement is sort of all of it's part of gameplay. And there, I will absolutely give it to Blizzard. But if we compare everything else, rating, does World of Warcraft have the best rating in MMOs ever? I would say Final Fantasy has equal rating to World of Warcraft. It's equal at best, sometimes, or equal at the very least, and in my opinion, in some ways actually better than WoW. It's not going to be for everyone. Not everyone is going to like Final Fantasy's rating, but in my opinion, the rating in FF14 is better. I don't think World of Warcraft stands out in terms of dungeon or raid design as the best. I think it's up there. I think that's another point we can give World of Warcraft, is that it is certainly, if not better than FF14, neck and neck with FF14, right? It really, I think, for the difference between raiding and dungeons in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 comes down to personal enjoyment and personal opinion. So in that regard, okay, let's give World of Warcraft raiding and dungeons as well, because for those who play it, really enjoy it, not a bad thing. Let's go story. Absolutely does not have the best story. Its story does not come close to that of Final Fantasy 14. It doesn't come close to that of Star Wars: The Old Republic. It doesn't come close to that of ESO. Not in terms of the potential of the story. So we're not talking about the story's potential. World of Warcraft's story has the potential to be one of the best. We are talking about its execution. So we have to remove potential from the equation. In its execution, World of Warcraft lags far behind the other major MMOs. Then let's look at PvP. PvP in World of Warcraft is solid, but it is nowhere near the PvP in terms of scale or playability that ESO or Guild Wars 2 would have. And if you speak to most people who play those games are very well situated for PvP. The games are really built in many ways around their PvP, so those games offer a lot more freedom in that regard. Let's look at world and world design, and here I'm not talking about graphics, I'm talking about the design of the world. World of Warcraft's maps oftentimes feel obsolete. The maps feel as if they exist simply to say there is a map, rather than to say this map is important and you should want to be there. World of Warcraft's new player experience is non-existent. World of Warcraft's quest design is some of the worst in the gaming industry. So I do think this guy has a point. I don't agree with the point entirely, because he says that World of Warcraft is the worst in everything, which I don't agree with. I think there are things that World of Warcraft does that is solid. But I do overall agree with his point that World of Warcraft definitely no longer, in any way, shape, or form, is the best MMO on the market. Not by a long shot.
They're at least able to build enough hype to then, flashbang all of their old players just long enough to get them to this is what happened to me, I'm speaking from my own personal experience here, to impulsively buy Shadowlands or impulsively buy the new expansion, and then whether or not they played or not long term, who cares? We got their money. And what they do furthermore is they're like, you know what else we can do to make a lot of money? Tie in-game rewards to a 6-month sub. So if they subscribe for 6 months, they get in-game rewards. And,
I mean, they get a mount, but the mount really isn't 6 month, isn't really an in-game reward. So I don't agree there. The mount really isn't an in-game reward. So I would say that I don't agree with. I agree with every other point that he makes. And it sort of goes into a video we watched long ago on the channel. It was about 4 minutes, where Steve Jobs was talking about the fall of IBM and I believe Xerox at the time, where he said those companies, because they were at the top, started replacing all of their talented engineers with marketing people. Because when you're already at the top, coming up with a better PC or a better printer isn't necessarily going to make you more money, because people already have your PC, they already have your printer, so they're not just just because it's better doesn't mean they're going to replace what they already have that is still working. So what they did is they started replacing those people with marketing people. So people that could market this PC as the must-have. You have to have this PC. So what ended up happening, according to Steve Jobs, is as Apple moved into the market of home PCs, IBM and Xerox and those companies couldn't compete anymore. They lost their edge because the people that could compete, so the people that were actually talented and could come up with new innovative ways of doing things, had already left the company. So you are effectively now stuck with a company that markets really well, but it does not have the product to market successfully. It can't compete against anyone else. So that is sort of like, that's the point that he's trying to make here. And I do, on a fundamental level, agree with him.
Flashbang them just long enough that they impulsively buy that 6 months. Now they bought the expansion and we got 6 months of them. Even if they only play 2 weeks, who the fuck cares? We got their money. Who the fuck cares? I am speaking from personal experience. That's what happened with Shadowlands. I had no interest in playing that game. I did not like BFA, but then Shadowlands came out and it became the most purchased game of PC history up until Cyberpunk, and all my friends were playing it, and all the streamers I like to watch were playing it, and I had a lapse in judgment. And you know what I said? I said, fuck it. It looks decent. Everyone's saying it's good. I'm gonna buy Shadowlands. I know Blizzard has been dropping the ball for the past several expansions, but this is different, right?
I mean, you're gonna keep falling for it because you keep having that trust that this might be the one, right? You're gonna keep falling for it, but the expansion sales isn't enough because. So how many copies did Shadowlands sell? Was it? I think it was 3 million in a week or 4 million in a week. I'm trying to remember now because that's how you put on the record. That's how you become the fast selling. It's the amount of copies that you can sell in a single week after the launch of your game. Blizzard squandered all their goodwill and don't deserve our trust at all. This guy looks a bit young to have worked on Vanilla WoW. Monday, I don't think this guy worked on Vanilla WoW. I think somewhere in this video, he's going to show us what the creator of Vanilla WoW said, or one of the developers of Vanilla WoW. 3.7 million copies. All right. That alone isn't going to be enough for Blizzard to be happy. Because that's good sales, but that's not great sales. In terms of overall sales, that's not great sales. What you want is, like, either you want to break records like Cyberpunk right now is sitting at 18 million copies sold. Witcher 3 is sitting at 44 million copies sold. You know, that's where you start making, like, real money, because that's where that $60 goes a long way. What Blizzard needs is people to buy that game. So let's say 5-6 million people buy the game and then sub to the game and buy stuff from the store. That's where the real money comes in.
Right? Wrong. And that's what people said, because it's the honeymoon phase. But now I've been through this cycle enough times that now I can see the cycle. That's why now with Dragonflight, I'm like, no, fool me once, shame on me, on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I want to show you guys a video. I want to show you guys a video about this that Kevin Jordan did. I talk a lot about Kevin Jordan, but you guys, I have never done a react to any of his videos or anything like that.
Read it. And I think it offers some interesting insight.
Okay, here we go.
I'm slamming my volume. I hope it's good.
To what's been going on with WoW across its history. And first of all, disclaimer, I don't know how accurate these are. But there's two potential things we can look at here in this document.
You know what?
Graph. One is the location of the points, which we can talk about, and the relationship between the data points, which I think can also be potentially correct and lends insight into what's been going on.
Zoom what? I can't zoom. This is a video. There's no way of zooming a video. Monley. This is unless I can find this video specifically, which I don't think he links. Yeah, he does not link it. So yeah. Yeah, he is watching the video, so I can't make his video bigger. There's no way to do it. This is the size that the video is. Can't change the capture monlay, otherwise everything else is fucked. Like this is the size. Sorry. Ranas, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Just listen to the guy, because I'm looking at the video full-fledged here, and this is what I can tell you. Vanipier, thank you for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you. So the months here is at the bottom. You have January 2004, September 2005, May 2007, January 2009, September 2010, May 2012, January 2014, September 2015, May 2017, and December 2018. And then from here you have 12 at the bottom and 0, 12 at the top and 0 at the bottom. So this is the chart that you're looking at.
So let's dive right in. So the first thing I notice is, in general, the decline of the game subscriptions over time. In a pretty.
This, by the way, I would say is how you spot, shall we say, a managed decline in a video game. This is how you would spot it. Because if you look at this, World of Warcraft is on an upward trend. BC, right here, it's going up. Wrath, it goes up. Cataclysm, it actually does go a little bit up. It goes up from where Wrath launched. Cataclysm goes up a little bit. Mist of Pandaria comes out, and it is lower. Right? So Mist's actually trends a little bit lower. Warlords of Draenor launches to a lot of hype right up here, but then drops down instantly back to like the managed decline level that we have over here. Legion jumps up higher than WoD even, almost back to Cataclysm levels of hype. And Legion drops back down once again. BFA launches, and it doesn't even touch the Legion marks. And then it drops down again. Now, Shadowlands launches again up to Legion, but probably drops down again. So this is what you would call managed decline. And these spots here, the upward spots, the upward trends at the launch of a new expansion, should tell you everything you need to know. Like, just look at what happened with both BC, Wrath, and Cataclysm. Okay? So, Wrath launches. It has a lot of hype around it, because this is where it launches. Boom, right there at the top. It has a small drop, and it actually stabilizes around the initial drop. You're always going to have an initial drop. That you can't really stop. But it stabilizes, and it keeps its player base right up until the launch of Kata. As Kata launches, it stays stable for the most part, and then it has a little bit of a drop until we have Mop that launches, right? Until we have Mop that launches. So there's a slight drop there. Cataclysm dropping actually makes sense. Cataclysm was a good expansion, but it was received very poorly at the time. Mop seems to keep some of its players, but again, can't do what Wrath and BC did. BC grew, Wrath stayed the same, and all of the subsequent expansions has a drop right after. So what changed? Is it the players? Did we as players change? Or is there something deeper going on here?
Pretty steady downward angle. That can certainly be attributed to just age of the game.
In case anyone is just listening and not able to watch, Kevin Jordan is now looking at a graph, and player numbers were going up from vanilla all the way up to Wrath, and then they plateau at Wrath, and then they start going down
Grace,
to
how you
Kata,
doing?
All the way till current day. However, his chart stops at BFA because he made this video 3 years ago.
I would argue, to my mind, what happened here. I'm probably not going to watch this whole video. No hate towards the content creator here, but I really just wanted to see this portion of his video. So, I will have his original video in the description down below if this makes it to YouTube. But here's my argument for what went wrong here. if we are, if you would allow me to venture a guess. In vanilla, the world was the most important thing to the game. The world was everything. Without the world, there is no game. Yes, there were raids, and eventually PvP would make its entrance. But for the most part, everything you wanted from the game would be done in the world. BC continues this trend. The world is the game. The outdoor world is important. People being in the outdoor world is important. Yes, the dungeons are there, the raids are there, but in order to get to a dungeon, you have to physically go through the world. In order to be in the world, you have to physically play in that world. So the world is important. People feel like they're part of something bigger. Wrath does the exact same thing. The world is important. We have raids, we have dungeons, but the world also matters. So you have small little areas on the map that is a collection of daily quests. And these daily quests will allow you to eventually max your rep with these people in this small little area. You run into the world. You move through the world. The world is alive and well around you, and players are constantly in that world. Cataclysm is where things start to shift. Suddenly, the focus for World of Warcraft is more on instanced content. So we have the introduction of things like Dungeon Finder and Group Finder that now means you no longer have to be in the world. You can skip the entire world simply by playing the menu. And before you think, but Akalon, times change, we no longer have time to summon people to a dungeon and run to a dungeon, and it's fucking horrible to have to recruit people. You're right. And I'm not saying that those things should be removed. Those things can absolutely stay. But now you have to put more effort into getting people into the world. Because you've killed the world by allowing people to skip the world through menus. So now you have to put things into the world that actually makes people want to be in the world, because there's no more reason to be in the world. Cataclysm is the first time Blizzard starts shifting. MoP, Blizzard does a crazy shift towards dungeons, and for the first time we get challenge modes, which would eventually become Mythic Plus. Warlords of Draenor actually sees one of the largest drops in player base World of Warcraft has ever seen, bar Legion. Why? Because Warlords of Draenor has no world. There is no world. Your entire world is your garrison. That's it. That's it. That's the world. Congratulations. Legion BFA. The onus is so heavily on instanced content that the world suffers as a result of this. In Final Fantasy XIV, the world feels like that's where 90% of the things happen. The dungeons and the raids is a small part of the world. So the world is where it all starts. The dungeons and the raids is a small part of that. In World of Warcraft, it feels like the inverse is true. The raids and the dungeons and the PvP is the most important, and everything else sort of is just there to make sure that it's there, you know, but who really gives a shit? So we're going to have boring, lazy world quests. We're going to have lazy boss designs, world bosses that's lazily designed. It doesn't going to give you much of a challenge. You're basically just going to nuke it down, and it's going to drop a couple of things, and then you're going to do that for a bit, and then you're going to leave because who the fuck cares? That's ultimately what it feels down to. And Kata destroys the world. That was the important part of vanilla. TBC Wrath, disconnecting some players from what they've grown fond of over 8 years. Very good point there, Grand Nagas. I agree. The world used to be the main character, hence the name. Yeah.
They either the game either fails to retain people over a long time, or it potentially fails to convert new players into longtime players. You
see, oh my god, I completely forgot about this. Wrath, vanilla, BC, and Wrath brings in brand new players. Players that have never played World of Warcraft before because of promises. There's a promise. There's a new player experience. There's something to look forward to. Cataclysm, the new player experience is effectively destroyed. I've made this point a million times before. Because once Cataclysm comes out, Wrath, BC, and Vanilla is completely removed from the storyline because the timeline makes no sense. When you start leveling in Cataclysm, BC and Wrath makes no sense. Why am I going to Outland? Nothing in the story that I've just played sends me to Outland. So why am I now in Outland? Okay, now I go back to Wrath, but nothing I played in BC or Cataclysm suggests that I should be going to Wrath. Cataclysm is the first time that the new player experience is completely destroyed in World of Warcraft, and suddenly we see a massive failure of Blizzard to bring in new players. Because a new player might start, so World of Draenor was announced, new players come in, they feel lost. What am I supposed to do? I don't quite understand the story doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Legion comes around, same problem. BFA comes around, same problem. So you're struggling to retain your actual player base here.
Sort of backfill for the people that are leaving the game. Because at this point, not only was it retaining existing players, but it was also adding new players that had caught the bug.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting hearing this from Kevin Jordan is Kevin Jordan was working on the game from its inception at Vanilla, and he left the company at Wrath. So he only worked on the game during its uprising, and the moment he left, it started going downhill. That probably allows him to feel kind of vindicated, you know?
But Rin the Weirdo, an aging player base literally signifies a failure of being able to convince new people to start playing. That's what an aging player base means. You're not able to convince new people to actually start playing your game. Hence why your player base is aging. If you're not bringing in new people, you are dying. It might be slow, it might not be instant, but it will eventually happen. There's nothing you can do about it. And I don't think it's that young people are playing console. A lot of young people play PC. A lot of young people play PC. A lot of young people, like very young people, might not be playing PC, but for a lot of people, that dream of building their first PC is a dream, you know, and they will do it eventually, and then they will want to play some of the games that we have.
And there is a little bit of drama between Kevin and Ian. Now, Ian Hazakostas came into, the company around the time that Kevin was leaving, but there was a little bit of interlap between them. And oftentimes on Kevin's Twitch streams, he talks about how, Ian doesn't exactly learn from his mistakes, and how I tried to get him to understand a couple concepts, but he just wanted to do things his own way.
Of, the WoW experience and continue to play for as long as some of the early adopters had played. So there's two kind of forces at work. And I believe one of the...
Spartan, maybe, but that doesn't explain the successes of things like Cyberpunk, Witcher 3, Baldur's Gate, what else? There's like a shit ton of games. It doesn't explain why a game like Frostpunk, for example, I think just recently sold almost over 40 million copies, right? It doesn't explain why Final Fantasy XIV is doing so well, and that the player base in Final Fantasy, I have met more young people playing Final Fantasy XIV than I've met in my entire time playing World of Warcraft. People that are sort of like 18, 19, 20 playing Final Fantasy XIV. So the truth is, I think young people are hungry to play longer-term MMOs. The issue is that so very few younger people, so very few MMOs actually give them something to play. Because they're all hunting, I think, the wrong things. World of Warcraft has no casual content. So from vanilla to Wrath, casual content actually did exist in World of Warcraft. It was called the World. From Cataclysm onwards, casual content became, well, basically whatever the hardcore players was no longer doing.
The things that WoW has gotten worse at is attracting and keeping new players. I think the new player experience has gotten worse and has failed to capture
Yep.
that new player for the long term.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we talked about that on stream yesterday. Immediately when I pulled up the stream of the announcement, what some of the buzzwords I heard were things like we're going to return to having an Azerothian experience. We're not going to do the Shadowlands stuff that you guys aren't used to. We're going to take the people who are used to playing the game from the past, who are used to, exploring the lands of Azeroth, and we're going to try to capitalize on your nostalgia, and we're going to try to present the game in such a way where you think it's a return to form, even though it might not be. And that also is something they did in Shadowlands, because it happened to me. They said in the Shadowlands announcement, straight up, we're going to create a situation where you're going to have a base class, and then each spec just becomes a slight spin-off off of your base class, where, let's say, if you're a mage and you want to spec into fire, you're still going to have Frostbolt. And if you spec into Frost, you're still...
Dashakan, how you doing, bro? We watched that video, and yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you right now, if Blizzard wants to reverse this trend, one of the first steps would be to take a new player experience seriously. To look at their game from the perspective of a new player. So start playing the game and ask yourself, what is it that a new player experiences when they log into our game? And if the answer there is they're fucking lost as shit, then maybe something is very wrong. Every single game starts at the beginning. You wouldn't start playing a game in its third iteration. And when you do something like that, so you take, for example, Witcher 3 as a game year. Witcher 3 can absolutely be played without playing Witcher 2 and Witcher 1. But the reason that's possible is because CD Projekt Red took great pains, they went to great lengths to ensure that they explain everything that happened in Witcher 1 and Witcher 2. So throughout the story, when relevant, you get hooks back to Witcher 2 and to Witcher 1's events. So that you never feel like, what the hell is going on? I don't know what's going on. Blizzard needs this more than anything else. Ormi, how you doing, brother?
Fireballs.
Shadow Scatic, how you
So
doing?
Me, someone who used to play the game as a kid, heard that and listened in and thought to myself, oh, okay, so they're going to make the game good like when I was a kid. But then I subscribed to Shadowlands, and although they weren't lying, it certainly wasn't what they implied. All the specs were still rather different from each other. And not only that, it seemed like it was only done as a marketing stunt, because very rarely, as a fire mage, did you ever use Frostbolt and vice versa. So, and this definitely applied to Warriors, because Warriors, they made Shield Bash universal. To use Shield Bash, you need to have a shield. If you're spec'd into Fury, and you're holding two-handed weapons, how the fuck are you going to use Shield Bash? You see what I'm saying? It didn't even make sense from a game design perspective.
Which is something it was much better at in Vanilla, BC, and in Wrath even. And there are a number of reasons why, which I've spoken about quite a bit on my channel.
Well, Blizzard right now, Grand Nagas, I understand why they're doing the new books, but it shows that they understand the problem. They do not know what the solution is. I believe that Blizzard right now is trying to come up with an easy solution to a very difficult problem. And the sad part is that this difficult problem does not have an easy solution. Because why would you now release books like Exploring Kalimdor, Exploring Eastern Kingdoms, and Exploring Northrend? What's the sense or purpose behind them? I mean, it is in the game. you could just go explore those places, and there are quests that will explain most of what you're doing there. Because Blizzard thinks if we have those books, new players can buy those books, read the books, and understand the story. So we don't have to fix the old world. We can absolutely just let them read the books, and then they will fully understand what's going on. No one does that. Like, if you tell someone, hey, you have to play this game, but in order to understand the game, you have to read 3 books first, no one is going to fucking do that. Like, no one wants homework before they get to play the game. The solution to the problem of the world not making sense is a hard one. It means you have to go back and you have to design a new story for the game. A story from level 1 all the way to max level that explains everything that goes into exploring Northrend, exploring Kalimdor, exploring Eastern Kingdoms. It has to be explained in the game. And that's a difficult problem to solve because it means they have to put an entire team of developers on quest design, on world design, revamping the old world, bringing it all back, making sure that it all makes sense. That's a difficult problem to solve. So the far easier problem in Blizzard's mind, or the far easier solution, is just release the books. At least that way the lore is out there. And if you really want the lore, you can go find it there.
On my Twitch channel. Yeah, let's sideline that for now and look at some of these later data points. So the big thing, I think, is there's 2 things we can analyze. We can analyze the sub numbers themselves to say what.
So I saw that they approved it, but I also know that the FTC is now going to challenge it most likely, and there's a good chance that it's not going to be approved by the FTC.
Well, it looks like Miss Pandaria did not attract as many people as Cataclysm did.
I'm going to speed this up just a little bit. Kevin, is taking his time a little bit in his speech, so I'm going to speed this up to 1.3. I hope that's okay with everyone.
Right? Like, if you look at the Cataclysm sub numbers, which were still on par with Wrath, these are people that continue to play through Wrath and
I'm a slow talker too, so I'm not trying to shit on Kevin.
The launch of Cataclysm. And then people started canceling subs, and the backfill wasn't enough.
Waldron, I hate that. So my new video today that I literally just launched today, if you haven't I haven't watched it yet, you should absolutely. It deals with the housing problem. Ian says that housing is going to be difficult because for them to introduce housing, they will have to cancel a raid tier. Bullshit. The problem is roadmap. The problem is planning. You don't have to dedicate an entire expansion to fixing the new player experience. What you do is you create a roadmap. So in other words, you say, right, we are going to fix the new player experience, but we are going to take it zone by zone, expansion by expansion. So we'll start with vanilla, and we'll start with the first starting zones for each of the races. We're going to update those zones to make them look better. Then we're also going to design a quest line through those zones that will lead into the next one. Yeah? And slowly but surely, over time, every single few months or maybe even 6 months, you update another zone or another collection of zones with a new storyline until you have eventually updated all of the zones, the important zones, the ones that the story is now going to be told in, and you've created a full story for vanilla. This might take you an entire expansion to do, maybe even longer, but you do it because it has to be done. And then then you start with the TBC expansion and you fix that again. The TBC expansion is actually the easiest one because you don't really even have to do much. You remove most of the side nonsense quests or make them true side nonsense quests. The people can still do, they're still there for flavor, but they're not there for the main story. You design a quick story throughout the whole world and you just update the zones. So you do that rather quickly. The same goes for Wrath of the Lich King. You design a story that takes you through the events of Wrath of the Lich King, but it's going to take at most, let's say you play non-stop. Imagine it takes you 4, 5, 6 hours maybe, right, to finish an entire zone, an entire expansion's questing. You include all the relevant dungeons, you include all the relevant raids, so people have to do those in order to see what the story is all about, and that everything is seen and that the story makes sense, and this you do bit for bit with every single, like over the course of 5 or 6 years, you commit to fixing the new player experience. This is how you do it.
To keep those numbers high. And so by the time Mists of Pandaria came out, people were unhappy with Kata, essentially, and not interested in Mists of Pandaria to check it out to see if changes had been made. So not only did we lose people, but we lost, when I say we, I was gone by then, so they lost people, and the promise wasn't even there, right? The promise of improvements and fundamental changes to the game wasn't enough to bring them back to take a look, right? Because when I look at these data points, I look at when it launches, like if you look at Legion here, and then I look at the lowest point before the next expansion came out. So this is the promise. These are the true believers that believe the game has an opportunity to become the game that they love again, and they want to believe that the new expansion is moving the game in the right direction, right? So they all sign up, they all check it out. And this is coming in at 10 million, but there's also in Warlords, this was also 10 million, and in Mists, it was also 10 million. So throughout this entire point right here...
Oh my god, I didn't even think about it this way. Look at how the true believers left. Like, 3 expansions where 10 million people said, we got this. This is the one. This is the one that will fix it. When BFA comes around, of that 10 million people, it slots in just between like 7 million people come. So 3 million people said, not this time. Yeah, sure, no problem. It's all good, but not this time. I'm not coming back. That is interesting. That might give us an idea of how many people are going to come back for Dragonflight.
You can see 10 million people essentially believe that the game still has promise, and they want to believe, they're desperate to believe that the game's latest X-Pack or expansion can deliver on that potential, can deliver on that promise, so that they can start playing the game that they've loved for a while again. Yeah. And then the difference between that and the lowest point is essentially what have they achieved in terms of realizing that potential.
Rin the Weirdo, it was popular for people, right? Legion was popular for people, but you can clearly see that it did not fix the fundamental issues that people had with World of Warcraft. And this is where I again point back to what was lost. Legion did a number of things really well, but the world was still not there. The reason for you to log in every single day was still not there for a lot of people. That magic of the world being one of the major antagonists and protagonists within the game was no longer there. Legion was, for much of it, a menu clicker, where you click, you go do a dungeon. You click, you go do a raid. You click, you go do a battleground. You click. That's it. That's how you play the game. You want to click and you want to go play the game. So in many ways, I think for those players that had hope that Legion would once again go back to BC and Wrath, Legion couldn't go back to it because the focus for Legion wasn't on the world like those expansions. The focus for Legion was on more epic instant content. You know, Legion was the first time we had Mythic Plus, and Blizzard was really proud of Mythic Plus.
This is where they believe, and this is what reality is for a lot of people, right? So a lot of people drop off between believing and desperately hoping and desiring, and then what in reality is what the game has actually done.
Kenjamin, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I just think the developers were so focused on creating all these systems that the story went to shit and just sat on the back burner, and the systems taking the main focus. I mean, that is possible. That is entirely possible. Of course, Kinderman. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate that. But this is sort of, I mean, what you're saying there is simply a reason for why they've forgotten it. But you are correct nonetheless. Blizzard's focus became so much the next big system, the next big hook that's going to keep people busy, rather than just making the game good, you know? Just making a good game and making sure that the world is fun for people to be a part of, rather than trying to come up with the next big dungeon system that will keep people playing for months and months and months. The next big raid system that will keep people playing for months and months and months. Think back to vanilla. Not vanilla. Think back to Wrath. In Wrath of the Lich King, we had an entire raid tier that was tied to a PvP battle, making the world part of the instance. Right? So in order to go into the instance content, you are first going to have to be in the world. You're first going to have to fight for control of this place so that you can actually go into this dungeon. You know, the same with Trial of the Grand Crusader. Go to the trial grounds, do the trial grounds, actually play in the world, and that then opens you up to go into this raid. And while the raid wasn't fantastic, the raid was still, it was meant to involve the player. And it was epic, and people loved the epicness of it. That's what kept people coming back. That's why people enjoyed coming back.
Done for them.
And that's exactly what I meant earlier when I said one thing that Blizzard is still really good at is hype marketing. They've always been good marketers. Their cinematics have always been some of the best
Sunwell did it too.
industry,
You're right.
especially back in 2004 when the vanilla cinematic came out. Do you guys remember that? When the vanilla cinematic came out? That was way ahead of its league. And so they build
Through
the
the grey?
hype, and then they try to, you know, that's why I said they flashbang people, try to get as many people in as they can, and then whether or not the game is good, who cares? I got your money already. We'll just do it again next time.
I'll put it to you this way. Do you think a raid like the old school Annexia raid would work in modern World of Warcraft? A raid with a single boss. Do you think that would work in WoW? I mean, people would riot. What the fuck are they supposed to do for 4 months? No, you guys don't seem to understand what I mean. It wouldn't work. People would riot. There's nothing to do. It worked back in the day because after the raid, you had a shit ton of stuff that you had to do in the world. But in modern WoW, if there's only one boss, what do you do after you've killed the boss? I mean, it's not like the world is there. It's not like there's anything for you to do in the world. You've killed the boss. Now your progress is over. That's why Blizzard no longer does one boss raids. It has to be raids that take months for people to get through. You have to focus on the world so that you can do. Like, I am a huge fan of one boss raids. I have said, way back in the day, I said Blizzard should do the following. Have a big raid of, say, 6 to 10 bosses on every solid patch. And then do a small raid of like 1, maybe 2 bosses every 0.5 patch. So there's options. There's something different. There's something unique. There's a little bit more to do on top of everything else. So I'm a huge fan of that. I love the idea of smaller raids because it is sort of a smaller commitment. You don't have to commit that much to that many bosses. It's a breath of fresh air. But unless you make the world relevant for people to actually play in, that's not necessarily going to work because people are just going to be bored.
Expansion in 2 years, boys. Let's do the same thing again.
Exactly, Alex.
And so, you know, back in the day, right, not only was the game still attracting new customers and pulling them in to the experience, it was also delivering on the promise and the potential of the game. So throughout here, the potential was still being strived for, and
You
still,
got what
they were
you-
still achieving.
Old school World of Warcraft, you got exactly what you wanted from it. When they announced BC and they launched BC, what I thought BC would have been is what BC was. Actually, BC was better than what I thought it would be. When they announced Wrath and they launched Wrath, I got exactly what I paid for. I thought this was going to be the expansion, and I got more than what I bargained for. So, yeah.
The potential. And then afterwards, after Cataclysm, I mean, this to me, right, these 3 data points are so telling, because look how many people still believed by Legion, even after they had been burned by MOP, because you'll see the downward swing, had been believing again, and then burned by Warlords, and then believing again, and then burned by Legion, right? And it wasn't until after 3 expansions, several years of failing to meet the potential, like in Mists, this many people believed, and they can't do it, or they're not doing it. Warlords, they signed up again. Man, they're not doing it. They're not getting it done. Legion, I still believe. Bang, even bigger group have decided nope. But you don't actually see the believers start to take a hit until BFA.
Now we have more data, right? This is a 3-year-old video now. We have more data. What isn't on this chart is Shadowlands. Shadowlands was the highest grossing PC game of all time for a few weeks until Cyberpunk came out.
Yeah.
And when that happened, what that implies then is the believers skyrocketed back up. Now, why is that? The reason I think that is because they're still trying to leverage the goodwill that they built from the past. And let me put on my tinfoil hat here. This is a tinfoil hat theory that I'm about to say. You know how with the Shadowlands cinematic, you have Sylvanas and she walks into Icecrown? Who is the most iconic character in the whole Warcraft universe? It's the Lich King. It's Arthas. And they knew that. And I think that's a big reason why they tried to tie the Lich King into the cinematic of Shadowlands. Because they knew that if we tied if we tied Arthas into this, all of the people are going to associate this with Wrath. And that's when they had their highest player count, during Wrath, and before it plateaued.
True and
right?
real.
And so it's through these cheap tactics that they're using to, build that hype back up. It's exactly what they're doing now when they're saying we're going to return to an Azerothian experience. We're going to go back to Azeroth. We're going to do all the shit that we used to do. It's the same fucking concept. And
slight point of contention. I have to disagree on that point, because again, we go back to what we spoke about yesterday. People can say a lot of things, but unless what they say is backed up by actions, I don't believe it. This time around, Blizzard isn't just saying things. They are actually doing things that seems to back up what they are saying. Blizzard said they have listened. They are hearing what we're saying. They are listening. And unlike in Shadowlands and in BFA, where they go, we hear you, we're listening, here's more Titan Forging, Wall Forging. We hear you, we're listening, here's more dungeons and raids that you are going to have to spam. Here's more systems that you're going to have to partake in. But we listen and we hear you. We're going to make those systems really awesome. Unlike then, Blizzard is now going, we listened, we hear you. There's no systems. We're removing the systems. How about you just play the game whenever you want, however you want. We're the only power we have in the game is gear, like it used to be in the past. So there is definitely a change here in what Blizzard is doing and what they're saying. Well, actually, they're still saying the same shit that they've said for the last 3 expansions, but they are actually, at least now, also doing what they're saying. Rather than in the past where we would get say, do, very different. Hey, Clavian, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I got my chat brought me here. Happy to have you here, brother. We're literally just... someone suggested that I react to your video, and I'm finding it very interesting. But then their first announcement is a force system. What the fuck? Well, how is like... So dragon riding being a system is effectively, I wouldn't say forced, because it doesn't actually tie to player power. It ties to exploration. If you're someone that doesn't give a fuck about exploring the world, then, don't upgrade the system. Just fly the way that or glide the way that you would glide, and go to the different dungeons and races you want to do. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily a force system. It's created to make mediocre players feel some type of way while playing. Maybe. How is it forced? Does also count wide?
So what ended
There's
up
no
happening with
power
Shadowlands,
behind
of course,
dragon riding.
all of us started expecting, okay, we're gonna see Arthas, and then maybe we're gonna, have more closure with Arthas the character. And what did we fucking get?
That's so
We waited
true.
all the way until 9.2, and we got a little wisp that was supposed to be a fracture of his spirit, and Sylvanas saying, "Fly away, little Arthas, fly away," and that was it.
True. Fucking true. If for no other reason, people came back because they thought we would finally see what happened to Arthas. Like, if for no other reason. And of course, how happy was everyone when they realized that he's 35 fucking anima?
It's a complete debate.
And BFA, assuming this data point is correct, right? You've lost 3.5 million people essentially from the believer group, right? And then of course, this number even hits, but not as bad, right? And it's still young because we can't see the next expansion yet, but this is sort of the same angle as the last 3 expansions: belief to disbelief, right? Belief.
Is power the only thing behind a force system? Drakids, well, in that sense, almost all systems in games is forced. Like, in Final Fantasy, you are forced to collect all of the ether currents if you wish to fly. That is a forced system. You can't just fly. You have to collect all the ether currents, correct? So, you have to level in Final Fantasy and do the MSQ if you wish to do anything else. That is forced. The main problem comes in when power is locked behind a force system. Because from that point forward, it's no longer optional. If I want to play the game, I must do the following. It's not an optional choice. So I don't get to go, if I wish to fly in the game, and only fly, then I have to do dragon riding. I can still play the game without dragon riding. It's perfectly viable. I can play the game without dragon riding. I don't need dragon riding in order to play the game. But if I want to fly, then I have to go into the dragon riding system. That is fine. Because there's no power there. It's not like it's a 20% buff to my DPS. The difference is, as soon as you put power behind it, suddenly everyone that cares about raiding or dungeons, even a little, must now do it. It's not optional. It's now a must. You must do it. And then it becomes a job, rather than it just being like something that I can engage with. And actually, borrow power systems isn't even the biggest problem. I hate when people say that borrow power systems is the problem, because it really isn't. You can absolutely have borrow power systems if they're done right. For a borrow power system to become a problem, it has to take you out of your normal loop of gameplay. That's when borrow power systems become a problem. So what was the problem with the legendary system in Shadowlands? What was the main issue with the legendary system in Shadowlands? Where would I use my legendaries? In raids. But where do I get my legendaries? In Torghast. I don't really need my legendaries in Torghast because I'm going to be overpowered as fuck anyways. But in order to get my legendaries for the raids that I want to do, I have to go to this other fucking system that has nothing to do with the raids, but I still have to do it just because, well, that's the rules. If I want a PvP, I need to go to Torghast. So the issue is, you're taking me away from my main gameplay loop, the one that I care about, and forcing me to do a loop that I don't care about so that I can get to the loop that I do care about. So really the problem in World of Warcraft is the application of their borrowed power systems, not so much the power systems themselves. The power systems can absolutely work if the application thereof. So if you got your legendaries in World of Warcraft simply by PvPing or by raiding, I don't think anyone would have given a fuck about legendaries. People would have loved the legendary system because all you have to do is raid, you get some like currency, and you can eventually build your legendary. No one would have cared. Everyone would have been happy. Quiet George, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just saw your video about housing, and wow, I think you missed an important part of Ian's interview. He said some keywords, resources, and give up things in order to achieve it. I think it had to do with money, budget. Quiet George, no chance. And I didn't miss it. I do actually speak about it in the video. But there is no chance that it has to do with money and budget. Because in the video, I do actually speak exactly about that. Final Fantasy XIV has less than half the budget of World of Warcraft. Star Wars The Old Republic has an even smaller budget. Guild Wars 2 has an even smaller budget. ESO has an even smaller budget. And each and every one of those games has housing. So it is not a budget problem. Blizzard, as an MMO, has the largest budget of any MMO on the market. I would go so far as to say its budget is most likely larger than all of the 4 following it combined. So if Ian Azikostas is saying that they don't have the money and budget to do it, I say bullshit. Where the fuck are you spending your money then? Because clearly something's wrong. All the other games can do it and you can't. How is this even possible? But I do speak on it in the video. I didn't miss it. I just call bullshit. I think Ian is not planning correctly. Because you can absolutely... Like, look, you could do housing in World of Warcraft without even increasing the budget at all. You take a small team of developers, let's say 100, from each one of the different departments, and let them work on housing regardless of how long it takes. It doesn't have to be done in 2 or 3 years. You can make the team as small as you want so that it doesn't affect the rest of the budget, it doesn't affect the rest of the game, but it's at least being done.
To disbelief.
Plus, housing would bring in so much money for Blizzard. Like, it would be off the charts because all of those other games make crap tons of money simply through housing. Like, George, do you know how many people play Star Wars The Old Republic simply because of their housing system? And the amount of people that play FF14 simply because of housing. Like, it would be like a money printer if Blizzard went into housing. Maybe you're right, mate. But I think because of the losses in users as company, they got pressure to cut content. This is not even a pressure to cut content because it was never a plan for them. 5 years ago, Ian sat at BlizzCon and was asked, what about housing in World of Warcraft? And Ian's answer was, we would love to do it, but in order to do it, we would have to lose a raid tier or lose a dungeon, and I don't think anyone wants that. That was 5 years ago. Just last week, Ian said the exact same thing. This means they never had plans for housing. They've not even started. If they started 5 years ago working on it, it would have been done now. The issue is Ian and his team only think in terms of the now. So what can be done in the next 2 years? And if it can't be done in 2 years, it's not supposed to be done.
And in MOP, it wasn't as bad. So Mists, the angle wasn't as sharp. And you can see sort of the, what looked like...
Lexley, how are you doing?
Points.
Quiet George, I don't even care, right? I don't want a house. Like, the video was made purely because I know how many people care about a house. But I don't even care. But yeah, I really hope that Blizzard does realize that this is something that a lot of casual players really want. Alexi, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
As things start to go up and then back down and then back up, it's probably not the expansion points, but the patch points that are like full of promise again. Bring it out and then nope, and then back up a little bit, and then BFA launches, huge belief again, and then nope. Right, they get in there and see it. So they're failing to retain essentially belief. Like, I don't believe that the decline here has to do with running out of content. I don't think people necessarily...
No. Well, he doesn't have the new data because in the new patches, in the new expansions, Shadowlands was very scarce on content. So it's interesting to see this 3-year-old.
It's not a content issue. There's more than enough content. It's just not the right content.
This fast, and then get tired of the game and unsub and wait for the next. Like, I think it's a combination of some people running out of content and some people not enjoying the content that they're actually doing, right? But that's another thing to consider when it comes to what is Blizzard's job in terms of retaining people from one X pack to the next.
Mm-hmm.
It's to make enough content and quality content that keeps people intrigued for as long.
Well, now it's not even that anymore, because so long as you tie in a mount with a 6-month sub and you build enough hype for people to buy the expansion, you now have their money for a sub in 6 months.
But that's going to die as well. That is, like,
make sure
yes, Blizzard has this weird thing where they try and hype people up with a 6-month sub, but that is going to die as well. People aren't going to do that forever. So Blizzard's current model is the perfect example of managed decline, but it is declining. You can't stop it. The only way to stop it is to start doing things that's different. You must do things that's different.
you do it again next year or the year after that.
As long as possible before the next X pack. And I think they're failing on both counts. But this is the most telling one right here to me, because the belief was still strong for this 5-year period, right, between 2012 and 2017, where people were like, they can turn it around, they can turn it around.
The reason housing is such a good idea is it's content even when there isn't content. Because let's imagine you're a raider, yeah? You've just done the raid, your group have finally killed your heroic or mythic, whatever level you raid on. Now you have nothing to do. Well, you have a house. You could go collect some customization options for it. Maybe you could craft a couple of things for it. Maybe you could build a new house, make it look even better. It's content even when there's no content in the game. And adding new things for people to collect into their house is actually one of the easiest things ever, because it physically is just doodads. If that chair exists somewhere in the game, you could absolutely make it possible for people to own that chair in their house, right? So it's literally just adding all of the doodads that already exist in World of Warcraft in a way that allows people to sort of customize their house the way that they want, and sprinkling that throughout old content and new content for people to actually collect.
And then BFA launches, and it's like, this is a really sharp decline in the number of people that believe that WoW can be turned around. And I think now we're at that crossroads where it's like they've lost a lot of trust, and they're going to have to make big steps. They're going to have to do big things in the right direction to get.
So I know you guys aren't on Twitter because you're all boomers like me, but I have to be on Twitter because I make content. And when I was on Twitter this morning, kind of scrolling through, all of the tweets I saw from a bunch of people, WoW is saved, WoW is back, oh my god, holy shit, I missed WoW, finally we have our WoW back. It's the same motherfucking cycle they did with Shadowlands, man. How do you guys think Dragonflight is going to perform? I think it's going to do well. A lot of people are going to buy Dragonflight. A lot of people are going to buy 6-month subs. A lot of people are going to play it, and for the first few weeks say it's fucking amazing. And then once they have said it's fucking amazing, what's that going to do? It's going to rope in their friends because, everyone's getting the positive feedback. So the people who are more skeptical, who decide, oh no, I'm going to wait and see what happens, they see all of their friends saying it's good, so then they play. But the only reason that their friends are saying it's good is because they're still in the honeymoon phase. And then the honeymoon phase finishes a month and a half later. And then
that's
everyone's
possible.
Back and saying, wow, is shit. It's the cycle that's happened the past several expansions.
A cycle can be broken, though.
Make sure I get
Never forget, a cycle can be broken.
Numbers back up. So, and this is an interesting point for games in general that do sequels and whatnot. Like, I'll reference Diablo 3 here. Diablo 3 was always going to be successful.
True.
From a unit sold standpoint, because Diablo 2 was such a huge success. But Diablo 3 made people unhappy. Quite a few people were unhappy with Diablo 3, and now that puts a lot of pressure on Diablo 4 to be better, because you won't get that auto buy-in that you got in with Diablo 3 based on the success of Diablo 2 and the enjoyment of Diablo 2. So it was something we always talked about, where it's like, yep, Diablo 3 is pretty much guaranteed to be good in terms of sales, but you're going to potentially destroy sales of Diablo 4 if you put out a product
Dude,
that's not very good.
I would so love to talk to one of the old school WoW developers and get dude, if I could have an interview with Mike Morheim, I would love to talk to that guy and just ask him, what was it like when you started seeing the game just declining? What was the feeling like within the company? Did anyone have an idea of how to fix it, or was it just over?
How do you guys think Diablo 4 is going to be? I actually have, I'm going to be completely honest. I have a little bit of hope for Diablo 4, just because I think that team is such a different team than the WoW team. And, I've, kept up with Diablo 4 a little bit. And I think that Blizzard did a rather good job with the Diablo 2 Resurrected release, especially when you compare that to Warcraft 3 Reforged. And so for these reasons, I think Diablo 3 maybe, I'm not saying, it's a high chance, but there is a chance that it might be good. I definitely have more hope for D4 than I do for Dragonflight. That's for sure.
So
I should actually.
This sort of shows me, for the MMO like WoW, how long you can actually disappoint people, right? Which I think is really interesting. So anyway, that's my brief analysis of what these numbers show me, and sort of hopefully, the devs are thinking about these kinds of things when they work on the next expansion, but they should be aware that they've lost a lot of faith and a lot of trust based on these points here. And again, as always, the ball's in their court to re-earn it, but we shall see. I do think Blizzard and WoW are at a real crossroads right now. I think the message has been received, and is being received even more and more loudly, that people are disappointed and unhappy with quite a few of the things they've done. And
you guys should see the reaction Kevin does to hearing that they were going to put boosts in TBC, because that's his baby. That's his love child. That's his project. Let me see if I can find it. Reacts to TBC boosts. Poor guy, man. His words, not mine. Quote unquote. They massacred my baby. Let me see if I could find it. I think it's this video right here.
There's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind. And they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back, that maybe aren't interested in doing the classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
But the classic WoW experience is actually part of the TBC WoW experience. But anyway, it's cool.
Yeah, so the team, we spent quite a bit of time discussing it, because we want to make sure we respect the time of the people that have been playing Classic for 2 years. But also, we want people to be able to enjoy Burning Crusade if they loved it the first time and maybe missed Classic. So we are going to offer a level 58 boost for purchase, but it does come with some restrictions. So it's going to be one per account. Dude. It's not going to be usable on Blood Elf or Draenei. It'll have some dungeon blues. It'll have level 40 mount skill, no professions. It's the basics. Basically, your Outland starting kit.
That's cool. That's a really great way to jump into the game. For sure.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll be looking forward to
Dude. Oh, well. Yeah, of course. That must be harsh. That must be very harsh. Pretty good video, that. By the way, I forgot to ask, but have you seen parts of the new Ultimate Raid? No, I have not seen it yet. That is the face of pure defeat. It's like looking at your baby and going, fuck. Like, fuck. You guys are ruining it. Why are you ruining it? And I think there's a lot of, I personally believe TBC, lost a lot of goodwill the moment they sort of went, oh, by the way, we're going to get paid boosts for you guys as well. I remember at the time people were stupidly upset with that. Like, people were really angry that they're gonna do something like that. So yeah. If they did a fan contest about weapon designs and they are implemented in game, do you think WoW ever do something like that? Maybe in the future, but I mean, the biggest problem with World of Warcraft, and like, this isn't news, this is something that not just I have said, but almost every content creator and every player have said. Up until recently, so let's say up until 6 months ago, Blizzard really viewed their player base as sort of the enemy. So you go over Twitter and you look at some of the tweets that some of the devs make about the player base. Hans Owns, thanks so much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You look at the just pure hateful shit that came out that was going on within Blizzard when they spoke about people like Asmongold, for example, right? So Blizzard really viewed their players as the enemy. Now, you're not going to ask your enemy to design content that you're then going to use in your game, right? So maybe this new Blizzard, the one that finally realizes that, hey, your players isn't your enemy. Your players are actually a very big part of what makes the game good. Maybe this new Blizzard can do it. Yeah, I think this new Blizzard would probably do something like that. I think so. The timer is 3 minutes behind. I can't help that. But we'll get there in time still, right? Because you guys will start screaming, it's starting, oh my god, let's go, bro. And then we'll go and we'll immediately watch it. So this is just so people don't ask, how long is it? And then I have to go off, it's 2 hours, it's 2.5 hours, or some shit like that. Your players feed you, think about that. Yeah, I mean, designing a video game is very much it's sort of a relationship between you and the players that you're designing it for. Because it's not like, it's not like building a car or manufacturing or building like developing a bunch of houses where not everyone is going to like the car, but there will be some people that like the car, and that's really what you're banking on. When it comes to game design, specifically MMO design, what you need to keep in mind is that you already have a bunch of players that is already playing your fucking game, right? Nosferat, thank you much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're already playing your game. What they feel and what they like is important, and you have to focus on that. You don't have a choice. You must focus on that. If you don't keep in mind what your current player base likes. So, for example, Blizzard would make the biggest mistake right now if they didn't keep in mind that they have players that like the old WoW. So the people that kind of enjoyed Shadowlands and the people that really enjoyed BFA, Blizzard can't forget about those players, because those players still exist and they did enjoy the expansion. So Blizzard needs to figure out what is the right way to do things. And how do you make both of those groups happy? Luckily, thankfully, the way to make both those groups happy is really easy. Because the things that pisses off the one group will not piss off the other when it's added. You don't have to piss off the group that currently likes World of Warcraft in order to make the game better for those who no longer like WoW. So yeah. Alright, I'm quickly going to grab more coffee. Take a little bit of a break, just walk around, because Mr. GM will be, I think, either now or in an hour and 20 minutes or some shit like that. Mr. GM's interview is going to go live. So I'm just going to walk around for 5 minutes, well, I have to make coffee, so probably 10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes. It's not going to be 10, but let's say 10. So get up, walk around, stretch your fucking legs. I'll be back now. Like, now, kind of. Alpin, take care of yourself. Enjoy work. All right, so guys, get up, walk around. Don't just sit at your PC. It's not healthy for you. I'll be right back. All right. Sup. Vote on what? Chair stream. Well, of course there's going to be a chair stream. Look, I can't sit here the whole fucking time. My ass will fall off. And not in a good way. Do you plan to resub to WoW for DF? If they keep doing the right things, yeah, sure, why not? You know? But I'm gonna have to see them doing the right things. And then, yeah, maybe. The chair for a walk too? No, the chair stays right here. This chair is heavy as shit. I won't be logging it fucking with me. That would be ridiculous. That would be absolutely stupid. Yeah, I'll wait for alpha and beta to finish and see what they've done. And, if I see the right things there, then maybe, sure. No. No, I won't do a 6-month sub. That's not gonna fucking happen. Not anytime soon. Anyways. The problem with 6-month subs is I don't know if the game is going to be good in 6 months' time. So I would rather not waste my time doing a 6-month sub. And then, 2 or 3 months in, I hate it. Don't you want a new shiny mount? No, I couldn't give 2 fucks about new mounts. The sub options when you pay with credit card, I think is still the same. I think it's still the same as it always has been. Oh, there was actually news that I saw last night, and I can't remember what it was. Fuck. Let's see. Flying and Dragonflying will be on another language learning curve, like in Shadowlands. Lazix, what do you mean? I'm looking for something very specific here, people. Pornhub's fake wokeness and how it uses charity to mask its predatory exploitation. Alright, I'm not watching a video on Pornhub. Like, there's no way. I'm not doing that. Sonic creator Yuji Naka says he was removed as director of Balan Wonderworld before disastrous launch. Alright. I remember the 1-year sub and getting Diablo 3 for free. That was worth it. Mark, I was so sad when that couldn't happen for me. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But the 1-year sub wasn't available in South Africa. Dude, I wanted to cry. I was like, fuck me, man. I just want Diablo 3. 100% Echo would do 6-month sub if it's a chair mount. Like, my chair as a mount. Yeah, I'd pay for that. When you get knifed on the starting rank of on gun game. All right. Kirby's 35th anniversary code Lost Eidolons closed beta is available now. The hell is this game? Lost Eidolons. What? It's finally here. Lost Eidolons closed beta on Xbox has started and is now available to play. Take on the role of a charming mercenary Captain Eden and lead his band of allies through epic encounters on a classic turn-based battlefield. Alright, but what the fuck is it? Is this only on... Oh, it's only on Xbox. Yeah, screw that game. It wasn't that great a deal considering there was not much to do in game. That year beta access arrived very late to you. Didn't miss much. The only mount I'd pay 6 months for is a cool 3-4 seat airplane. I wouldn't mind if Blizzard started doing like mounts on the shop that is ridiculous, you know, like ridiculous mounts that just sort of wouldn't fit anywhere in the game. What pisses me off is when they do mounts in the cash shop that I can immediately think of like 2 or 3 quests or achievements where those mounts would have actually been really cool rewards, you know? Yeah, if Blizzard just did like stupid mounts, like crazy mounts on the store, that would probably be okay. Yeah, but Tom's Art, the game isn't in beta on PC. The beta is only for Xbox. And I don't give a fuck about Xbox. Reading triggering traumatic material does not appear to increase the stress or PTSD over time. Well, of course it doesn't. What the fuck? Why would it? Like, you can read stuff you don't agree with and nothing will happen to you. So I watched the recent video from Final Fantasy YouTuber Mishappen Chair, and he discussed parsing as a disease on MMOs. Would you agree? I linked the video in content suggestions if you'd like to look at it. When did you link the video? Is it new? I'm assuming it's new, right? Here we go.
Greeting.
All right, let's quickly listen to this. Parsing in FF14 is a disease. All right.
Travelers, this will be my last truly evil video for a while. Time to really get under people's skin and talk about a calculator. Parsing itself as in the act of tabulating damage numbers is not inherently good or bad. It's just a stat line. It's what people choose to do with these stats that ultimately devalues it. Unfortunately, disliking parsing brings out some turbo casuals who think that I'm advocating for not pressing buttons at all. So to help you out, here is my FF Logs profile. Please ignore those last 3 numbers. I did those on patch release when Samurai Competition.
Mark Matcher, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, you don't even have, like, excuse me, sir. Where's your yellow paws? Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh my god, I'm never inviting you. Oh my god, that's so low. Holy shit. Dude, come on, man. This is disgusting.
3 numbers. I did those on patch release when Samurai Competition had already completely died. So it's...
Yeah, but when is Mr. GM's stream going live? Do you know? Like, by the way, I am being very sarcastic when I say that. These passes are fine. I'd absolutely invite him into that. It's far more important to me if you stay alive. I couldn't give 2 fucks about your actual DPS or your passing numbers. I don't care. I'm assuming it's still a while away. He's not doing anything yet. Yeah, let me know as soon as he's stream starts, and then we can watch that.
Not legitimate, much like how any parse is not legitimate. If you can't deal adequate damage or insist on slowing down my normal instances to a crawl, I am disappointed in you. Please do better. With that, parsing is a disease. It poisons people's minds and the way in which they dare to perceive this game. It is an illness that infects the very core of people's beings and possesses them to make the most inane decisions and vacuous statements.
BC, how you doing?
People believe that their worth as a person is determined by their rank on FF logs. It isn't. It's worthless. It is a means to create a hierarchy within the raiding community so that some clears are better than others. This is when I say that high score competitions are fine, and I don't even hate people for grinding this shit out. But what I do hate is how it bleeds into every facet of raiding to the point of redundancy.
I think the problem with parsing, from my perspective, as someone who used to play the game, and parsing eventually becomes the measurement by how well or poorly you did in a fight. Now, here's why that is the stupidest way to look at it. In order to parse really, really high, you have to do as little as possible in the raid. So you want to be the guy that does almost none of the mechanics. You don't want to do any of the the target switching unless you're a multi-dot class, in which case your DPS will go up. So I know, for example, some guilds when I used to raid would have parsing evenings, where every night they would give, like every week they would give a different person the opportunity to parse really high. Right? My Steam for Eidolons, and there is a beta request for PC, but not sure if it works. All right, I'll definitely check it out. Okay, we'll get back to this video later. Let's get into Mr. GM stream.
Hello there, good morning, and welcome to an interview with Brian Helinka, lead combat designer on World of Warcraft. Did I get that right? Is that your
That's
current
correct,
role?
yep.
Lead
Yep, that's my
combat
current
designer.
role.
Fantastic.
Yes, correct, yep.
Fantastic. How are you doing today, Brian?
Good, thank you. It's a kind of a gray sky day, rare gray sky day here in Southern California, but
Is
happy
this
to
a
be
different
here. Happy to
time?
be chatting with you.
That's every single day in the UK, I tell you.
Yes.
That's our summer. That's how it is here.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a lot about like the Evoker and things like that. So I guess we'll
Cool.
we'll just dive into it. So
Great.
my first one is with the Evoker coming obviously in Dragonflight. What kind of raid utility or dungeon utility are we kind of looking at for the Evoker?
You know, that's something we're still designing. We have a number of ideas, but you know, it's interesting because it's always tough for any class to find, you know, a unique raid utility, or sometimes what we'll hear with some of the hybrid classes is, oh, you know, the unique utility our class provides, the tank version provides to the class, so they don't bring the DPS, or vice versa if the DPS is performing well. So always a hard problem for us to find. They have great hybrid healing. We're also kind of playing with a raid buff called Blessing of the Bronze. It reduces cooldowns of each player's major movement ability, and it's like, you know, things like blank or
That's quite
heroic
cool.
leap or sprint, and so that's something, you know, similar to the priest ability that reduces the holy priest ability that reduces defensive cooldowns, and so that's something we're experimenting with. You know, it could be valuable for flights with a lot of movement, or a mythic plus when you're really trying to push your keys and get moving through the dungeon quickly. So that's something we're kind of experimenting with now, but you know, I think we'll see a lot of feedback from people once alpha and beta start, and we'll kind of act accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun just to dive into those that class and race for the very first time. It's always super exciting in the alpha and beta stages. It changes so much all the time as well, which is always fun to mess around with. So I guess,
I mean, if you think of like Havoc Demon Hunter, I don't know that Darkness came online right away. I remember that being something we had to add to the game a bit later. So new things are always iterative.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess I haven't seen this question asked, and I don't know why, but I'm going to ask it. What resource do they use?
So they have Essence, which kind of represents their innate prismatic magic, and it regenerates on its own. So they have, you know, this Essence that they use for different abilities. And
I would have thought mana.
They don't generate it; it just kind of is working in the background, and then they spend it in time.
Oh, okay, interesting. So brand new resource.
Wow. Okay, I would have thought mana. I like this.
I guess racials as well for the Dragster Evoker. What are we kind of looking at there?
Oh my God! Come on, Twitch.
A couple things. It's interesting because they're this race class combo. It's like, well, you know, sometimes we lose track. What part is the class? What part is the race? But their racials right now are Wing Buffet. I mean, they have big wings, right? So they have a kind of a cone knockback, as you would expect. Tail Swipe. They have their big cool dragon tails, and it felt like that's something you're going to want to do something with. So that has kind of like a PB AOE knockup. And then Chosen Identity, which, you know, changes the appearance of your visage form at the barbershop for free. You know, we feel like, you know, their visage form is something that they're magically changing into. So that's something they can do at any time. And there's some others that were in early development, but we're not really ready to talk about them just yet.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I guess getting them ready for when they turn to a warrior eventually, right? I guess I'll throw this one in there actually. As you mentioned, the forms. Is that like a custom animation between them, kind of changing from dragon to mortal form?
That's something we're still working on. I can't really. It's not necessarily, you know, when you remember Morgan, like, you know, doing this whole bestial like coming out, because it's not that same type of thing. You know, if you think about the cinematic where Rathian is kind of going back and forth between the dragon form and the human form, it's kind of like a puff of smoke.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously we're going to do a treatment on it, but I don't believe there's any like animations of like wings popping back in and tails disappearing. It's
That would
more
have
of
been
a, it's a
cool,
magic
though.
thing.
Yeah. Nah, makes sense. Makes sense. I guess as their healer spec, is there anything like any similar healers to them in the way that they play as such? Would you say?
You know, as with everything, we try to kind of have something distinct. They're this kind of mid-range mobile healer, and they kind of triage clumps of allies with their flight and breath healing. So they have both their version of deep breath, which is, you know, if you think of that Wrathgate cinematic where Sarah and the dragons are flying over, kind of healing everyone with the breath. That's kind of the image and the vision for their big healing cooldown. And then also they have an empowered breath. And so those are the big, you know, kind of breath spray off in these clumped allies, but also they use time magic to kind of preempt damage and set up large healing moments. So there's a little bit of thought about, hey, what's coming and how can I use this
Kind of
to
desk
plan?
priest, okay.
So in that way, you know, you could see it kind of being this combination of, you know, Resto Shaman who kind of likes clumped healing and Discipline Priest that likes planning. Those kind of are two, I guess, comparisons that you could have. But really, we're trying to make it its own thing. I wouldn't say that we're trying to replace either of those. We're trying to have them stand on their own.
Ah, that's good. That's exciting. I guess you mentioned the empowered ability. That's obviously the charge up ability, right? If I'm not mistaken. I believe it's called Dream Breath. Am I right in thinking that?
That's correct.
That's what the website says, yeah. So with that ability, if you overcharge it, can you cause it to fail?
No. So if when you charge an ability, it'll get the max and then it'll kind of stay at full power for up to 3 seconds. After that, it just fires off automatically. So there's some applications in like doing pre-pull.
Do you think it could work if you allowed it to fail?
PvP or whatnot, where you're just holding it at max charge and waiting for them.
Oh, okay, cool. I noticed on the website actually as well. I don't know if it was just for the website, but there's like a new like floor animation of sorts, like on where the cone's gonna go. Is that something?
Yes, Yes, we're working on some new type of you know, imagery and decals for, hey, this is the cone, and finding something a bit unique for them, because we've done kind of experiments with Empower. We've tried a lot of things, like because, you know, thinking about this problem of like there's a cost and risk analysis of how long you hold the button down. Like, all right, I'm holding this button down, so I'm using globals to keep this down. What is the payoff, right? And so we've been playing with a lot of things, like maybe it's you know, the longer you hold it, the shorter the cooldown is, or the longer the duration a hot or dot is, or the number of targets that you hit increases. And so those are like decisions, because we don't want you to just always go to max empowerment, right? Like,
good.
If that was what there's nothing new about that. That's just a long cast time, right? We want you to sometimes be thinking, I only want a 1 charge in power here. I only want a 2 charge in power here. I don't always want to go to max 3. So, so yes, to your point, there are different unique kind of projected textures that we're using to aim these abilities.
That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I said it was a little tease of it on the website, and I thought that looked really cool. So. Yeah, I guess finish up with the Drakthir. Question for you is, what are you most excited about? What's the ability, or like what it like about the Drakthir Evoker are you most excited about?
Thanks for doing
yeah, I have two. I one is Soar, which is you know, you kind of burst forward a little bit and then you're kind of hovering in the air a little bit, flapping your wings, and there are certain abilities you can cast on the move with that. And every time I soar, I mean, we'll be in our play tests and I'm just like, more soar. We need more soar, because this button is just so fun to play with, because, you know, that's when you're flying around, breathing, you know, launching fire from your mouth, or breathing disintegrate, and like, you know, really honing in and channeling damage into an enemy. And it just really feels like it captures that fantasy. And then and similar is you know, Deep Breath, which is, hey, I'm going to get up and do this kind of bombing run across the battlefield and hit a whole bunch of targets. They just, I'm a big explosions guy.
Pretty much, Alex.
Say it,
Seems like
Timmy
it.
in the video game world, in the video game design world, where I'm just all about like the presentation and the fantasy, and I love just that makes me feel like I'm a dragon now, and so I love those two abilities.
Yeah, I think that's the class fantasy as well, right? Just you want to feel like a dragon and whatnot, which is really cool. I did actually think of another kind of on the spot question, if you don't mind. So obviously they start at 58, right? So with talent points, are you just going to start with a bunch of talent points that you have to allocate, or how is that going to work for the Dractyr?
We're working that out in the starting experience. One thought is that we would be giving a lot of talent points out in the starting experience. Get similar to how in
every
Legion,
couple of quests you get a couple
Hunter,
of
you were kind of going around
points.
getting abilities off of the demons. It's possible. One thing we've explored is while you're questing, you're getting talent points, so that it's a little bit more measured. Because yes, that's just a lot to get all at once. And you log in, you create your Dractyr, you're totally pumped to start playing, and the first thing you do is open up the talent tree and spend 50 points. So we're looking at ways to kind of distribute that out slowly.
Yeah, I think the original Death Knight and Wrath of the Lich King was similar. You'd get talent points from questing, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So kind of jumping into like talents, spells, classes, things like that. I ask this every single interview, every single time. Any new class race combos coming at all?
Yeah, we kind of have this direction, like a broad direction, and I don't want to make any huge promises, but we kind of feel like we want to move towards a world where the race of a character is not a limiter for what they can do or what they can become in the world of Warcraft. So we're working towards that, but not all of the races have, all of the classes have the same kind of content requirements. So more of this will come over time, but immediately on 10.0, we're going to be making rogues, mages, and priests available for all races. So everyone will be able to go out and make their sneaky Tauren rogue, who will be tiptoeing on their little hoofs all around. But yes, all those will be introduced in 10 with general intentions for us to look at more options down the line. But immediately upon 10.0 launch, you'll be able to make change your rogue, mage, or priest to any class combination you want. It can be any race. That
is awesome. I'll be remiss to ask about like night elf paladins and things like that. I know a lot of the paladin community want a lot more paladins. So I hear that a lot.
Yep.
But
as I was saying, like we're trying to move in that direction, but I think timeline is something we'll have to be flexible on, because a lot of those other classes they have a lot of content requirements and lore requirements. Just to flip the switch on like paladin or warlock without kind of setting some kind of grounding in the world would be a bit strange. But
so create quests
we also
that introduce
it. We have racial chargers, we have racial totems, all those sorts of things. So and druid forms. So it's gonna take a while to continue to open things up, but we're gonna keep moving in that direction.
That's really exciting. That's really, really awesome.
Tauren Warlock,
I guess with Vexil's Reach
funny.
now as well, it makes it a lot easier to just kind of flip the switch on some of those as well, because you just kind of throw them in there. So I did have one on talent points. So I noticed on the presentation there was a kind of a share feature as such, right? And I was just kind of curious if that's something you can share outside of the game potentially, or is that just in game for now?
Was that in the mock-up? Yeah, I think that's something we've talked a lot about, and as something we would want. We think it would be very nice for players to just be able to create a string of their talent build. I don't know that we're going to be able to deliver that on 10.0 just for production reasons, whether we can get it all done in time. But we've talked a lot about sharing builds and recommended builds, starter builds. But part of it is like, just laying the groundwork and the foundation of the system and seeing what problems players have or what tools would make things easier for them. I would like to really see players work with it before like trying to get ahead and add a bunch of functionality that, maybe we don't need or people don't care about. The question of just like, do we want players all to really feel like they have to have 20 talent builds?
Yeah.
Most players in the game now, we have telemetry on it. They'll pick make their choices in their talent rows, and they never, change them.
Set and forget.
And
What
so
did I
while
say?
we want there to be this sense of agency of building your character as you're leveling up,
Yep.
and making some interesting choices and maybe experimenting on a regular basis. I don't know that we want players to feel like, they've got to download the latest build on a regular basis to keep up. So we want the system to have some fun of tinkering, but not like, oh, I constantly need to be changing this thing. And so it remains to be seen just how much we'll need those types of features. So we're gonna wait and see for now.
Yep, cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know Ian mentioned about them, you guys posting the talents out before alpha, even potentially for us to have a little look.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Our goal is we're talking about the right way to do it now, but to make some talent trees available via website or blogs or whatnot. Maybe work with some partners to try and get that out to people, so people can start kind of playing with them. Because, even, the way we work on these is we'll all get in a Zoom call. Someone will share their latest talent build, and we'll all just sit there for an hour and a half or so, just making builds and tinkering with it and explaining, like, I was at this point in the talent tree, and I didn't feel like I had a compelling choice, or I felt really pigeonholed into this direction. So that would be great to get from players. So finding the way to do that without necessarily releasing the whole game to do that it's in our best interest, and I think players would be excited. So we really want to work with everyone on making these great.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of feedback coming with those. It's going to be absolutely crazy as soon as they come out. I'm really looking forward to it.
No strangers to feedback. So.
Yeah, true. So I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. So the way that it kind of works is he's targeting talents at level 10, and you essentially like create your class as such. So you kind of like, you have kind of base abilities at level 10, and you just kind of pick and choose which ones you'd like to go from there. I guess my question is related to interrupts. Is interrupt something that's going to be baseline for all characters, or is that something you can actually opt in or out of having?
Yep, I think that's going to be part of this iterative process we're talking about. Part of this is, like reframing a bit about how World of Warcraft classes are created, right? Because you're going from level 10 to 60, and you're getting like 50 talent points, right? 26 on the class side, 51 talent points, 26 on the class side, 25 on the spec side. That's a lot of talent points. And in 9.0 and every before, like, we were just giving you things every level, and we can't do that and then also give you 51 talent points. Like, that is going to lead to very bloated classes, very complicated classes that I don't think everybody has the brain space for. And so what
you just called players stupid.
Trying to do
you hear that,
say, well, the talent tree is how you construct your class now. And so I can understand trepidation about, like, ooh, are interrupts in the tree? The way the trees work, and this wasn't like completely explained because we didn't have time to get really deep on all the trees. But as you spend points, you get to certain levels, which we call gates, which are like, and this is how the original talent systems were, right? It was like you can't go further until you spend, increments of 5 points. Well, here we have just two levels like that. And so what it kind of encourages you can't go straight to the bottom. Like right away, I'm just going straight down to the highest, best thing, and I'm getting that capstone talent at level 20. And now I have, other points to spend in the rest of the tree. You're kind of encouraged to go broad a bit. So before you can move downwards, I think that does two things. One, it really encourages you to go broad and to
explore.
Say, cool. Rather than going deep in the class tree just to get what I want, I can, I almost feel relieved. Like I can go spend talent points on some cool utility over on the other side of the tree. But also, I don't have to make a choice between this, premier talent and maybe an interrupt, or earlier up in the tree, things are much more accessible, I guess is the bottom line there. And then, yes, it allows those real capstone talents to come later on which is nice. I think in any of these tree designs, that last talent point you spend is not always the most exciting point, at level 60, because you've kind of driven down to what you want and then you have extra points to spend.
Yeah.
But in general, I think, we're going to put as much as we can in the talent tree to make the talent trees as cool as they can. And if we find that like, no, this won't fly, we can't do a certain ability in the tree, we'll put it back in the spell book. But ultimately, we're trying as hard as we can to put as much stuff in the tree as possible.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, how many? Obviously, it's going to change between classes, but how many kind of abilities are we going to be looking at, like just baseline without, like, say at level 10? Are we saying like maybe 4 or 5 abilities by that point, just kind of regular sort of stuff?
Well, you're absolutely correct that the Exiles Reach experience, we're mostly remaining the same. So if you were to play Exiles Reach now, and level up to 10, the abilities that you got there are mostly the same. So players will have that core kit. But yeah, between 10 and 60, the spell book, the spells granted from the spell book are going to be pretty sparse. Like things like Pickpocket, Eyes of the Beast, Farsight, underwater underwater breath, stuff like that. Like we don't want you to spend the talent point on that. We don't think you want to spend the talent point on that. Those are kind of like fun class toys. And so a lot of those things are going to be in the spell book. But where the trickier things are like, major utility, like rebirth or interrupts, like what are we going to do with those? And I just want everybody to know that those are questions we're asking because we know you're asking them, and we're having a lot of conversations about them, and we're making a lot of trees to try out different solutions.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
So all of your abilities also come from the talent tree.
Again, we're just kind of like, I have like a list of questions. And I'm like, oh, what about this?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, ask away.
Obviously, Exiles Reach. Once you reach the end of Exiles Reach, you go to the city and they tell you how to use specializations. Is that going to be being changed up?
Yeah, specializations are still a choice that you make because that reveals the second tree. And so that's something we're going to have to change in the what we call the kind of transitional experience out of Exiles Reach. But yes, you will still be making a spec choice.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I did see Convoke in the Druid tree. That was there. Is there any point or potentially any point that there'll be like more than one Covenant ability available for one class? So say you could have like the Kyrian ability and the Venthyr ability?
Yeah, it's possible. I'm sure you could make a build. I think we have in the Resto tree, which we've kind of spent a lot of time on the Druid tree. It was kind of our vertical slice tree, and I believe there had like Adaptive Swarm and Convoke might have been a possibility at one point. So it's possible, but you're probably giving something up to do that.
All right.
So. But it depends also on, we're still kind of in discussion about how we're going to handle a lot of these Covenant abilities. Some of them, like Convoke, the Spirits, or Abomination Limb, their kit feels very appropriate, where other ones don't. It just doesn't fit with the class, and so we're deciding how we're going to handle those.
Yeah. So I guess with obviously the Evoker, the Dracthyr Evoker getting a lot of love, is there any in the way for other classes to get any brand new talents, or is it going to be kind of maybe potentially things from past expansions coming back or anything like that?
Yeah, certainly when we look for inspiration in these talent trees, we're going to be looking to, artifacts, artifact traits, Azurite traits, essences, the legendaries we just
Warlocks
had. A lot of those will be finding their way into
their
the
artifact
trees.
ability. Dude.
It'll be, likely that if we have new talents, they may be passive talents that have like rotational impact. There are probably going to be less flashy new unused buttons with like big effects. I don't think we're going to see as many of those. Maybe just a handful throughout all the classes. Because when we have a new class like Evoker, we spend as much time as we can to make sure that's like super cool. And adding new effects, new abilities, it can be a lot of time spent. So that's where we're trying to really deliver on in this expansion.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the class is going to feel pretty fantastic anyway, having that tree to play around with anyway, right? So it's going to be
yeah, cool. I mean, it's going to feel, I think it'll be a very big improvement for like the leveling experience too, but we want to make sure that the max level player who's, been playing the game is having a fun time experimenting with a new system.
Yeah. So got a couple PvP ones, then we'll do a quick
Sure.
fire sort of round.
Okay.
So I think Bajira asked you about arenas and battlegrounds for Dragonflight. What about brawls?
Yep, brawls. We've been talking about a few, and so we'd like to bring some in. There are different things. Like it's funny. I was just talking with someone another day, just yesterday, but there are some old like free for all world quests, like in Legion that were pretty fun. The Blackrook Brawl, which was kind of like a jump in battle royale arena thing that was pretty fun. Or if you remember the old High Mall Coliseum from Warlords of Draenor, those were ideas that we were talking about. We're have grown the PvP team a bit, and they've been onboarding lately, and so new brawls are a great way to kind of learn the tool set. Yeah, it's likely. I don't have like particulars to announce, but I do think there will be opportunity to create new brawls here.
Yeah, I love brawls. I mean, I'm a pretty casual PvP.
Never done
some
it.
of those brawls are a lot of fun. It's super cool.
I've never done a brawl.
Yeah, they're good twists.
So obviously with the new work order system coming in Dragonflight, which looks really cool, really looking forward to playing around with that. Will there be any interaction with PvP gear, potentially, similar to like in Mr. Pandaria, used to do PvP gear through crafting?
Yes, we have kind of two plans, and I don't want to steal too much thunder about professions and where they're going and the plans. But certainly one opportunity we think there is to make that kind of entry level PvP gear from professions. If you do remember Warlords of Draenor, and I've alluded to the Warlords of Draenor PvP gearing system in the Bajira interview, like the first entry level PvP gear was just crafted gear, and then it had a very high item level, a PvP item level, but somewhat low base PvE item level. And so that will be one way for players to get gear real fast. Will be that crafted gear.
That could be cool.
But then there's also the professions. That revamp is going to be something that impacts the game, and PvP players will want profession gear, and we're talking about, and I don't have the very specifics of how we will integrate PvP and professions, and how players can earn profession reagents that would interact with these systems from PvP. But we're mindful of the fact that a lot of people want to focus on PvP, and so if professions are important, there will be ways to interact with that system through PvP.
That's good. That's good. I'm sure PvPers out there are pretty happy about that, because they probably saw the work order system. We're like, oh, hopefully we get to do something with that.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess the dragon flying, I believe it's called dragon flying, right? The kind of flying around the zone thing, system. Will there be PvP specific unlocks for your dragon? Because I know you can customize it similar to like the barbershop sort of thing. Is there going to be any unlocks related to that?
Yes, certainly. The gladiator mount is going to be a custom Dragon Isle Drake. So we didn't want players to have to choose between like, should I be flying around on my gladiator mount, or should I be flying around on my super awesome Dragon Isle Drake? And so
it's
the
a
way
customization
are going to work in the expansion.
That's quite cool, actually.
A prestigious version of those Drakes that you can apply. So that'll be really cool and a good opportunity. And then we'll have to look for other ways that we're going to kind of, like we always have the what we call the vicious mounts, the rated participation mounts. And so I would have to look at the specifics of what we're doing there, but those are typically ground mounts, so they won't likely, there'll be some of the one of the cool creatures that you see around. Actually, now I think of the one it is, and it's pretty sweet. Actually, it's pretty funny. Every time those vicious mounts come out, people are like, people on the team who don't PvP are messaging me like, I got a PvP next season because that mount is just so amazing. So, but those are usually going to be ground mounts, and we're going to keep that.
So you're saying it's going to be a vicious otter mount? That's incredible, Brian.
That's
thanks,
right.
Thanks for confirming
vicious. Believe me, if there's a possibility of getting a vicious duck, I will ask for it.
Oh my goodness, please. So running low on time, quick fire round, I guess. Yes, no, or if you can expand on it a little bit more. So first and foremost is, can we make more than one Dracthra Evoker per realm, as it's a hero class?
I want to get the specifics on this, because I know this will be a big deal. So this won't be
okay.
So I'm immediately not making it fast.
Okay.
This round, hold on. I do have this written down. I want to make sure I get the specifics correct. Wait, where is it? So initially, yes, it's going to be 1. Apparently, I didn't copy this over. So the first drafter per account has no restrictions other than having, bought Dragonflight. Additional Dracthyr beyond the first one can only be created on a server where someone already has a level 50 character and does not have a Dracthyr. So initially, it's only going to be
one per realm.
1 Dracthyr per realm.
Okay, excellent.
And obviously, if you delete a Dracthyr, you can make a new one.
Yeah.
But yes, so everybody gets to make a Dracthyr. The first, if you want to make a second one, you have to be level 50, and then it's only 1 per realm.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for confirming.
Yeah.
New glyphs for evokers? Will there be glyphs?
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah. Race-specific mount. Do you know if they have a race-specific mount?
They are. They are
the
flying mount. Yes.
Awesome. What we got? PvP World Quest returning. Dragonflight. I would imagine so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And last one. I've had 1 million warriors in my DMs, and I'll be remiss to ask this. Will Gladiator Stance come back? They keep asking me. I just non-stop.
Yeah, I don't think so. It was problematic in terms of, when we have roles now, and you're declaring that you're a tank, and then you come in and say, I'm not actually a tank, I want to do TPS, that's problematic.
Yeah.
So I don't see a world where we start saying tank classes can just pick a talent and their role has changed to DPS.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's the way the game works right now. And
but you could fix that.
So but I understand the vision that they have. And what we could work on is just talents that maybe let them do a little extra DPS at the cost of mitigation, but ultimately their role
Why not
is
just
tank.
Why not just give
thank you very
Gladiator
much, Brian. I
Stance thing
appreciate
to
taking
one
the
of the
time this morning
DPS
to
specs?
answer some of those questions, and good luck with development. I'll see you in Alpha.
Thank you.
And,
Great.
yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Great meeting you. Great
You
chat.
too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Or just, come up with a Gladiator spec. But you could very easily say, for example, part of Fury is if you don't want to have 2 big two-handed weapons, you go for 1 two-handed weapon and a shield. And now you're a Gladiator. Your abilities now change based on the fact that you're now in the Gladiator stance and you're a DPS. You could absolutely pull that off. I don't see why not. So, I'm pretty sure we're still waiting for the Ian interview. That's going to be in an hour and a half, so we're still a while away from that. There's a number of good things that came out of this interview with Mr. GM. I specifically like, for PvPers, the fact that PvP World Quests are returning. I think that's something that a lot of people are very excited for. I love the fact that we got a bit of more deep dive into the talent trees, where in the old days of talent trees, your talents really modified your abilities. So you could have talents that would do sort of change the way your abilities, like give you more damage on an ability or do something weird with an ability. But your abilities were baseline, right? So you got a bunch of abilities while you were playing, and then the talents would really optimize those abilities based on how you wanted to play. And then usually, like, the last couple of abilities would add something new. Oh, well, I because he forgot to make one. Lol. So, the last couple of abilities would do would add some actual abilities to your class. Whereas this time around, it seems like they're actually going a different direction, where as a class, you're not going to have many abilities. Your abilities come from like its own fucking, like, comes from the talent tree. You follow Luxthis? I knew as a first-time chatter. Loved you. Bless you, Babby. How you doing? Yeah, of course I follow Luxthis. And you are not a new chatter. Good to see you're not the only one struggling with this production thing. Well, yeah, it kind of comes with the, it comes with the scene. When you're not a professional streamer, you don't have professional production. That's just how it works. Like, you can all go fuck yourself. You're new? Are you guys new here? Well, fuck you then. I can't believe you fuckers have never been here before. I hate you all. I'm in the new chat club. Ah, my chat. Fucking morons, a lot of you. You heard when Brian said, right, that most of the players don't have the brain space. He was talking about you fucks. 100% talking about you. You guys don't have the brain space for any of this. How does that feel? All right, let's quickly get this video to Alex, because this we'll probably do this main rush. So how do we make this full-blown clickbait? How do I make this clickbait? Fuck. This interview. My family jewels? Yeah, your family jewels are mine now, bitch. What do you think of the idea Grant Nagus brought up? That the gladiator mount for dragon riding is a forced content problem. Why would it be forced content? It's a customization thing. So if you have the gladiator, just because your mount won't be able to fly well, doesn't mean you can't make your mount look like a gladiator. Right? Clickbait is forced content or not? No, I mean... I need to think of a proper title for this interview that... What about just saying, wow, Dave drops bombshell? Because there was a pretty big bombshell. You know, the race class combo thing was pretty big. The fact that they're basically working towards all races can be all classes, right? So, Benito, that's more clickbait than what I'm comfortable with. Like, that's like too much. Plus, Dave pulls out dick during interview. Again, a bit too much, I would say. Like, maybe that's a little bit too much. Wow, Dave confirms duck mount. We get 100k clicks and a ban. Wow, Dave confirms duck mount. Easy. Duck mounted combat confirmed. I know what I'm gonna do. WoW is finally doing it. WoW dev interview. WoW is finally pulling... No, WoW is finally... WoW is finally doing this. WoW is finally... Why are people so excited in Asmon's stream?
I get that. It's actually very simple.
Oh, never mind. run the weirdo, because why wouldn't you? WoW is finally doing it. I want to go with something like that. WoW is finally pulling the ripcord, but people would be confused by that. Oh, the WoW Indies got their champion back? Probably. It seems like it. 82,000 views already. Is that one to help back or clickbait people? True. Believe they're doing this, but why finally? Because finally is sort of a big word. All of the clickbait has to be finally. DJ WoW, how you doing, bro? Maybe, what if you do this? WoW is going big duck. Not big dick, big duck. On class race combo. Dave interview. Just like that. I think that's fine. WoW is going big duck on class race combo Dave interview. Yeah, that should be good. That should be a decent clickbait title. There we go. Instead of Chad image, WoW Dave pulls the race card to Player's Delight. Oh, shit. But now, what are they going to call Asmon's? I don't know. We'll see what happens in Asmon's. Rinder Weirdo, what am I supposed to do, brother? What am I supposed to do? I can't help it. It's just how it goes. Me today, Asmon plus Preach interview. Well, Preach... Not interview, but yeah, I get what you mean. But remember, we don't sleep anyways. Myself and Alex, like, when's the last time you got a good night's sleep, Alex? Like, you don't sleep when you're a content creator, so I don't see why you guys should get sleep when you're viewers. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't seem fair. I need to pee. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to pee. I'm gonna piss myself. WoW team is going to gift Asmon with a new Night Elf wig. Did I hope that the interview with Asmon is good and not just really short? Also, by the way, very quickly, Exerial, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mark Matcher, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who wants to address to Max PCAM? I don't have a PCAM, but anyways. Sunday is my day too. For anything but a good sleep, though. It's a lot day. Nothing with Asmon is good. Ninja Bears, I absolutely fundamentally disagree with that, but okay. You can look at his Reddit. He confirmed what he would say. Give me the link to that too, board. I'm quickly going to go pee. I'll be right back. But give me the link to that. I would love to see that. All right. I'll be right back. Boom. All right. I'm back. I'm back, fuckers. What is chat up to? Afterlife, how you doing, brother? Don't pre-order chat, maybe? No, don't pre-order. What the fuck? Why are people talking about pre-ordering? We've already discussed this. Where's that link to Asmongold's, is this Black Magic icon? John Cena himself? You guys didn't even know I was gone? Dude, this is gonna be the easiest way to stream in the future. Just go live, fuck off, go live my life, and you guys will just speak amongst yourselves. You know, just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back every, once, an hour or so. I'll come in, I'll say a couple of things, then I'll fuck off again and go live my life. You guys will just give me money. You know, just sub like fucking nuts. Alex, you know what pisses me off and what we should fix? I have not seen this, so we can absolutely watch. This is a stupidly long video. This is a very long video. I don't think we can watch this now. We'll have to watch this tomorrow, almost definitely. But no, Alex, the thing that pisses me off is the goals on stream elements does not reset. Why not? Why in the fuck does it not need reset? Hold up, I'm checking now. Because it just keeps counting up. If I would cream myself if I had 567 subs. Be the happiest day of my life. I don't have 576 subs. I have 300 and something. And it just, yeah, just continuously fucks up. Hold up, let's change this. How many subs do I actually have? 395. Alright, so that needs to change to 395. The donations is correct. So why does the donations reset, but the fucking sub numbers don't? Annoying. Alright. That should fix itself at some point. Fuck knows. But come on, if you have 8 billion subs, you can't talk to us anymore. Dude, if I had 8 billion subs, I'm retiring. Like, what the fuck? Complete overall, it will be fixed in the future. Alex, this is not your problem. This is not something that you can fix. So the goals, what I'm talking about, just to show you, I'm talking about the goals. This is something that's handled year, right? So it has to be handled year. And it's supposed to reset monthly, which is what I changed. It's how I said it. And it doesn't reset. It just basically keeps counting up. If we let this thing go, I'll be the most sub to fucking Twitch streamer in the world without being the most sub to Twitch streamer in the world. Yeah, I would prefer if you could fix everything. That would make my life a hell of a lot easier. Mike, how you doing, brother? We have it under settings. Mike, it's set to reset every 30 days, calendar days. So on the 1st of every month, it's supposed to reset. And it doesn't. What's the difference gonna be? Like, is the Chinese calendar month just a hell of a lot longer than the normal calendar month? Like, what? And now it won't update. Oh my god, I hate this fucking thing. Come on, bro. What are you doing? It won't update. Lol. Nah, never mind. Let it just do its thing. Fucking Twitch at it again. What's wrong with Twitch? Is Twitch breaking? Don't know what I'm talking about. It's the Shadowlands calendar. Time is a figment. I just don't like it because it triggers me. It's not really something that should bother you at all. Like, you guys should really not even care about it. But it triggers the fuck out of me. Because I'll constantly look over to chat, because you guys are on that screen. And then right next to you is the Fat Fuckers Club and the numbers of the Fat Fuckers Club. And then I'm like, wait, but that's not right. Why is that not right?
Continue Reddit? Yeah, I'll look at a few more posts on my Reddit, okay, guys? Interview bingo. What sword? LFR issues. I will tell you that...
Hold up. Wait, is he actually going to tell us what questions he's going to ask?
Continue Reddit? Yeah, I'll look at a few more posts on my Reddit, okay, guys? Interview bingo. What sword? LFR issues.
Yep.
I will tell you that...
Paul joke.
Yes. Yes. Kind of yes. 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 And so, yeah, there's a lot of these will be yeses.
Wow.
Spoiler? Well, just, I mean, there's a lot more, too. But, like, just so you have an idea, like, yes.
He's actually going to ask about add-ons? I really want to know what exactly Ian is going to say about add-ons. Like, what is their takeaway from add-ons? What do you want me to click on, Two-Board? Like, I literally clicked on the link that you provided me with, which is this one. When you say full one, do you imagine that I would know exactly what that means? They already mentioned add-ons in the expansion reveal. They said they want to make some UI default and add-ons are welcome. DJ Wow, I don't think that's what Asmongold is going to ask. Asmongold is going to ask him, do you believe that combat add-ons such as DPS meters and stuff like that, do you think that those are bad for the game? Alright, Two-Board. Just the full one. Andy, you're also not helping. Like, I'm clicking on the full one right here. That's the full one. Atmos Gamer, how you doing, bro? Do you want to talk about tokens? Okay, Akko, that is interesting, but Ian will just quietly walk back from such questions. It would be a mistake if Ian just quietly walked back from such questions. It would be a mistake. Ian is going to say that add-ons are a thing that a lot of the player base uses, and to disable them during combat would adversely affect too many players. Yeah, but that would be the wrong answer from Ian Ezekostas. Like, if Ian gave that answer, it would be the wrong answer. And I don't care what anyone says. Add-ons suck dick in World of Warcraft. Add-ons in video games suck dick. Add-ons should be cosmetic and cosmetic only. Add-ons should not change the game fundamentally. It should certainly not make the game easier. So the very fact that World of Warcraft has become so heavily sort of dependent on add-ons is a problem. Said he submitted his questions to them and they accepted them all. He thought it was just for timing. Maybe. Like, that could be it. Although I still hate the fact that they ask you to submit your questions. Are a part of why I don't play WoW. Valkyrie, technically speaking, and I do mean this technically speaking, there is no such thing as a mandatory add-on in WoW. This is what Blizzard's answer would be. Technically speaking, you don't need an add-on. Unless, of course, when you're raiding Mythic, in which case, if you're not doing it with add-ons, no group is going to invite you. So add-ons that present information in an easier format, good or bad? Depends what you mean when you say easier format. Because the problem there, Mike, is if you need an add-on to present vital information, then maybe your game is failing. Because why is your game not presenting the vital information? And in World of Warcraft's case, it's not even that your game isn't like, it's not even that the game isn't providing you with the information. It's that unless you have the add-on that basically gives you the timer of the clusterfuck of abilities that the boss has, there's no way any human mind can keep track of every single one of the abilities that the boss is going to use on you. So you need that add-on, because the add-on will list a paragraph of fucking abilities that is coming, and it will tell you how many seconds you have until those abilities will be hitting you, so that you can know which one to prepare for next, because they've overcomplicated the fight to where people need those add-ons in order to understand it, or alternatively, people will have to wipe 20, 30, 40, 50 times before they will remember what abilities come when. Now, when you have a system like that, it becomes, the question becomes, are we failing as a gaming company by making fights almost impossible without the add-ons? Or are our players just stupid? Now, none of those answers is fun, and I do think it's a little bit of both, especially in World of Warcraft, because you can absolutely play World of Warcraft without combat add-ons. I've done it. It's not hard. But you have to be hyper-focused, and you sadly have to be a pretty decent raider. Because if you're not, like, I would say, if you're not quite good at raiding, and you don't have to be the best, but if you're not quite good at raiding, there's almost no chance. If you're just like a very casual raider, there's no chance you're doing World of Warcraft raids without add-ons. Not on heroic level, even. You're gonna find it hard to keep track of everything that happens in those fights. Comes an arms race between devs and add-on makers. Well, the problem is, it's already like the add-on makers are already winning the arms race. And Nico, you are so correct. So, in a game where you don't have combat add-ons, you can design the game based around a relative level of difficulty, knowing that you want to challenge the player as much as possible, but you don't want to over-challenge the player because, well, there is a limit to how much you can actually throw at the player. Like, 15 abilities coming from the boss, some of them random, and some of them that can sort of overlap depending on phase changes, becomes a problem. This is usually, by the way, where World of Warcraft becomes really fucking horrible, is usually in those phase changes, when you get two abilities that shouldn't be hitting each other, or hitting at the same time, hitting close to each other, because you accidentally phase changed when you weren't supposed to. Now, you can't know that you're not supposed to phase change unless you have an add-on that tells you, by the way, this ability is coming in 10 seconds, the phase change is coming in 5%, slow down, otherwise you're going to phase change, get that ability, and then immediately get hit by the next ability. Now, once you start looking at it that way, you start going, wait, this is a bit convoluted as fuck. Like, surely that should not be the answer. Like, that should not be how bosses are designed. And yet, when you have add-ons, the thing is, it becomes a race to the bottom. Because the more advanced the add-ons become, the more advanced the boss design has to be. Because the boss design has to continue to be difficult enough that people have a challenge, also keeping in mind that the add-ons will do a lot of the heavy lifting there. Now, you make the game harder because you want people to have a challenge. The add-ons get more advanced. Now you have to make the game harder again, so the add-ons become more advanced. Then you have to make the game harder again, and so the add-ons become more advanced. So this becomes a race, effectively, to the point where bosses are undoable. Because that's the only way to really provide people with a challenge, because the add-ons are doing most of the work. I just think if you ever need something in order to play a game, or you need something in order to be allowed to play a game by other players, then maybe that something should not be in the game in the first place. Now, Mike, if you're saying if you need an add-on to make things easier to see, no problem. Of course, there's going to be people that maybe their eyesight isn't as good, or maybe they're a bit colorblind or whatever, and they need an add-on that allows them to put things somewhere else on the screen, or make it a little bit bigger, or change the font, because maybe the font doesn't work that well for them. In that case, absolutely. Customizable options, the add-ons, I have no problem with. My problem comes when you have add-ons that is, short of actually moving your class around, is effectively playing your class for you. So I'm always reminded of Nighthold, Star Augur on Mythic. I think it was Mythic. He had this ability where he would link two players, like the whole raid group would be linked together. You had to find the person with the same mark as you, right? And then stand next to each other, like stand on top of each other. If you ran into anyone else that had a different mark to you, it would basically be a raid wipe, if I'm remembering the ability correctly. It didn't take, I think it took a week, and there was an add-on, or the add-ons got updated to where it would actually fucking like throw someone, like it would throw a marker on the players so that they could see who they need to go with. As simple as that. The add-on, effectively, you just look for the color and you go there. Good game. Thanks. So the add-on effectively gave you, it played the game for you. You just had to do what the add-on told you. It was a horrible mechanic, Andy. It was a terrible mechanic. So many guilds. So Star Augur was for a while known as the guild killer, because so many guilds fell against Star Augur because the mechanic was unforgivable as fuck. Because literally, you would get the mark and some other player runs into you, wipe. You get the mark, someone isn't looking what they're doing, or you're accidentally just for a moment losing track, and bam, wipe. Start again. But the reason you need mechanics like that is because you're fighting against add-ons that is making the fights easier. So you have to constantly make the fights harder in order to compensate. So you need to make a decision there. Do we want to protect the integrity of our game and disallow these add-ons and get back to a sense of normalcy that isn't just completely ridiculous, or are we just going to keep driving this train until such time that we win, or whatever, you know? Or different is my best argument for add-ons, guides, etc. Vermalip, that's not true. Because knowing the path and walking the path might be different, but you're still stuck with something that is telling you exactly what the path is. That's not what games are supposed to be. So what is a raid boss at its core? What is a raid boss? Remove the graphics, remove the spell effects. What is a raid boss? Stalin Ultimate, how you doing, brother? It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that needs to be solved. The add-ons are basically like putting numbers on the back of every single puzzle piece. So you just have to go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. So you don't even have to look at the pieces. You just have to turn them over and go, oh, this is 1, this goes here. 2 goes next to it. 3 goes next to it. 4 goes next to it. 5 goes next to it. 6 goes next to it. That's it. That's literally all you have to do with the add-ons. So in that point, you're not actually like, it's not a case of knowing the path and walking the path, because the add-on is effectively telling you, go down this road. You don't have to solve this puzzle. We have already solved it for you. Ginger Fox, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some people can't put the pieces together, but then you shouldn't be raiding. Because the whole fun, so the most fun I've ever had in World of Warcraft raiding was when I just got back after Mist of Pandaria. You know, got into World of Draenor, and all of my friends returned to the game. All of my friends that we play other games these days, but they all returned to WoW. And we basically said, look, we want to start a raiding guild again, because obviously that's what we used to do. But we're actually this time around going to say no add-ons and no boss mods. Like, no videos, no boss videos. You're not allowed to look at videos on how to kill the bosses, and you're not allowed to use add-ons. We will learn the fights as we go. That's it. That's the rule. We got into High Mall. We smashed normal, like one shot everything in normal. On the second night, we did heroic up until the last boss. I think we finished up until the last boss, and then I think we struggled 2 days, like two maybe 3 days on the last boss on heroic. For High Mall, it was the most fun I've ever had in my life, because no one got angry when you wiped, because when you wiped, you were learning. So after every wipe, we would actually stop and say, okay, wait a second, what the fuck just happened there? So this is why we died. Let's try this. Let's see if this actually works. And then you would try a new thing. And then you go, okay, that does not work. How about we try this instead? It was just so much fun to figure the boss out, and no one is getting angry because no one knows the fight ahead of time. Like, no one knows what's gonna happen. You're doing the fight at the same time, everyone. That was the most fun I've ever had in WoW raiding. If you don't hit them, the fight is a wipe. No combat add-on. Okay, but Meeks, what point do you think I'm making? And then what point do you think you're making? Because it seems like you're disagreeing with me, but then making my point for me. So you're gonna have to tell me what point you're trying to make and how your point that you're making is actually making my point for me, but we're still disagreeing apparently on the point being made. Would bitch and moan about raid being too easy? What do you mean? Like, what raid would be too easy? What if they just ignored the existence of add-ons and just built the game around the idea they don't exist? Would the community just ruin the experience for itself? Yes. Because people wouldn't stop using the add-ons. People would now just use the add-ons on easier fights, making the fights even easier. So, Meeks, the reason I say you're making my point on, like, for me, even though you say that you don't agree with my point, in order for them to combat the add-ons, fights had to become more and more convoluted. So they had to put stuff in, like ridiculous DPS checks, ridiculous healing checks, and all sorts of crazy mechanics, which the problem isn't for the high-level player. So the Mythic Raider doesn't give a fuck about the harder shit that is being put into the game, because even at its hardest, Heroic isn't hard. I just told you, me and my guild smashed normal and heroic with no add-ons and 0 videos. We smashed it. It was easy because each and every one of us are mythic level raiders. So heroic poses no problem for us. The issue is you now have a bunch of normal players and heroic players that are super casual that has to try and play the game at this new ridiculous high level that even with the add-ons they can't actually do because the bosses are too convoluted and too intricate. Because it's no longer really about solving the puzzle. It's about meeting ridiculous demands because the add-on exists. If you remove the add-on, suddenly you can go back to normal boss design. You know, something of stacking these abilities, spread on these abilities, heal some damage, but you don't have to start doing weird phase changes and weird sort of timing mechanics and stuff like that. So you can actually make people have fun without just destroying their will to live. Break the add-on like they did with the one add-on during Wrath. Yeah, but I mean, the add-on during Wrath was literally breaking the game. No, we're not. No one's saying tank and spank. Okay, Meeks, that's fine. Then go do Mythic, because Mythic is supposed to be that ridiculous level of challenge. Normal and Heroic isn't. Normal and Heroic is supposed to be for the casual player. Like, if you're a Mythic Raider and you're going into Normal and Heroic, why? Stop fucking playing the game then. You're wasting everyone's time. This isn't meant for you. This is meant for the super casual person that doesn't want to commit 4 days a week, 6 hours a night raiding. They just want to have a little bit of fun, you know? They just want to have fun with their friends and smash through things. And it takes them months to actually clear the content. What the fuck? Casual content is taking months to clear because they can't finish certain bosses until massive nerfs come in or they get massive power buffs. I just feel like even normal raiding these days exclude the super casual player. The super casual player can't do normal raids because it's too fucking hard. I mean, look, whenever we talk about these problems, you have to look at the problems as multi-layered. The top layer is the add-on that creates the initial problem. But from there, problems actually compound and become weird. So once you get to like tier 3 or 4 of the problem, you don't even see why the add-on is still the problem, because tier 3 or 4 has different problems that doesn't exist directly because of the add-on, but the add-on have created a bunch of other problems that now have compounded into the tier 3 and 4 problems. So let's talk about combat difficulty. To my mind, when you have a normal, heroic, and mythic raid, it reads as follows. Normal is for the super casual player with their guild that just want to go once or twice a week and have some fun with their friends. That's what normal is supposed to be. Heroic is for the player that is slightly better than the normal player. He does want somewhat of a challenge, but not really that much, right? He still wants a challenge, but he doesn't want to kill himself. Mythic is for the extreme fuck. The guy that hates himself, he would chop off his balls if it proved he was a man, right? That's the kind of player that does the mythic stuff. The issue with World of Warcraft is that's not how it works. Normal may as well not exist. Like, normal is just so easy, everyone runs over it. I don't know anyone that really struggles in it. Heroic, for the most part, quite simple. And then every once in a while, there will be this boss that no one on Heroic can kill, because the skill level required for that boss is too high for them. And then Mythic has this weird thing where the first 4 bosses can be killed by almost fucking anyone with a brain cell, but then it becomes ridiculously hard. So it feels like it's not really, like there's a giant group of players that just doesn't have anything. Like, there's nothing that caters to them. There's nothing that's going to provide them with some level of challenge, because if they find Heroic too easy, bar a couple of bosses, Mythic is too hard. Whereas Heroic is supposed to cater to that intermediate group, the group that kind of knows what they're doing. They're kind of good, but they're not Mythic level. It just feels like, I don't know, it feels as if everything is just weird in World of Warcraft, and it would take far too long to actually explain it. Where if a person doesn't want to dedicate a bit of time to build up their character, then the game is probably not for them. Yeah, but no, what points are you making here? Can't kill Alifar. But Alifar is the stupidest system that has ever been introduced into World of Warcraft. Alifar should be cancelled. Normal should be the thing that you can sign up to the same way you sign up to Alifar, right? It's a normal raid. You can sign up to it the same way you do with Alifar. And it's on the same sort of difficulty. The only difference is it's not a clusterfuck and people actually have to be a little bit sort of focused. So people can jump into a Discord call or talk to each other. Again, you want to know why World of Warcraft is as fucked as it is? Look at how hard it is for people to clear Alifar. How? How is it so difficult for people to clear Alifar when Alifar does almost no damage? Like, the bosses do fucking 0 damage. The mechanics won't one-shot you for the most part. Why is it that so many groups can't actually kill Alifar? Because the bosses are completely over-convoluted. They're convoluted. They are over-designed and developed. So your average player that is just having a... like, just wants to jump into a raid, can't. It's too much shit for them. They don't want to focus on 500 different things happening at the same time. They just want to have a good time, you know? Just want to have a good time, want to have a bit of a raid, have a bit of fun, and that's it. Andy, you're talking about some people. But I know people that actually try in Alifar and really do fucking struggle. And it's easier to sit and say, well, fuck them. You know, if you can't raid, then don't... if you can't do Alifar, then don't raid. You're playing World of Warcraft. You realize that, right? If you can't raid in World of Warcraft, what the hell are you supposed to do in World of Warcraft? Young Meat and Gravity. Yumi and Gravity, how you doing, brother? I mean, is it just helping kill your own game? Telling so many players to fuck off? No. Right now, World of Warcraft has a giant problem with no casual content. For casual players, World of Warcraft just has nothing. And if you designed the game with this in mind, if you kept in mind that, hey, normal should be for the ultra casual player. It should be easy enough to do that almost anyone can do it, but enough of a challenge that it doesn't just hand you the fucking gear. Yeah, heroic should be for the committed raider, but they're not good enough for mythic. They're never gonna be good enough for mythic. That's what heroic should be as. You know, it should be on that level. And then Mythic should be extremely hard from day one. And then while we're at it, remove all gear from Mythic. Also, lock the item level the same way you do with Ultimate. So no matter what gear you have, no matter what item level you are, if you enter into Mythic, your item level scales down to whatever Blizzard decides. So let's say 250 item level. You go in there, your item level scales down to 250. Here is your challenge. Now go fucking do it. All of the bosses here are next level. You're gonna struggle here. We designed these bosses to be the hardest challenge you've ever faced in your life. Done. The Grey, but I throw... because skill in World of Warcraft really is just a time commitment issue. I guarantee you now, there is not a single class in World of Warcraft that is difficult enough to play to where every single person playing World of Warcraft couldn't play that class at a decent level. The classes in World of Warcraft is very, very easy. The only thing that stands in most people's way is the fact that they don't have the time to commit to actually learning the class inside out. But it's not rocket science. Playing World of Warcraft isn't rocket science. It's easy. But you need time in order to learn how to play the game. What is it that your class does? What is the small little tips and tricks, or the small little nooks and crannies of your class that will pump your DPS from 100k to 110k. These are things that you don't learn overnight. Wisp, how you doing, brother? You don't learn these overnight. You have to spend time. You have to actually talk to other raiders. Wisp is a good example here. Back in the day when I still raided, Wisp was a raider in another guild. And me and Wisp would often spend on Discord hours talking about warlocks and warlock abilities and how he plays his warlock. What does he do with his warlock on these fights and those fights? Because that's what it takes to be a mythic raider. You're constantly learning from other mythic raiders. But if you don't have that time, then you're never going to be that good, and that's fine. But there should be content for you that doesn't require you to do that much, you know? %. Time constraints took my mythic raiding in Legion to not having time for normals, Mythic Plus, or PvP and Shadowlands. It's why I am going to have to step away from the game for a bit. Single voting, I think there's a few people like that. To be honest, some people just can't play at a decent level, though. Coming from what I want to think, retired hardcore raider. I don't think there's such a thing as some people can't do it. Like, if you coach someone, you would almost, like, I'm pretty sure if you gave me any warlock of any skill and you gave me enough time to coach them, I would be able to turn them into a mythic raider. If they were willing to learn, of course. If this was just the guy that shows up and then doesn't take anything I teach them, that's a whole different discussion. But I think you can teach, because it's not like World of Warcraft is reliant on world-class hand-eye coordination. You don't need to push your buttons like 20 buttons within 2 seconds or anything like that. You don't have to 360 no-scope anyone in World of Warcraft. It is literally a paint-by-numbers process. Like, as soon as you learn the numbers, it becomes easy. All you need is to physically learn where your buttons are without having to look down, get that muscle memory going, and it shouldn't be that bad. All right, Andy, show me. Like, you won't be able to teach every single person to be a tremendous Call of Duty player or a League of Legends player, because these games require a phenomenal amount of hand-eye coordination, right? In League of Legends, you need to be able to see something and within a split second react with a flash or a sidestep or something like that. You have to be able to hit your abilities within moments of one another in order to do, one-shot combos and stuff like that. Those are hard things to teach. You can't really teach that, and not everyone is ever going to be able to do that. But in a game like World of Warcraft, I don't know, what exactly do you think would stop a player from being, like, good? What skill do you think World of Warcraft requires that not every single person would be able to do? Unless they have like an IQ of 80, but frankly that is a skill issue that I don't think you can fix, right? But I don't necessarily think in a game like World of Warcraft you have that severe sort of skill requirement. That have never once read their spells, thus never knowing how to stack them or GCD manage. Well, yeah. Back in Wrath, I had a guy who genuinely fucking laughed at me because I had 20% spirit on my warlock, and he was like, "Oh, lol, dude, you're not a healer." I'm like, "Dude, do you know what spirit does for a warlock?" Clearly not, because you've not read the basics of your fucking class. Because if you did, you'd know that spirit is pretty good for us. Left or right hand? For what? For wanking, Yero? Trying to teach people how to jump in Castle Nathria? No, I haven't. I have not. I have a cousin who have tried to get trying to get to play WoW with me, and no matter how many times he's tried, he hasn't been able to get the hang of KBM gaming, especially in the WoW ability bar style. All right. You now, but I have had a few that really wanted to be better, but no matter how much time or effort we gave over at least a few weeks, just couldn't manage. That would be weird. Wisp, because it also comes down to how much you practice. You know, do you actually spend time on the dummy to learn the rotation off by heart, or do you just go, yeah, all right, so I'll do this, this, and this, and then you get in there and you don't do it? Although, in saying that, I have played with a couple of people where I'm convinced that they're not, like, they just can't be better, you know? Like, back in Legion, when, let's call it during my heyday, you want to know where I spent most of my time in Legion? Like, logged into the game. In my class order role at the dummy. That's where I spent probably 80% of my fucking time. Just constantly trying to, like, up my DPS, like, just 1k. If I can just get 1k higher, you know, than what I am right now. And then you start putting in things like movement. So in between abilities, you have to move around and you sort of have to run from one spot to the other and still try and keep everything up and sort of learn. This is what you have to do if you want to be a Mythic Raider. Funny about me is what I had to do with my fiance. She's never been into MMOs, but with WoW and FF14 and after months of practicing her rotation on dummies for the classes she enjoyed, it helped. Dummy is something that I think a lot of people like. So, I remember when I still made Warlock guides, this is obviously years ago, but when I still did Warlock guides, the class Discord, like there were Warlocks on the class Discord who would laugh at the fact that I told people to go on the dummies. They'd be like, little dude, no one goes on the dummies, what the fuck? Don't listen to this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'd be like, okay, so how are you going to learn your rotation off by heart? And when I say off by heart, I mean you have to know what your cooldowns are without looking at them. Without having to look at your screen, you have to know. You just have to feel it. You have to know, all right, this is about to come off cooldown. And then when you look at your weak aura, you go, oh my god, it is actually about to come off cooldown. You can only learn that by actually doing it. So unless you're planning to raid 24/7, boss after boss after boss, and learn these things, the best place to do it is on the dummy. You know, pop your cooldowns, figure out how many rotations roughly do you go through per cooldown cycle, things like that. Shadow Rodney, yes. That video will go up soon. I think Alex is busy editing the video as we speak, actually. Let me just make sure. I don't think it'll be uploaded yet, but I do think it's, like, soon, TM. Yeah, soon, TM. That video will be up. Mr. GM's interview, Alex. In the end, talking about a topic like this, it's so individual. I'm sure, though, that some people is just overwhelmed and can't manage whatever they read or can't execute. But then again, you are... That is true. All right, yeah. As Alex just said there, guys, it's in the edit, so... What is this?
What this guy did was he has the hardest seed of the fight, and we got the worst possible lineup. This is the worst lineup ever. Also, this is the 4th pull. We get the worst lineup possible, which is seed spawning at the exact same time that Annihilate happens, right? So seeds are spawning during the Annihilate. He shimmers, uses Night Fade Blink. He Night Fade Blinks one more time, and he throws it and literally alter times out of the explosion at like 0.1 seconds right there. Doesn't die. And then he sees that we're going to die to the someone forgetting their seed. One of the hunters died with their seed on Diamond. So he fucking takes the seed on Diamond, blinks, blocks, and saves the entire raid and doesn't die, all in like a 15-second thought process. And also, he's beating everyone in the raid by like 500 DPS.
That was very
that's
good play,
a,
actually. Just look at the decision making from this
we get
guy.
the worst lineup possible, which is seed spawning at the exact same time that Annihilate happens, right? So seeds are spawning during the Annihilate. He shimmers, uses Night Fade Blink. He Night Fade Blinks one more time, and he throws it and literally alter times out of the explosion at like 0.1 seconds right there. Doesn't die.
Dude, that is
and
some
then he sees that we're going to die
insane decision making. I mean, we could talk about just why such an overlap should exist. But remember also, Andy, what you're talking about here is literally not what we're talking about. Because I don't mind things like this existing on Mythic. Like, this is one of those things where, as he just said there, they got the absolute worst combination of things to happen at the same time. You can be a Mythic Raider and wipe on that pull, and you'll still eventually be able to get it down, right? These are like the top. And I never said that you can teach every player to be the top 1% or 2%. I don't even think if I practiced every single day, I would ever be in the 1-2% of the player base in terms of World of Warcraft, because those players are ridiculously good at what they do. A lot of those guys will be good whether they play first-person shooter games or League of Legends. They'll be good because they have that, right? These people are just built very differently. But you could teach someone to be 10, 20, 30, 40% of that, and they'd be good enough to do Mythic. Absolutely. I think you can teach almost every person. Let me rephrase my statement. I think you can teach every single person in World of Warcraft, given enough time and provided they are willing to put in the effort, to actually be able to clear Mythic. Not in a week or in a month, in 6 months. So in a normal raid cycle, I think you can teach almost every player in World of Warcraft, bar like extreme cases. So let's say virtually almost every player. You can teach almost every player in World of Warcraft to clear Mythic eventually. I genuinely believe that. I do not think World of Warcraft has such a high skill requirement that you can't do that. Now, not every player is going to pull off what this guy did. Absolutely not. For this, you require a tremendous amount of forethought. You have to keep in mind every ability that you have available. You have to know what is going to come next and where you have to be even after you've done this. So you blink, but in order to blink, I have to be year after it. So that is a whole new level of decision making. And that you're not going to be able to teach everyone. Sure, but for most guilds, this would be a wipe. This pull would have been a wipe, and that's fine because the next pull, they wouldn't get this bad sort of mix. And they'd be able to kill it, right? By the way, this is sort of what this clip is a good example of what I mean when let me ask this. Is this possible on normal, Andy, to get that sort of bad fucking, on this specific fight? Can you get that bad sort of circumstance where, shit, all of this have now linked up together and now things have to happen? Kind of, but without the pull. Just said he's fine with you guys streaming his stream for the interview. Voice TV, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Do we know how far we are from Asmongold's interview starting? "25 minutes. We'll just see. We'll just see." Fluxwolf, you bastard. Thanks for doing what's up. I really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I killed that boss on Mythic. Don't remember getting that badly. No, but Magister, this is sort of what I spoke about the whole time. Some pulls, everything goes perfectly well. So usually what happens in pulls like that, I'm not saying this is exactly what happened here. I don't know this boss. But usually what happens on a pull like this, what happens on a pull like this is you face changed before one ability of the boss was supposed to come out, or you push the DPS a little bit too fast, so you're now hit with one ability, but also with another ability that's technically not supposed to come at the same time, but they will now come at the same time because you've accidentally pushed the boss either past a DPS threshold or into a different phase, something to that effect. And that really is those things isn't necessary. You know, you don't need to have stuff like that happen. But that's why this is what add-ons create. They create that sort of messy style because that's the only way you can keep fights difficult. Knowing that people will know exactly what is going to come. You have to have the ability to throw these sort of weird, wonky bullshit at people. Fluxwolf, it does not affect me at all. Because I already only get 50% of whatever you guys sub. So it does not affect me one bit. Like, whenever you sub to me, I only get 50% of that. So, sure, Twitch making that change. It's only going to change, really, the money for the top streamers. And that's just going to lead to the top streamers leaving and going to YouTube. Because YouTube's... So, on YouTube, the split is 70-30. And it's like that for everyone. The second you get monetized on YouTube, the split is 70-30. So whenever someone sub to you on YouTube, you get 70%, they take 30%. So I don't know what Twitch is thinking. They're just going to lose a lot of fucking streamers to YouTube as soon as they implement that. They can't just multi-server stream? What do you mean, the Grey? With a picture in Disco, should be safe to show, but that's how it usually is with people learning WoW. Should be safe to show. What the fuck, Wisp? Let me just make sure that it is, in fact, safe to show. Yeah, this should be safe to show. You are correct. This should be safe to show. Alright, so DPS distribution chart. I just press buttons. 0.1%, 2%, 40%. 34% is no. You have to line up cooldowns and perfectly execute the mechanics, and I didn't get. And I didn't get if you miss a GCD in your rotation, everything is thrown off and it's over. I just press buttons. This is kind of true. It is kind of true, because once you do get to this 99 percentile, it's so automatic. Like, it really does feel as if you're just pressing buttons. Like, you don't even think about it. You're just doing it, you know? You just know where every button is. Oh my god, I need to survive. For me, it was F3 and F4 was all my survival abilities. F5 was my blink or my portal ability back in the day. And I would not even think about it. Like, some big damage comes in, boop, F3, done. Let's go. You don't even think about it. I had one of my talent bubbles I actually had on R. And then I had my cooldowns on TFG. And then the rest was just like 1 to usually 7 max. I didn't really like going to 8 and 9. And then the rest of it was just here on the side of the mouse. In the hooded one? True. Like, yeah, that guy didn't really necessarily think. He just did, because he already knows. Now, my interrupt was always on F2. Even if I played a class that didn't have an interrupt, F2 would be left open. Because I was so used to F2 being my interrupt that if I didn't use F2, like if I put anything else on F2, I would accidentally pop it whenever I need to, or whenever I think I need to interrupt. I would accidentally pop something else. So F2 was just perma dedicated to interrupts. No, my big boy cooldowns, Andy, was usually on numlock 5, 6, 8, and 9. So 5, 6, 8, and 9 would be various cooldowns, you know, even if it was just sort of like trinkets and stuff like that, would usually be on numlock 5, 6, 8, and 9. My favorite round combo was Alt F4. Never played it since. I saw mention of Twitch going to 50-50 split and also removing exclusivity, thus allowing streamers to be on multiple platforms. If Twitch allows for people to go on multiple platforms, I would actually fucking love that. That would be really cool if Twitch actually allowed it. Why is it sus, Mix? So when my hands, so the F buttons are really easy to press with my hands. Like, it's really not far. It's just on top of my numbers, especially on my keyboard. So it's fine. And the numlock buttons is the mouse buttons. Like, all of the mouse buttons is numlock 1 to 12. So, well, actually, it's numlock 1 to 9. And then 11 is a macro, and 12 is a macro as well. No, those I never actually keybound, Andy. Like markers and stuff, I never keybound those. Those I would just click and put on if I needed it. But I barely ever did, because I was never raid leader. I never wanted to be raid leader. Look at my keyboard, and I was like, the fuck? Numpad buttons over here? No. I mean, the mouse helps, right? I can't imagine not having an MMO mouse. Like, even if I'm not playing an MMO, I would still have an MMO mouse. It just, I can't imagine not having an MMO mouse. Guarantee everyone keybinds are different. True, but I do think a lot of people sort of freak out, because how many people in this chat don't use an MMO mouse? Is lying in the cupboard, never liked it, and freezes every 30 seconds. People overlook keybinds. I don't, it's too complicated. Me, I don't. Jesus, you guys are weird. Like, how are you even living like this? I don't know how you live like this. MMO mice are so fucking cool, man. And they're so cheap as well. You can get, I don't know if Logitech still actually makes the G600. That used to be my mouse, because the Logitech G600 actually had side buttons. So your middle mouse button would be a button, but then also you could press it side to side. Apocalypse, how you doing, brother? You could press it side to side for 2 extra buttons. And I remember even utilizing that in WoW. So I would even have the side to side buttons to different things. In World of Warcraft. But I no longer use the Logitech G600 because I can't find it in South Africa. They are actually still fucking making it. I can't believe it. And it's so cheap. It's like $40. Look at this. It's like $40 for a Logitech G600 MMO gaming mouse. Bitovish, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. No, I'm not interviewing shit. Giant Rat Guy. Asmongold is interviewing. I have this one. This is the one I have right now. The Corsair Scimitar. Or Scimitar, however you want to pronounce that. But yeah, this is the one I have now. I have the Elite one. Also love this fucking mouse. Like, such a cool mouse. The one thing I don't like about this mouse is that it's quite small. So as far as like my hand goes, it's not as big as the Logitech. The Logitech was nice and bulky, whereas this one is quite small. So I don't quite like this one, but you know, I can't find the Logitech one in South Africa anymore. So kind of have to just accept that I don't think Logitech makes them anymore. Well, I could actually check. Fuck it. Let's see. Who would I check from now? Let's see Dreamwear. Dreamwear Tech. Do they have it? Don't know. Products. Peripherals. There we go. Mice. Logitech. Brand. So brand, Logitech, filter. Static ZA, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see if they've gotten it back. I don't think so. Yeah, we could check Woodwear as well. I'm actually quite a fan of Woodwear. I bought most of my PC stuff from Woodwear. Alex, you bastard. Thanks for the 1 sub. Really appreciate it. 18 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What am I looking at here? Is this the mouse that you have, Andy? Raid Dragon. Dude, I didn't even know Raid Dragon makes MMO mice. Easy. Alright, they don't have Logitech here. Let's see Woodwear. Logitech. Here we go. Hey, Mix. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. I hate that most of the websites in South Africa now do this load more bullshit. Like, scroll until your fucking finger falls off. All right, so no. The Logitech G600 is not a thing in South Africa. For some reason. Like an episode of To Catch a Predator. Ian, why don't you have a seat there? Pretty much, right? Pretty fucking much. I don't use a MMO mouse, only mice with 2 side buttons. I can recommend either Logitech G903 or... You see, I don't like mice like that. I prefer MMO mice. Rin the Weirdo? I'll save you some time on that one. Anything that can be content will always be content. Always. No questions asked. I promise. Why the fuck is mice the plural of mouse and not mouses? Because mouses is not the plural of mouse. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. Yumi and Gravity, thank you so much for the Prime Sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the outpour of support, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate it. Even things that can't be content will also be content. Everything will be content. I would never miss an opportunity to turn something into content. Like, that I can promise you. That's why I love drama so much. Drama-based content. Not in South Africa, Apocalypse. Like, there's not a single company in South Africa that uses mouses as the plural for mice. I'll show you. So, PC peripherals, mice. No matter where you go, it's always mice. No one says mouses. Also, mouses sound so horrible. Is this an OnlyFans stream? Yes, it is. I'm gonna get my dick out in a second. Like, any moment now. Let's have Asmongold on.
Working. See if I can get it to work now, maybe.
See, this is why I started it early, because I knew this
All right,
something.
let me go
dumb would
pee
happen.
one final time before we start.
Okay.
You guys watch
Your luck with tech is as bad as mine.
Asmongold
Yeah, that's just about it.
while I'm going to pee. I'll give
It's
you an
not
ad.
letting me
Watch
capture
Asmongold. I'm coming back right. I'm coming right back.
The page here.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why not. I might have to do it on the PC. I think that could maybe be better. Okay. Let me see if I can do this here. Because you're already capturing via Streamlabs? No, it's capturing a video here. Because you guys see what it does? It's not doing it. Okay. Make sure I get all this sorted. Discord, I can't show Discord. Maybe if I change it, let me delete it. Okay. Maybe game capture. That's not working either. Do you guys know why that would be? That it doesn't capture it properly? I'm not even really sure. Because it shows, and I'm not sure what this is. Window capture? I'm doing window capture. It just doesn't work properly. Let's see here. I can probably do display capture, and if I have to, I'll do that. Bottom left start video? No. I'm trying to capture what I'm seeing on my screen. Does that make sense? So like it should show this, but it doesn't.
All right, back.
You guys see what I'm saying? Start video.
I'm pretty sure no. Pretty sure no.
Wow, it could be a bug on the video card. Exit game. It's on a different PC.
All right.
That's not what it's gonna
Real
be.
question for you, Akko. If someone wanted to start streaming tomorrow, where would it be better to start at? YouTube or Twitch? YouTube.
God.
Nico.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that.
I think if you're gonna start streaming now, YouTube.
Disable hardware acceleration.
Just because
I don't know how to do that.
if you have all of your content in the same place, it's always going to be better. So
I don't even know how to get settings on Zoom.
all of my videos are on YouTube. So it would be easier to convince people to come to a YouTube live stream because they're already on YouTube than what it is to convince people to come to a Twitch stream because they're not even in Twitch. They're on YouTube. So I would absolutely stop. Rukusama, if you care about the affiliate status and how hard it is, let me put it this way. Affiliate status on Twitch is an absolute scam. By a mile, it is a scam. 99% of people that is affiliate on Twitch makes little to no money being an affiliate. You only get a payout once you have $100, right? So you have to achieve $100. For many people, this would take 6+ months before they get their first $100 payout. In that time, you could have been streaming on YouTube and Twitch because you could have started on both. You could use Restream. Once you sign the affiliate contract, you're locked in. You have to stream on Twitch. You can't dual stream. So it's affiliate is a scamaz. It really is to lock people into an exclusivity contract with Twitch. Not quite as exclusive as the actual exclusivity ones, but it would be better to not become an affiliate on Twitch, restream to both Twitch and YouTube, and see which one picks up first.
Okay, I'm gonna try this here. Maybe this will work.
Haven't streamed in 18 months. No, I genuinely think YouTube is probably, at least considering everything that Twitch is not doing, YouTube is probably the future of streaming. And it's not like it has to be. Twitch can absolutely step it up and become a juggernaut, but for some reason it doesn't want to fucking do that, you know? Which is annoying. What the fuck? Alright, hold up.
Yeah, I don't have, I don't have any of the, it doesn't show my stuff.
Let's do this. Adelia, thank you so much for the 2 community subs. Really appreciate that. Can we have some hearts in chat for Adelia? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hearts in chat. There's 2 of you fuckers that have gifted sub status now, or gifted or sub status now, thanks to Adelia. So let's see some hearts. Come on, you bastards. What's it, man? Dark Mephisto, how you doing, brother?
Well, yeah, but I can't even add...
Twitch has the ego problem. They did it first, so they did it best. True. Like, I think in time, YouTube is... I think within the next 2 years, YouTube is going to become the premier stream platform. The only thing that YouTube is currently... Jesus, Yuku. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 41 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the support, guys. The only thing that really helps Twitch still survive at this point, in my opinion at least, is Dark Mephisto, you bastard! Thanks for the Prime sub, really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love free candies. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat. Is the fact that you basically stand... Like, there's some kind of prestige around being a Twitch streamer. Right? If you, like, everyone wants to tell their friends, I'm a Twitch streamer. So that's why people come to Twitch. No one wants to tell their friends I'm a YouTube streamer. Who cares about YouTube streams? You want to be a Twitch streamer, right? That's like the cream of the crop.
Capture instead of window capture, maybe?
Yeah, I tried that.
But I think that is going to change. I do think that is slowly but surely going to change. Wasn't there a site called Owned 3D? Well, Owned still exists. They just do overlays now.
Okay, I think everything should be good. And let me do display capture.
Justin TV was like the first, I think. I'm a Facebook streamer. Ellie giggle. Like, absolutely fucking Ellie giggle. I'm a Facebook streamer. Like, that's the one thing you don't tell anyone. If you are a Facebook streamer, you don't tell people I'm a Facebook streamer.
Yes.
Who the hell is this?
All right, it's a little bit... Yeah,
She works for Blizzard, I'm assuming.
But it should be good enough. Okay. Go ahead and do this. There we go. And I have to, like, resize.
I think that in Poland, that is not the case. Nobody gives a fuck about Twitch.
Okay.
For content creators, they do care.
Yeah, it's just gonna
Like, content creators really do care about being that famed Twitch streamer, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But most people also, I don't think, realize how hard it is to be a Twitch streamer. You know? And I don't mean hard like coal mining hard. Of course, that's not fucking hard. What are the 2 main questions you want Asmon to do to Ian? You're an ass. How you doing, brother?
How does that look, guys? Is that good, or how should I resize it?
I can't choose 2. There's no fucking way I can choose 2. She is cute.
Okay. Too small of a window. Yeah, I just can't.
Yeah,
see
being a streamer is
smaller. How about like this? Is this
taxing.
better?
And also, the thing that pisses me off is the amount of streamers that go, I'm a content creator.
All right, let me do my own camera.
It's like, no, you're not. You just sit on your fucking ass and play video games. You are not a content creator. You are a streamer. That's fine. But creating content and being a streamer is not the same thing. Like, streamers can be content creators, but not all streamers are content creators.
How's that, guys?
Wow, Ian has really changed. Makeup agrees with Ian. No?
Okay.
I'll stop my video
Jesus.
to see if it works with the end. It should.
Yeah.
Ian should wear makeup more.
All right, good enough. Yeah. Sort your hair. My hair is not going to be... This is about as good as it gets, guys. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, it's just about as good as it gets. Let's make sure we get Ian in here.
Someone pretty much.
There we go. All right.
Oh, here we
I
go.
think when Ian talks, it should work.
It's actually
Yeah.
fucking starting.
How's that work, guys? Are we good?
Yeah,
I'll
but
make sure I've
Ian
got it playing,
needs to
actually,
be
so I can
a little
see.
bit more in the
Okay,
screen.
let me
A little
resize
But here
it
we
a little
go.
bit.
Yeah.
And there we go. All right. That's about as good as we're gonna get, I think, for now. Okay.
There we
I
go.
think that should be good. Okay. Amazing. All right. Yeah, I don't know how this has happened, but somehow I've actually made it work through a pretty weird setup, but it's good enough. Yep, music's
Let's
off.
go,
Everything should be
boys!
good.
Lord
Alright,
Kenya,
can you
you
hear me?
bastard with the 5
Yes, I
community
can.
subs. Really appreciate it, bro.
All right. Well, I have to say, I am kind of amazed that this is finally happening over 4 years or so. So, yeah, I wanted to say thanks a lot for coming on. I really appreciate it, man.
No, absolutely. It's a pleasure. Been a while since bumping into you, like coming off stage at BlizzCon years back.
Yeah, 4 years ago. I saw somebody post a picture, and it was quite a shock to see how much hair I had back then. It really was.
You and me both.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I want to ask is, now that Shadowlands is primarily over, what would you really say are the biggest successes of Shadowlands? What do you think that we can expect to see going forward?
Definitely Covenants. I think, Covenants, we want to make sure, like, that's actually, I think we want to fit those into Dragonflight. And
Yeah.
He's making a joke.
High level, I think narratively, one of the big challenges and exciting things about Shadowlands was making something brand new in World of Warcraft. Like, we've over the years mined out a lot of the lore, a lot of the original settings from Warcraft 3 and onwards. And, every time comes time to make a new expansion, one of the big questions is like, okay, where's left for us to visit? And I think the challenge of, say what you will about Sylvanas, the Jailer, the rest, I think building environments and building characters and cultures in the Enchanted Forest of Ardenweald and, the Gothic castles and cities of Revendreth and so forth, and having that feel like an extension of World of Warcraft and having players really vibe with those environments and call them home, I think that was super satisfying for all of us. Obviously, I think along the way, a lot of the realizations we came to in, driven by community feedback over the course of, the middle of Shadowlands, 9.15 and onward, I think are something that will change WoW for the better forever going forward.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I remember watching the Taliesin interview yesterday, excuse me. And you were saying how pretty much all of the stuff is going to be account wide now for Dragonflight.
Scam!
Or a lot of the in-game systems.
I'm sure that will be weaponized against me and us. And it's like, hey, Ian, you promised everything.
Yeah.
It's like, philosophically, it's get your gear, get your power. That's a character progression. That's part of the journey when you're making a new character. But yeah, access to content, utility, cosmetics, almost all the rest. And we also want to ask the question of, like, how fun is the content that you're going to have to do to replay multiple times?
Good question.
Exactly. And the less it is, the more we want to make that optional and have it be something you can choose whether or not.
Good.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'm very relieved to hear that. I know that was something that a lot of people complained about in BFA and also Shadowlands, so it's a huge relief. The next thing is, I wanted to ask about the dragon riding abilities in combat. Do you think that we're going to be able to ride these dragons into combat in a battle like Malagos or something crazy like that?
Maybe at some point. Yeah, I think
Really?
one of the things, like, we don't have anything planned like that right at launch. I think we want to really understand how the system plays,
Would
and its
that
strengths
work?
and weaknesses and what it's good at. And then I think trying to incorporate your Drake companion into some future dungeon or raid encounter, or even something in the outdoor world or whatever, feels like a cool space to explore. But, like, let's build a solid foundation first and then figure out how to build upon it.
Focus on step 1 until we get to step 5. I think that makes a lot of sense, yeah. And so outside, dragon riding is obviously something everybody's going to be doing. And of course, we're going to get new raids, we're going to get new dungeons. But is there any other content that, like, just a casual player who just logs on and just wants to enjoy the game at large is going to really have to do on a daily?
Well, I mean, have to do in the mandatory sense? Or
No, like, actually,
exactly, yeah.
a little bit of both. But, just like casual fun stuff too, like the Darkmoon Fair, for example. Are we going to get something similar to that?
I mean, so I think maybe not Darkmoon Fair specifically,
Yeah.
but I think everything, events, world content in general. I think Zereth Mortis is like it's one zone. We're looking to, in a lot of ways, build, an entire continent, an entire expansion with those philosophies and that approach. And so things like protoform synthesis that currently exist just as, a fun collection space to explore is the kind of thing we want to do more of.
Oh, okay, that's good, actually.
I think we've in a lot of ways underserved something that may be almost a silent majority in our game, or a quiet majority, which are people who aren't looking to top raters and push keys and get their PvP rating up. They just want to explore, do chill stuff, and feel at home in the world.
Yep.
And while still serving the core raid, dungeon, all the rest, we want to do more for that group in particular in Dragonflight.
That is great. I totally agree. I'm really glad to hear that. And another thing is that, like, we've gotten some new arenas. We've gotten the Maldraxxus arena, the Kyrian arena, but we haven't really gotten a lot of new types of content for like a PvPer to do, like battlegrounds and just types of PvP, other than obviously solo shuffle, and apparently raided's coming to that. Are we going to see more battlegrounds or more war mode features in Dragonflight as well?
Long term, that's something we want to do. I think the focus, as you mentioned, is on a rated version of solo shuffle. Making some changes to the way gearing works in PvP to make it more just like a couple of fixed tiers, so that conquest gear is conquest gear. You don't have to worry about upgrading it as you go up in rating, so that the experience of getting into the season or catching up on alts is less painful. And I think with war mode, we often, the best war mode content is the organic stuff. It's not the thing that we set up as like a specific PvP event, but it's something like assaults in 8.1 BFA, where it's like there's just stuff that both factions want to do. There's extra bonuses for having war mode on. There's natural collision that occurs, and that makes for some fun world PvP.
Ask about the servers.
On the battleground question, we want to add more battlegrounds. I think there's work we need to do to overhaul our kind of underlying BG system before that makes sense. I think part of what we've seen over the years, when we add battlegrounds, we're adding one battleground into a big rotation. Which most people random queue for. You might, queue all afternoon and not land in the new battleground at all. And so it's like, is that really changing the experience in the way that we would hope that new content would? That's why I think recently you've seen us pivot to brawls a lot, where we can have at least focus on that specific brawl in a specific week or two. But I think, as our general approach of looking at evergreen systems and foundations of our game continues, and we have the ones we're focusing on right now for Dragonflight, I think looking at how the BGQ pool works, and maybe there's something we can do there with a seasonal rotation going forward that lets us bring in new maps and focus on specific ones. There's a lot of stuff we want to explore in the future.
World PvP is fine, but the servers are fucked. How do we fix that? So
kind of like the seasonal thing that you're doing with the dungeons in Mythic Plus, kind of?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, I think that makes sense. And now I have kind of a much bigger question, is that every expansion, we go up like 100 or 150 item levels. Like characters at the beginning of the expansion are doing 20,000 DPS, at the end they're doing 100, like 5x more. And like we've had so many stat squishes right now, we need one like every other expansion. And like with BFA, we needed one just inside of that expansion. Do you guys see that as a problem, or is that going to be pretty much just the norm going forward?
There are aspects of it that are problematic. I think not having that extra multiplicative borrowed power helps keep that power creep in check. Like over the course of Legion, some of your power came from gear. A huge portion of it came from dozens of artifact traits and legendaries and all the rest multiplying across that.
That was great.
But the item level progression, honestly, that's been part of World of Warcraft since I would say the middle of Wrath of the Lich King. Mm-hmm. Right around like Ulduar into TOC into Icecrown was the first time in WoW where Blizzard kind of officially said, you don't need to go back and farm old raids anymore. You don't need to keep farming for your DFT all expansion long or whatever. It's just the new tier is a fresh start. And that has a lot of advantages in terms of just accessibility, making it feel like it doesn't matter if you missed a patch, you're not forever behind. You can come back, join your raid guild, play with your friends, jump in, join pubs, whatever, and do the new thing. And that's just kind of how WoW has been for the last 15 years. I think we've experimented a bit with item level gaps between tiers, but what we often find is if an item isn't at least a certain percent better than what you got months ago, and you're having to learn an all new encounter or go into an all new challenge to get it, that just doesn't feel good as a reward. If you're, a guild that does normal raids and progresses into heroic over the course of a tier, let's say, but you're going to start in normal of the next tier. If that gear isn't better than what you're wearing, like, what's the point? Where do we even go from there? And so that has dictated certain gaps. And I think the most important thing is that rewards feel rewarding in the short term. And one of the burdens of the years long, decades long life cycle is doing things like squishes. But while we don't love it from an elegance perspective, I think it's better than saying this patch or this raid tier is not going to feel rewarding just so that it buys us more long-term room.
And like, how long do you view that like kind of upgrade cycle being? Because we've had a few of these overlaps happen. Like you remember like Ashvane's Razor Coral or like Ashara's Font. Do you see it as a positive or a negative, or like, because what happens nowadays is that it feels like you're not really playing the whole expansion. You're just kind of playing just the patch. It's like it's like during Sanctum of Domination, why would you go back into Castle Nathria? And especially nowadays, why would you go back? And it seems like you're trying to solve that problem a little bit in Season 4 with like these new affixes and things like that. So is that something that we can expect to see going forward into Dragonflight?
Not initially.
Okay.
I don't think, but the Season 4 experiment, like I think as a capstone to expansions, is something that if this works, I'd love to repeat and love to have a little bit of a remix to help avoid content droughts at the end of expansions, along with, of course, just getting the damn expansion out faster.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think a lot of this is listening to what players prefer. I think a lot of what we've heard is that when there are those one or two outlier items from prior tiers that feel relevant long term, we get negative feedback on that. People who don't really feel like they want to have to go back and farm up Sylvanas daggers or whatever else, particularly if they skip that tier and now you're like, oh, I want to switch to Rogue in for Sepulchre.
There's a reason
I have
for
to
that.
go find pugs and go back and do this other thing. And also, when it's the idea of making more stuff in that space, people are often happy to move on from a setting that they've spent months in, whether it's raiding with a guild, progressing, or pugging. A new environment is part of what's exciting there. So I think we're open to it, and if there's a couple of outliers, we definitely don't want to stop those items from being exciting. But I'm not sure that, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'll certainly look at feedback that comes out after this interview, but I'm not sure people are clamoring to have reasons to go back and do Sanctum every week right now.
It's weird because like for some people I think they enjoy it, for others they don't. I mean, I know that you can always go back and think of the items from like BC or even Wrath or especially Classic. It's like people went back and remember they used that Classic trinket in like on Lich King, right? Like that kind of stuff is really cool.
Scarab Brooch. Yeah.
Yes, the Scarab Brooch from Vicitus, exactly. And that stuff is great, but at the same time, it's just not, it can be frustrating for people at the same time. And so it's like where that balance is. But you're, in general, okay with a few items spanning a couple of tiers?
I would say a couple of tiers is probably a lot. I think one tier is fine.
I guess so.
Yeah, something like Sylvanas daggers is fine.
No Arcana Crystal?
Yeah, no, not so much, no.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I mean, now that we're talking about loot, why do you not want to bring back Master Looter?
So I'm sure everyone is like, why are you even wasting time asking this question? I've answered it 50 times. But if I told you, I kind of do want to bring back Master Loot.
Okay.
The team does. So it's an interesting, something we've been reflecting on a lot in the last like year and a half, in looking at places where we in the community have differed over the years and kind of reevaluating some of our thinking. Loot is a tricky one. I think going back to Legion, we had personal loot and group loot in parallel, and maintaining like two versions of loot, both in terms of how its data is set up, the UI experience, the code, was a mess. And that was something we wanted to get out of for a bunch of reasons. And I think at the time, we were looking at group loot, saw a bunch of problems with this structure we built. We're like, let's tear it down. Let's lay new foundations. Let's build a new system that's all personal. And over the last few years, we've been iterating on it and refining it and adding rules and exceptions. But there's a lot of problems with it. Clarity around what's tradable is pretty bad. The feeling of, hey, an item just dropped and it's technically an eye level upgrade, but I'm not going to use it and I can't give it to my friends. That feels pretty bad. We certainly haven't, solved degenerate behavior from world first guilds. If anything, it's, gotten worse with all the cross server stuff.
Seems that way.
Yep.
And buyers. And so we're taking a hard look at where we want to land going forward. The challenge is we've spent like 6 years building on those new foundations. And so it's not just something where you can flip a switch and say, all right, everything works the way it did. But I think there's a lot to be said for, keeping personal loot in some spaces like Outdoor World, trash and dungeons and raids. Like I don't think anyone needs, group loot trappings there. But the core experience of like you kill a raid boss, there's 4 things on the corpse and you figure out what you want to do with those 4 things. That's something we'd like to get back to. I don't have the
Okay.
ability to promise that all the work to make that happen can occur in just the next few months. But in terms of long-term heading, I think that's what we're thinking.
So it's not that the team is necessarily ideologically opposed to this. It's just that there was a lot of tech problems and like the dissonance, and I think it was Taurus whenever this happened, just caused up problems.
It's basically just we have our tools, our
Music,
code,
bro.
every assumption
Okay.
we've made in how we build loot tables from 2018 onwards has gone in one direction, and now we would need to just turn back around. And I think there's a lot of questions to figure out. Also, I think we should also bear in mind that going back to group loot means that like you can have a bow drop with no hunters in the raid.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a thing that will happen, and feels bad, but that's kind of okay.
It's transmog piece.
Yeah, because the thing we can't have happen is a world where loot is still smart, and if you stack a group with like 6 warriors, you're only going to get warrior loot, and it's completely tradable with no restrictions. That just kind of breaks everything. So we need to just figure out a middle ground going forward, but that's something we want to do.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess that does definitely make sense. I mean, logistically, it seems like it would be very, very easy to stack a raid in that regard. And, I would advocate for that, but that's a little bit too much in my own personal interest. But another thing is that the add-ons nowadays, we see that there's a huge UI redesign that's being done with Dragonflight, and I think that's a good thing. And you see nowadays, like many people, whenever they're joining a guild, having weak auras or having DBM is pretty much required, and it creates like this artificial gap between like casual players and hardcore players. It's kind of like a 2-part question, and like number one, like does the team, I mean just straight up, does the team design like these like heroic and like mythic encounters for add-ons, same with like Mythic Plus? And the second part is are we going to see more of these features incorporated into the game?
So that's an awesome question. It's something we spend a lot of time, especially recently, debating. We design acknowledging the existence of add-ons. I think we have to. Sometimes we're actually designing and implementing mechanics in ways that are going to try to work around add-ons, whether it's like entering the code to disarm the bomb on Mechatork, or the Among Us game on Lords of Dread, and fixing stuff to plug loopholes that people found, because we know like, hey, we have this idea that could be really fun gameplay, but if an add-on solves the whole thing for you, then what's the point? We have to acknowledge its existence. Ultimately, we're tuning raid encounters in particular with 2 goals. One, it should be fun. It's kind of goal number 1. Goal number 2 is it should provide an appropriate progression experience for the difficulty and where it is in the raid. And so, a heroic boss that's like late in the tier, our goal ultimately, we probably want that to take like 10, 15 wipes to beat, maybe a couple nights. Ideally a good progression experience is for a heroic guild, you spend your first night, make good progress, you're getting to the start of phase 3, you come back the next night, you tighten up your execution, you get the kill, feels good. Feels like you earned something, but it's also not super frustrating. If you walk in and you kill the boss in 2 pulls, that's a letdown. We actually, you didn't really get to feel the progression experience that you're looking for. And the reality is, people are using add-ons. And so if we build an encounter that was theoretically, completely doable and targeted at, assuming you don't have add-ons at all and aim for that difficulty target, people are going to use DBM and weak auras and go in and simplify mechanics and have an easier than intended time. So we have to acknowledge it in that world. Do we want you to feel like you have to download third-party programs to succeed in our game? Nope. That none of that feels good. Over the years, we've tried to incorporate aspects of that functionality in our base. Even, sometimes it's just design, like making telegraphs better, or using the energy bars of bosses, mana bars, other ways of signaling, hey, when this bar fills up, a huge ability is going to happen, so you don't need a timer to let you know to prepare for it. Information is something we want to continue to improve and provide in our game. I think that's a core function of encounter design. The problem that we've seen, and that we don't really know how to solve, frankly, right now, is that over the last few years especially, add-ons have moved out of informational into more and more computational.
It's insane.
And like that, and that's the kind of thing that's like solving the problem for you doesn't feel like a thing that'd be bizarre for our own UI to do. Like, and a random example, we were talking about this actually in the office last week. Wrath Classic's coming out later this year. Eventually, you're going to get to Ice Crown Citadel. Random encounter from Wrath that came to mind was like Blood Queen Lanethel and Ice Crown Citadel. Really simple fight. Couple of mechanics, almost patchwork level, but the one signature mechanic, of course, was gotta turn into a vampire, bite other people so
Such
that you
a
don't
cool
get mind
fight.
controlled. Back in the day, I think as a raid leader anyway, I think most people kind of call that out on the fly.
Call
You
out
have some
names,
rough-
yeah.
like you have some rough sense of like, hey, these are our top DPS, or these are people who are bite the healers last. See what happens, and it's fun. You have frantic call outs, and it could be hard. Sometimes you would wipe just because you had to go from 8 to 16. People got confused. I can guarantee that when Wrath Classic Lineup comes around, it's going to be get a weak aura.
Yep.
You list the people in your raid from top to bottom in terms of DPS priority. Everyone installs the weak aura, and when you become a vampire, all it's going to say is bite this person. No one has to speak. No one has to do anything. That's not great all around. That doesn't feel where we want our raid encounters to land. In some ways, it stops us from doing cooperative mechanics and coordination that's fun. And I think like all of this was always possible. People just never did it. Like in add-ons back in the day, like bigwigs and stuff actively tried to avoid even making strategy recommendations. It was purely informational. And so maybe there's like an alternate timeline where if guilds had been doing this stuff 12 years ago, the same way AVR got locked down, or like back in Classic, cast canceling add-ons and decursive got changed, maybe that change would have happened. But now we have like a decade worth of add-ons, including things you use to play your rotation better and all the rest, that are built on that framework.
They're agreeing.
So it's not clear what the path forward is. I think we would have to we'd have to like do something like restrict what add-on APIs can access, at least in raids and dungeons. Maybe try to offer more of the like proc tracking, class mechanic stuff in our base UI, and maybe get to a place where we can design encounters from the ground up. Still hard, still meant to take a couple dozen pulls on heroic, or 100 pulls if it's a late mythic end boss. That's not what we're not talking about nerfing stuff. We're making it easier, but we'd have to make those changes in concert. It's a lot to tackle, and I know that for a lot of players, hey, we broke the thing that you rely on that makes the game feel more accessible to you, isn't exactly a good message to swallow either. So no easy answers, but it's something we're thinking about a lot.
Yeah, I think so. I remember very clearly back in ICC where AVR got disabled, and then also, didn't that happen also in Nighthold with like Star Augur and Exorcist too?
Yep.
Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, that was like different ways of putting
The
3D
lines.
stuff, like attaching to nameplates, or
So have you all ever thought about actually just like disabling the combat add-ons? Has there ever been conversations about that, or is it just kind of an idea?
It's an idea that we've had conversations about. The challenge is like, the fundamental piece is, can add-ons tell what buffs and debuffs you have on you and members of your group have on them? If we say no, okay, cool, we just broke like all raid frames, everything that you use to, even just baseline, tracking uptime of your slice and dice or whatever. You just want an add-on that makes that easier to see. We broke all of that.
Right.
That would be, I think, pretty ruinous for a good chunk of our player base to do suddenly. So I think we want to try to figure out a path forward, but it's not clear.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. And will we be seeing some of those improvements and kind of some of those implementations of some add-on features in the new UI that's going to be coming out in Dragonflight?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something, and I guess we didn't get a chance to really touch on it in the deep dive. Crash Reed, who was the UI designer speaking in that deep dive, one of the things that he's worked on is kind of it's kind of trying to replicate what a lot of people do with weak auras, which is centralizing information about buff uptime, debuff uptime, cooldown tracking, kind of pulling that information towards the center of your screen. So the default UI experience, we can flag abilities for your class as things that you should be able to track very visibly. We can even show things, externals, like if you're a tank and someone puts pain suppression on you, pain suppression duration should be right there in the middle of your screen under your character if you opt to have that on, next to your shield wall or whatever else, because that's helping you manage your own ability usage. Again, of course, like a pro tank with weak auras is going to customize things that's like just for them, but we want the default out of the box experience to be much, much better. And we know that like it's not realistic to design mechanics that ask you to track uptime of a buff when that buff is like a flashing thing in the corner of your screen 12 inches away from where your eyes are focused otherwise. We need to do better. Dragonflight's UI isn't just aesthetic, it's trying to tackle that too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I think that's
cool
something that's long overdue, and I know almost everybody uses something that's similar to that too. And I was also wondering, obviously add-ons make it easier, and I don't really ever think that we're going to see a world where none of the raids or dungeons are on PTR or something. But were you all happy with what happened with the with Sepulchre and not having some of those fights on the PTR? Because I do think that data mining and a certain degree of it, like for example, we saw the jailer's corpse before we knew what happened at the end of the raid. It's a little bit of a spoiler, right? So like, do you think that is a negative thing for the game? And do you think that we'll see more content not being on PTR and players actually experiencing it whenever it comes out?
I think we're happy with how the Sepulchre bosses worked out. They weren't like completely free of bugs, but overall, I think it was a smooth experience for all the guilds that went through it and all difficulties. And the fact that like it was a genuine surprise and people were figuring it out as they went, like all of that was exciting to see. We'd like to do more of that. Data mining in general, I mean, I think when it comes to story, definitely makes for some odd like piecemeal. Experiences where this portion of the story is visible, but then like no one knows what the cinematic is, so then all of the focus becomes the cinematic as opposed to the entire story that's told in context. Ultimately we want to strike a balance between being able to get the feedback that's going to be important to make the game better. I think if we didn't have PTR at all, well, people wouldn't have had a chance to tell us after playing with and testing their set bonuses on target dummies or going into the raid that, hey, this feels kind of frustrating, or I don't like the way this interacts with my rotation. And we wouldn't want to lose all of that. That's not like finding bugs. That's just getting ahead of important feedback that's going to make the game better for more people.
Yeah.
But the flip side is, there's something magical about just a sense of mystery and discovery that's really hard to get. It's impossible to preserve in the modern day and age. Like everything's going to be on the internet. There's going to be guides.
It's on YouTube or whatever. Yeah.
But like, the more it's out there before the thing is even officially launched, the more there isn't even that tiny window to enjoy a sense of discovery. I know you played this game a bunch. Like, played a lot of Elden Ring right when it came out a couple months ago. And one of the really fun things about that first week, especially with how vast that game was, is like you could go to a wiki and the wiki would be blank because people hadn't figured it out yet. You could find a cave and be like, I don't know what I'm going to find here, and no, there's nothing that will tell me right now. Of course, over time the meta gets solved, but being able to feel like you have that sense of discovery and exploration is something we love.
Guys, I'm not talking much because I'm actually paying attention to this. I have a list here, so we are going to go through it at the end of it. I promise. So you will get my thoughts, but I don't want to interrupt this because I can't pause it.
That would be awesome. And yeah, I totally agree. It's like whenever there's something new in the game and nobody really knows how it works, I think that a really good example of this on a small scale is the puzzles. Whenever the community is working together to figure out the puzzles, that's like one of the most hype moments for everybody. So I'm really glad to hear that. Next thing I was wondering about is what do you think is going to happen? Like now Wrath of the Lich King Classic coming out. Obviously, Wrath of the Lich King is going to run its course. Then what?
So at this point, I'd love to hear from you, from the community as a whole, what you want to come next. I think we have a player base that really has made Classic their home. Many people who've carried their characters forward from Classic into Burning Crusade and likely into Wrath beyond that. And when that comes to an end, when you defeat the Lich King, when you kill Halion, the ultimate end boss of Wrath of the Lich King.
New content for World of Warcraft Classic.
Do you want to start over? Do you want to try a different version of that? Do you want to carry that character forward into a new adventure? I know if Cataclysm for many people was like, oh, that's the beginning of the end, and I'm out.
It's a world revamp, yeah.
I'd ask like an interesting question is maybe like, what is it about Cataclysm that you don't like? Was it the heroic dungeons? Was it bad? Is Firelands a bad raid? Is Twilight Highlands a bad zone? Like, is that the problem, or was it, I don't know, LFR and Dungeon Finder from the start and removing group quests from the world or whatever else, or compressing the talent trees? Like, what would it look like if you had Cata content with some changes? Lots of stuff is on the table, but I really welcome that discussion now that the fact that we're doing Wrath is, no longer the world's worst kept secret and actually something that's known, but we're listening.
Okay, that's great. I had no idea that there was you just waiting to see what the community wants to hear. And I guess to a certain extent, that's kind of what you were probably doing with Season of Mastery, I'm assuming.
Very much so, yeah.
Okay, all right. I know we don't have a lot of time here, so I do want to do one last question. And so at the end of Legion, so there's a cinematic, and Sargeras, as you know, stabbed the earth with a sword, and it's been there for quite a while, and I'm not
What
really
sword?
sure like where are things going with that.
Wait, what? What sword?
Okay. All right. I get it. I see. That's pretty much exactly what I would expect. Okay. Thank you, Ian. I really appreciate you coming on today. This was amazing. I hope that we can do it again, by the way. So feel free anytime. Yeah, feel free anytime to come on my stream. If the PR is not going to freak out too much about it, please feel free. Come on my stream and hang out whenever you want.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to Dragonflight. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Zach. Take care.
Peace.
All right.
Okay, let's see here.
That was good. That was good. So I have a couple of notes of things that I wanted to talk about. It was by far the shortest of all the interviews we've seen so far, right? It was definitely the shortest of all of them. But I do think the questions that was asked was, as far as I'm concerned, some of the best. And not because it was new questions. Some of the questions have already been asked, but it felt like Ian really did his best to provide answers to those questions. Far more than any others. Except for the sword, of course, which, as you can see here, I just left that as, what the fuck? We still don't have an answer to the sword. What is this? I really hope that Ian will go on to Allcraft one day. Like, I really hope that Ian will go on to Allcraft one day and actually have a decent conversation there, rather than this bullshit, like just an interview. I would like to see more of that. But you know, it is what it is. What can I say? But I do have some thoughts, and we'll be talking about those in short order, because yes, Allcraft is starting now, but I'm not going to restream that because Asmongold gave us permission to restream this interview. I don't want to start restreaming other people's content. That's obviously Asmongold's content. We can all go over to Asmongold's stream and watch that together. Rium, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Also, just quickly want to say, OJ West, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Perpetrator for the Prime sub 8 months in a row. Thank you. And then Lord Kineo for the 5 community subs. Can I get some hearts in chat to Lord Kineo? Really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. All right, so let's talk. First bombshell for the evening must have been Master Loot. The fact that Master Loot is actually something that they're thinking about, something that they want to bring back. They just need to figure out how. Now, I fully understood their reasoning behind why it's not coming back right now. OJS, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I fully understand that. I love the fact that they finally said, hey, we want to bring it back. We are looking at it. Probably one of the best announcements I've heard so far, bar none, was that Master Looter is eventually going to come back. I love the fact that that is happening. Bringing back old content, Asmongold asked him about specifically Season 4, where they're bringing all of the old raids sort of up to par. Now, this is where I actually disagreed with Ian's answer, because Ian said whenever they have items that you sort of have to go to old raids for in order to collect, people complain. Can anyone in chat guess why people complain? Take a wild guess. Why do people complain when they have to go do old raids for items that come from those old raids? Getting an actual fucking group together to actually do the fucking raid. So either you and your guild take a night off from raiding to go do this old raid because people need items from it, or you go struggle trying to find a group of people that want this one item that maybe only warriors will use, and no one can do it. You can't just go into a pug and actually go do an old raid, because that's not possible. No one else really cares about the raid except for the warriors, and you can't just have warriors in your raid. So it ultimately just it becomes a horrible fucking experience. Whereas if you kept old raids up to date, if you gave people a reason to run them, I'm not saying with this that the gear or the item level should be increased. But if you did something like what they're doing in Season 4 now, where they're sort of adding Mythic Plus affixes to the raids, sort of changing the raids, making them fun, a fun piece of side content that people will still do because there's achievements maybe to collect there, there's some fun stuff, the raid feels a little bit different. So now the raid suddenly is current. You can go do the raid and there's a current reason to do it. A lot of people are running those raids. So if you need an item from that raid, it's not hard to get a group together. You are actually getting a new experience from it, and that item drops. Yes, it's lower item level, but currently it's better for you. It solves a lot of the problems. It gives more content, a reason to exist. So ultimately, I think there is a solution to it. Of course, you don't want to do it too much, so you don't want people to have to constantly go back to old raids, because yes, it will feel very repetitive if you have to constantly, like you're in patch 10.3, and you still have to do the Primalist raid of patch 10.1 because there's still one item there that's better than anything else. No one's gonna like that, right? Like, Jesus, dude, I don't want to keep running old raids just to get items. But I do think there is a way to make old content in this sense, talking literally just about in this expansion, older content, to keep it relevant and to give people a reason to actually play it. Perhaps the biggest question of this entire thing is add-ons and Blizzard's response and feeling towards combat add-ons specifically. To hear Ian say that they are actually not happy with add-ons and how add-ons work at the moment was kind of massive. It was insane. And finally, some evidence, because no one fucking believed it whenever we said it, Ian himself admitted they do design the raids knowing that add-ons exist. And it creates some of those weird moments in raids where they have to create things in the raids that sort of nullify the add-on. And those are usually the things that make the fights incredibly fucking hard and difficult, because in order to cheat the add-on, you need to create something that is either completely random, so the add-on can't really track it, or so difficult that even with the add-on, it's nearly impossible to do unless you really just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, and eventually it works out for you. So the problem that they have, Ian actually, at least in his answer, made it sound like if they could, they would just switch off add-ons entirely. Like, they would just go and switch off the combat add-ons and say, fuck it, it's over. We're no longer allowing add-ons to exist, or combat add-ons specifically. The issue they have with this is, in order to switch off an add-on, it's not like they can just go and say, right, the add-on with the name DBM will not work in WoW anymore. Because the way to switch off add-ons is actually to say, what can an add-on track? And what can't an add-on track? So can an add-on track the buffs that's on your character? If yes, remember the combat add-on can track what is the buffs on your character, but so too can sort of more quality of life add-ons. For example, weak auras being used normally, all weak auras does is allows you to see, the cooldowns of your buffs and see what you have in terms of debuffs. So it's just information. Now, if you disable the ability for add-ons to actually be able to track buffs and debuffs, suddenly you break a bunch of other add-ons that literally isn't breaking anything in the game. It's just giving information. So that's the problem that they have right now, is what do you limit from a boss perspective? And here's where I'm going to give you guys sort of get your tinfoil hats ready, because this is my guess at the moment. I think the UI update, the UI overall, is a way for Blizzard to get to a point where, if need be, so if they can't figure it out, if they can't figure out how to disable core functionality so that the add-ons stop playing the game for you, they can eventually just say, you know what, we're disabling all add-ons in World of Warcraft, period. So we're not allowing you to track shit. We have a UI that can track everything you need to track. We have a UI that you can move around and see your buffs and everything, but you don't need an add-on. This is our game. It's bog standard. Play it. Be done with it. I don't think that's what they will do. Just to be clear, I don't think that is what they will do, but I do think it could happen if needs be. But they did say that they're not overly happy with where combat add-ons is right now. So combat add-ons is their big issue. You guys saying no shot should remember that there are games that have incredibly limited add-on support, and those games do very well. There are games that have very little add-on support, and those games do well. People might be upset for a little while, but I promise you people aren't going to be upset the whole fucking time. Like, do you really think a lot of people are just going to quit the game as soon as add-ons are disabled? Because I call bullshit. A lot of people didn't quit the game during Shadowlands and BFA, so no, people will fucking stick around. Like, I call bullshit 100%. The fact that people didn't quit the game during Shadowlands and BFA tells you that WoW players are willing to put up with a lot of abuse before they will leave. So no, I actually think if the UI does the job and makes the game absolutely customizable and fixable and gives you the ability to change everything and move everything and put things, make it bigger, make it smaller, change the font, stuff like that. If the UI overall allows you to basically customize your UI to whichever way you want it to look and gives you the ability to track all information you want on your screen, including some of the more rudimentary boss timers and stuff like that, because Ian did say they don't mind when add-ons purely give information, which is how add-ons used to work in the past. They would give you information. What they mind is add-ons actually playing the game for you. So add-ons will do calculations on your behalf. Add-ons will tell you what to do next and what to do now and how to do this and where to stand and where not to stand. They don't like this. They don't want these things. So I actually think there is a world in which if they can't solve it, they might actually move away and say, fuck it. Just cancel all of it. The Seeker, thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think that's how it should be. Fabi, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I don't think that's what they should do. I think add-ons does have a place and it's not bad, right? But at the same time, yeah, what are you going to do? Then, of course, Asmongold asked about spoilers and data mining. Now, here is where Ian's answer confuses me. Because Ian said they like the idea of the story whole. Thank you, Source of Prime Sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They like the idea of people being able to test, you know, their classes on the PTR and people being able to test talents and stuff like that. You know, more mechanical, sort of technical things. They like that for the PTR. What they don't like is the data mining stuff. They don't like that the story gets data mined because the story is important. And he said what I fucking said, which was, whenever you have, so for example, let's look at Shadowlands. Now you have a bunch of data mining coming out. Data mining never comes out in sequence. So you don't get the story from chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in sequence. Usually with data mining, you'll get chapter 5, then you'll get chapter 2, then you'll get chapter 7. So the data mine happens usually a bit clusterfucky. So what ends up happening as people who follow the data mine is you get upset over a story that's just been data mined because you know nothing of the story that is supposed to happen beforehand and also nothing about the story that is supposed to happen afterwards. And the bigger issue, I don't even care about that because you can eventually change your mind and go, okay, never mind, the story is actually fine. The thing I mind more is, why have a story in your game if you're just going to ruin it anyways? It would be like going into a movie theater and then they show you the end of the movie before the movie even starts. It's like, oh, by the way, here's how the movie's going to end. Congratulations. Imagine playing Harry or watching Harry Potter, and they show you the end of the 6th film of Harry Potter before you even watch the first one. That's data mining. You've literally just spoiled the whole fucking story. I may as well not watch it now because I know how it ends. And I don't want to know how it ends. I want to see how it ends. So there's a quick fix here, because Ian said they're not quite sure what the answer is here, but it is something that they're thinking about. Can anyone in chat think of a fix here? Like, anyone. Like, just throwing it up there for everyone to discuss. Can you think of a fix? Just don't release the story on the fucking PTR. It's as simple as that. Like, allow people to see the world, yeah? Have the world quests maybe there, have some dailies there. Let people see the world. That's fine, you know? The world is there. That's not a spoiler. It's cool. But there's no story. The main storyline quests isn't in the game yet. They don't exist. They will only go live when the game goes live. So wherever there is a quest marker on a character, on an NPC, there's no quest marker on that NPC. You can't actually do the quest because the quest isn't there yet. The quest doesn't exist yet. So that way, you immediately remove any spoilers. There's no story here. For the raids, because remember what you want, Ian said that the bosses that they didn't have on the PTR actually worked rather well. They had some bugs, and bugs are fine. You know, but for the most part, it worked actually rather well. So how about you just don't put bosses in the PTR? Like, maybe get, like, test bosses, if that makes sense. Like, make, like, a group of test bosses. So whenever you make major changes to tier sets and stuff like that, you have sort of a test raid, where you have different bosses that will test different things. So you have a cleave boss, you have a single target boss, you have a massive AoE boss, something like that. Make all of the bosses Hogger. And they just have different abilities that sort of test every single part of what you want to test. So you can test out how does the different tier sets function and interact with a given fight. And that's it. There you have it. You didn't spoil anything. You did get all your data. People tasted it for you. It's all good. So chat, here's my big question to all of you. What do you want to happen after Wrath? Because I know what I want after Wrath, but when Wrath is finished, what do you want? Why care about it when you say you're done covering it, no matter what, maybe? Revikill, what do you mean? They should definitely do strictly internal testing, no more PTR, no more data mining, everything is eternal, and if leaks happen, they need to investigate them and cut that out. You could probably do that, I think. Some proper Classic Plus. I want Classic Plus. Doesn't mean stay in Wrath forever. I genuinely believe that what we need for After Wrath is a true Classic Plus experience. And when I say Classic Plus, I mean Classic, add housing, add new content, new zones, new dungeons. Treat Classic Plus as a tasting ground for the whole of World of Warcraft. So things that you're not entirely sure if they could or couldn't work, you know, in the game, throw it onto Classic Plus, see how it works there. Give people new zones, new raids, basically not necessarily a new story. Just give people more content to do. So basically you treat Classic as old school RuneScape. I think people would fucking cream themselves if you give them that ability. Safe, pretty much that, yeah. They can tell a bit of story to give authors a proper send-off. They could do that too. Where we go after Northrend. Well, Jay, I would say keep all of it the way that it is and just make a Classic Plus experience. End of discussion. It's the easiest thing in my opinion. And I think a lot of people would actually play the game for that reason. You know, that sort of back to a more basic way of playing World of Warcraft, but ultimately a lot of fun for a lot of people. Disbanded, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think they should go Cataclysm. Nothing was wrong with Kata besides Deathwing and Dragon Soul. No matter what, that you are done covering WoW on this channel, I never actually said that, Ravical. I said I'm done looking to cover World of Warcraft. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to cover World of Warcraft. But I'm not going out of my way. When people come to Twitch, we talk about whatever people want to talk about. It happens to be what people want to talk about. Plus, even if I did say that, my channel, my rules. I don't know what you mean. What do you want? Do you want me to write a letter to you asking permission? Should I get your permission before I cover something on the channel? Should I do that for all content that I want to make or just the WoW content? Do you feel like for WoW I should ask your permission before I cover something? Just so we're clear, you know, I don't want to step on anyone's toes here. I tell you what, dude, you can either hang out, talk WoW with us, or you can fuck off and go talk WoW somewhere else. How about that? I love Karak. Karak was my all-time favorite expansion, but at the end of Kata, they did introduce the abominations that pass for talent trees now. So there's that. I like Cataclysm. I don't fucking know why people hated Cataclysm. Makes no sense to me. You do you on your own channel, man. It's interesting whenever people step in and they're like, oh my god, I thought you said you were never going to cover WoW anymore. It's like, dude, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't know why this is such a problem for you. Cataclysm was dope as fuck. Haliako, ask our permission. How dare you? All right, chat. I would like to sincerely ask, if it's not too much trouble for all of you, do you mind that I still, you know, cover World of Warcraft? Is that something that I'm allowed to do, or would you guys prefer if I didn't do it? I need you also to know that whatever you answer doesn't matter. But I will ask, just because that's the nice thing to do, right? Only if you focus chatting on Drakthir. I love those goofy bastards. The Drakthir is going to be really cool. I think the Drakthir is going to be really cool. We got the revamped expansion where goblins join the Alliance and Worgen join the Horde. I don't know if Blizzard is... Like, Cataclysm was a really weird time for World of Warcraft. I don't know if Blizzard will bring it back. I wish they would, but I don't think so. I wouldn't hold my breath. At least, I think you'd be wrong if you thought that they would. Does anyone know when Asmongold's when Allcraft is starting? Has it already started? So what did you guys think of the interview? Do you think the interview was good, or do you think they could have done a better job? Like, do you think my only complaint with this entire interview is it was too short. I wanted it longer. I wanted Ian and Asmongold to actually have a conversation with each other. And then Asmongold made Ian a little uncomfortable. I'm going to do something I never do. And I've said I will never do it. I'm going to go grab some food while I watch the Allcraft show, right? So I'm going to go now, and I'm going to go watch Allcraft. I don't want to co-stream it because I don't think we have permission to do so, and I don't want to steal other people's content. But I am going to raid Asmongold, just because he provided us with content tonight. So we're raiding Asmongold. For those of you that want to go say hello, want to go chill out, please go represent. This is the first and only time that I'll ever raid Asmongold, so, you know, he's way too big. I shouldn't be raiding him, but I'm going to do it anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that you guys enjoyed the show. I hope that tonight was fun. It was fun for me. We got a lot of interviews, a lot of information. It was so fucking cool. I'm going to go grab some food now because I'm fucking starving and I haven't eaten anything all day yet. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, as always. So keep that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.
BFA shit, and we had that that thing, and then Shadowlands like shit. But the difference this time is so many people have tried other restaurants. That's how I look at it. It's like people go to their favorite restaurant every fucking day for 10 years.